Are we on? Hey, I'm so sorry. I don't normally leave it on for like fucking 17 minutes or whatever. How are we today? How are we today? Oh, I didn't put anything on, I'm so sorry. How are we today? First off, I'm so sorry to anyone that was watching last night. I probably shouldn't have streamed, honestly. I was pretty inebriated. Um, so I kept fucking zoning out, losing my train of thought and stuff. It wasn't helpful. I guess I was kind of giving the main subject matter of that stream the respect it deserved, i.e., none. But it was interesting. It was a learning experience. I got to meet Malcolm, and if anyone wants to watch that, it's on his channel. It's not going on mine because it's like embarrassing, quite frankly. The fact that I'm stooping to the level of those kinds of people, like it needs to stop, and it is stopping, and it's fine. I have like nothing else to say really, except whatever I say now, and whatever bitchy comments I make about these people in future, because I understand now. I understand now. I think what is annoying about the conversation that we had is that I should have just asked something that I asked right at the end, at the start of the conversation, because that would have just completely explained everything. That actually it's not cynical to think of these kinds of people who like Femios, like Malcolm, those kinds of people. It's not cynical to think of those people as just insecure losers that like go around finding like really, really wretched fucking losers on the internet that they can showcase and point at and be like, look how much better I am at that person. That isn't cynical, that's actually truthful, and they will just straight up confirm it if you ask. I should have just asked that right away, because then I know what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with someone who has no morals. I'm dealing with someone who isn't worth my time. And I need to find ways of just cutting the shit and being less afraid of just writing someone off as a bad person, because people do that to me for like literally nothing. You know what I mean? And we talked, and his evidence of like why he gets bad vibes from me or whatever. It's based like the biggest piece of evidence, bear in mind there was no evidence, it was nothing. The biggest piece of evidence was that conversation I had with those different shitters on fucking Troff's channel. Now think about it for a sec. And listen, this is a huge failing on my part because I'm terrible at having these conversations. Even if I was sober, it wouldn't have been that good because I'm not very good at that kind of thing. That's not really my area. I'm not a debate bro. I'm very unsocialized. Like my whole life has been people just not liking me for no reason, or it seems that way. So I haven't had much practice, unlike most people. So I am very behind in that way. Like, what was I saying? Yeah. The main evidence was that fucking shitter gauntlet I did. So bear in mind that this was all on one day. And this is the only time I'm explaining this. And I'm not fucking talking about this shit anymore after, because it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's so far beneath me, it is unreal. That whole thing happened because originally so Purple Parry Gaming talked to that Seraphe person, and during that conversation, he completely threw me under the bus. Like, said some shit about me, like, oh, I was going around saying this, that, or the other. And he admitted it, to his credit. I'm not saying this because I'm pissed off at him. I don't particularly think he's a moral person either, but I at least can work with people that are generally honest about it. So that's fine, whatever. And like, so he threw me under the bus, and I called him because of that. I ended up talking to Troff because I have a lot of criticisms about the ways people are like dealing with a very serious allegation, which somehow is being spun into me being jealous that I didn't get the interview, and being spun into me just not wanting to share my lol cow or whatever shit, even though I was out of the game by then. I don't make content about that fucking idiot anymore. And like, I think that everyone should make the back content the way I did. Most of my fireback content sucked, okay? Most of my fireback content was fucking shit. It was dreadful. That was part of it. It was dreadful, and I started to understand it was dreadful. Do you know why? I didn't edit almost any of it into segments. There was about 3 or 4 pieces of content that I made into segments about fireback, because most of it was unwatchable. Most of it was just me sitting watching some degenerate occasionally say something, what's the word, insensitive or unfortunate or potentially outing, depending on how cynical your read of is of him, which you can probably do to anyone. If you listen to someone's content, if you scrutinize anyone enough, you can probably find all sorts of things that look like evidence that this person is like the worst person ever and we need to have this moral crusade. We need to get this person on our fucking screen so that we can sit here and pause every 10 seconds while he stuffs his face and says nothing of value. Wouldn't have been of value if his mouth was clear, is even less of value when he's got food in his mouth. He can't fucking hear a word he's saying anyway. And point at that guy and constantly go off about how we are like good people because we deal with rape in the right way and he's a bad person because he raped, even though there's actually no proof. Cybersmith completely owned when he talked about that. But anyway, that fucking shit's a gauntlet. So I talked to him. I talked to fucking Aiko, who completely just fucking gaslit me the entire time. Well, I just think it's because of this. The exact same shit that fucking Malcolm did. Well, I just think it's because of this, like, random fucking shit. When this person doesn't know me and has never spoken to me. And it was annoying as fuck. And then later on, I called into the trough because he was kind of misrepresenting some stuff. And it was fine. I talked to Famios, who is a shitter, who just makes things up about me. I talked to Aiko again, who is a shitter, who just makes things up about me. I talked to Duckbringer, who is massively a fucking shitter, who makes things up about me. All of these people fucking gaslighting me. Like 4 or 5 layers of people being incredibly dishonest about me. And those conversations are his main evidence that apparently I think that I do the best fireback content and people shouldn't do it unless they're going to do it like me. And I don't want to share my lol cow. It's pathetic. I can't fucking be arsed anymore. These people just suck. I need to get better at just saying, okay, you're a dipshit. You're a fucking loser. That's all I need now. That's all I need now. And if they want to continue making shit up about me, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm never dealing with these fucking people again. They appear in my chat, they're blocked. I mean, Famios is already blocked because Famios is a fucking loser. I need to not be afraid to be a bitch to people. I do, yeah. Like, I'm bitchy sometimes, sure. I have quite a bitchy personality. But I don't know, listen, the main point was, I don't usually get to ask someone why they talk shit about me when I've done nothing to them. So I didn't get any kind of satisfying answer, but I did get an insight into the kinds of people that do that. And if those are the kinds of people that uniformly are finding that I have bad vibes and shit, I think what's probably much more likely is that I'm getting bad vibes from them. Is Famios still in my Discord? Certainly fucking shouldn't be. Certainly fucking shouldn't be. I banned Famios. I mean, they might have alts and shit, and I guess I wouldn't know if I don't know, but I don't know. If people are spying in my Discord, they can fucking do that. You can spy on me in my fucking Discord if you want. Like, go ahead and do that. I don't fucking care. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. These people are shitters. They're not worth my time. What I actually want to do is talk about trans issues, talk about ideas, talk about like discourse around this, because I think a lot of shit around trans is fundamentally fucking broken and needs to change. Yeah, Femios got banned. Well, Femios kind of got banned for fishing for compliments. I let them get away with it for a while. It was like, okay, this person's just weird and insecure and like fucking basically worse than all the lol cows they go on about. That's another thing. Why don't any of these people talk about real shit? I talk about some dumb shit on my channel, but I also talk about like politics. And I also talk about like, you know, kind of real ideas when it comes to like what trans is and like how it should exist in the world, in society and stuff. You know, I try and engage in a vaguely like intellectual way. Some of these people, I swear, some of these people are like fucking Twitch poll fucking glup shittos. But they used to actually at least talk about real shit and probably copied Destiny and got the fucking debate bro energy from him. But now it's like, well, everyone's bored of politics now, and Destiny got outed as a fucking freak. And I mean, he got banned off Twitch fucking ages ago, which didn't help any of them. Oh, Chad Logic used to be a politics guy, and then he went into drama, and we should all do the same. Now I'm bringing the same energy about politics, but now I'm debate broing utter spastics on the internet. Hey, look at Firebat. Aren't I so much better than Firebat? Aren't I such a better person? Isn't my life so much better than Firebat's? I mean, my life probably isn't in a lot of ways. I don't have a kid on the way. I have a wife. I have a long-term partner. My house is a lot messier. I'm probably in some ways less happy. You could apply that to fucking anyone. If you need to be pointing at people like this constantly and saying, I am better than this person, look at how moral I am compared to this person, it's because you're not actually better than them. You are what you react to. You are what you fucking talk about. That's how it is. That's how it is. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. We're going to watch 2 things because one of them is long. So we have trans infighting. We have this bizarre hit piece that someone found on Alexis Blake that I'm going to look at. But I want to look at some Buck Angel first. We're going to see what Buck Angel has been up to, because I happen to know that he's going to say some extremely retarded things in this video we're going to watch. Here we go, Buck Angel. So Buck, he's got this person called Tori who, I don't know much about her. And see, do you know what's crazy? Do you know what's crazy? If you don't know someone, you can just not really say stuff about them. You don't have to like have strong opinions about them. Did you know you can do that? It's crazy. It's crazy. You can just like reserve judgment on people you don't really know and update it as time goes on and actually speak to them if you really want to try and get a feel for them. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. I could just not call this person anything and not intuit like ridiculous shit like, oh, this person just wants to be one of the good ones. No one wants to be, this person just wants to be one of the good ones and wants to throw Quiz under the bus so that she'll be spared. You know what I mean? You don't actually have to say any of that about anyone, especially someone you've never spoken to and don't know really how they think. But then a lot of YouTube is just pretending you know how people think and tearing down that version of people. Anyways, we got this Tory person. What I will judge this person for is her eyebrows. These eyebrows are terrible, okay? These are bad eyebrows. Not really sure what we were going for here. So this one, the right one, which I guess is on the left on the screen, peaks like in the middle. And then the other one peaks where you'd expect it to. And then they come in way too close together. That's a bad look. Listen, you're good looking. You look way too plastic. It's not really my thing. But if you're happy looking plastic, that's absolutely fine. You look like a woman. You look much more like a woman than I do. That's absolutely fine. But please, for the love of God, learn how to do your eyebrows. Fuck me, dude. Anyway, so we've got this Buck Angel video. And what I was just talking about will come up. Because Buck Angel does the same thing, okay? Buck Angel is also an insecure fucking loser that brings up like utter spastics on fucking TikTok. Which is the easiest way of doing that, by the way. Absolute easiest way of pointing at a bunch of fucking lolcows and spastics. Look how much better I am at this than this person. This person saying retarded shit, I'm way better than that person. That's Buck Angel. I think he's like insecure as fuck, quite frankly. He doesn't need to be doing this kind of shit. He passes. He's a trans man. Probably if I ran into him and didn't know who he was, I would just assume he's a man. He's kind of got what people want, right? So like, what is all this? Anyway. So they're gonna talk about someone who made a TikTok video about getting misgendered or something. Pretty innocuous video from what I saw. And they're gonna say some really dumb stuff and we're gonna listen. Here we go. Make sure you like the stream, don't forget you can. Super chat on YouTube, Streamlabs, and the link's in my description. You can join the channel. Other stuff, I can't be asked, let's watch.
More. This last one I have because it just brings it all together. And exactly what we've been talking about.
Oh, Grant.
I need to.
It was like an influencer. Well, I mean, woman influencers tend to look like this too, right? It's the look, you know.
Stop responding to people calling me sir in public. Old habits die hard, but I don't know. It's kind of funny.
What's he laughing at right away? Person gets called sir in public. Yeah, pretty unsurprising. They don't really pass as a woman. And they're recognizing they probably shouldn't respond to it when it happens. Like, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that like growth? But this is funny somehow.
People calling me sir in public. Old habits die hard, but I don't know. It's kind of funny sometimes. Let me preface this by saying I don't put a lot of effort into past.
I mean, does this person seem all there as well? Does this person seem all there?
No. I don't really care.
Oh, we know you don't put much effort. Look at me. I can afford shit tons of facial surgery. I still can't do my eyebrows though. Well done. Well done, Tori. Well done.
Let me preface this by saying I don't put a lot of effort into passing.
Know.
I don't really care.
To me, this is self-awareness. What's wrong with this?
I like how I look. I like how I present. I'm non-binary. So like being misgendered isn't that big of a deal anyway. but it gets kind of confusing sometimes.
Not even a big deal that I get misgendered. What's he laughing at? What is this?
Because I was just in a store and the cashier said, "Yeah, sir. And the guy next to me says, "Me?"
They could possibly put in effort. Yeah, there's like potential there. They wouldn't be attractive. They wouldn't pass as an attractive woman. They possibly could. I think like, I don't know. I can respect it if you're trans and you don't pass. And you're like real about it. And like, yeah, I don't put much effort in. I can respect that. That's fair enough. I don't really have a problem with that. You wonder how much gender dysphoria they have. They don't really put an effort in. But I'm not actually very fussed about that kind of stuff, honestly. For the most part, it doesn't really matter that much.
And she says, "No, I was talking."
This person does the weirdest like facial expressions when she's watching as well. Like shocked Pikachu face looking person.
And the guy next to me says, "Me?" And she says, "No, I was talking to him." And he like looks at me, and I look at him, and I look at her, and we're all kind of looking at each other. And I could tell the dude next to me is like, "Oh wait, that's a man." Like there was just this awkward
plot twist. She's not actually doing faces. It's just due to the facial surgery. It just freezes that way all the time.
moment, you know? Like, I guess it's weird, you know, passing is really subjective and different people perceive me different ways, and I don't know.
What are we so confused about? He's gonna say passing is subjective? Yes, passing is subjective, bro. Who the fuck thinks otherwise?
And he like looks at me, and I look at him, and I look at her, and we're all kind of looking at each other, and I could tell the dude next to me is like, "Oh wait, that's a man." Like there was just this awkward moment, you know? Like, I guess it's weird, you know, passing.
And like, I don't know, this person looks young as well. You wonder how much. This person has probably had like a lot of ideas put in their heads. And these two, I don't know much about Tori, as I said. Let's focus on Buck a little bit. Buck loves pushing like the detransition and shit. And like, if Buck has someone who's like a kid who learned about fucking gender identity in school and like grows up being trans and then detransitions, and then there's a bunch of irreversible shit that happened to their body that they're unhappy about, so they go on Buck Angel. Buck is like super, what's the word? He's like super sympathetic to those kinds of people. Oh, it's so bad, you know, the system's bad, you know, we teach all these kids about this stuff and then they become trans and they realize it's not right for them. We shouldn't be teaching these kind of things. Isn't this person going through the same shit without the detransition? Weren't they also having ideas put in their heads? Isn't the answer to be a bit more like compassionate and say, you know, here's where a change of perspective might actually help here. But instead it's just lolcow shit. Instead it's just, look at how dumb this person is compared to me. And it doesn't surprise me that Buck Angel has to go to fucking TikTok in order to do that, because he is very dumb. Okay, there are not that many people out there that are dumber than Buck Angel. So it makes sense. Again, you are what you react to. You are what you react to. Fuck me, dude, I can't speak today. You are what you react to. Buck Angel is really no better than all these fucking TikTok freaks that he constantly goes on about. All these fucking firebat snarkers are really no better than the person they fucking constantly go on about. Making dogshit content that they can't make seggies out of and pretend that it's for other reasons. Nah, if it was good enough content, you'd make the time. And you'd make the seggy, because it's not that fucking hard to do. Anyway.
Passing is really subjective, and
he's so shocked at that. Passing is subjective. Passing is obviously fucking subjective. It's a bit different for these two. For someone like me, I get like half and half on the internet. And IRL, I get more like she's than he's. Especially when I make an effort, you know? Passing is very, very fucking subjective. What looks like a man and what looks like a woman are very like abstract concepts that exist differently in different people's heads. That is just fucking obvious. Why the fuck is he so shocked at someone saying passing is subjective? Why are we treating this person like they're saying the most ridiculous shit in the fucking world? What is happening here?
Moment, you know?
It's like every time I pause, it's like the most insufferable face. There is only one way you could make this content fucking worse. There is only one way this react could be more fucking insufferable. And that is if they pause every 10 seconds to virtue signal about how good they are when they talk about rape, and virtue signal about rape constantly, because that's what we do now. We virtue signal about rape. And we just pause and we're like, see, I'm such a good person because of this, and this person is a bad person. That's like the only way. This is like dog shit.
Like, I guess it's weird, you know, passing is really subjective and different people see, you know, perceive me in different ways. And
that's like the most obvious thing ever.
I don't know, it's just weird. I think if I didn't...
This person is saying the most obvious shit ever. What is this problem? What happens in your brain that you lose your shit at stuff like this?
Respond at all, maybe she would have, instead of saying no, I was talking to him, maybe she would have switched up to ma'am. I don't really know. And while we're on it, sometimes people will even skip sir and ma'am altogether and just call me like sweetie or love or something. I kind of like that. It's
the other thing is, I don't know, is it different in America? It's weird saying like sir and ma'am for the most part in the UK. People just don't really do it. Like, I always made an effort to never use that kind of terminology. Like when I worked at like Weatherspoon or whatever, when I worked in a pub, when I was like serving people on bar or like in a cafe or whatever, I've had a few different jobs and stuff. And I've been like out as a very, very early like trans person. I actually have experience, believe it or not. And like, yeah, I would never use like sir or ma'am. I didn't know anyone else that did. You get the odd person that uses that kind of term. But in the UK, it's like weird to say sir or ma'am for the most part. Especially if you're younger. Like, younger people just don't really talk like that anymore. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it probably is easier, especially if you don't know. Like, you don't actually have to call someone sir or ma'am. There's not a gun to your head when you serve someone. You're going to say, would you like fries with that? You don't have to add sir or ma'am at the end of that sentence. You can just ask if they would like fries with that, you know?
I don't know.
OMG, Tori. Like,
in the North, sir and ma'am are seen as quite formal, but in Southern USA it's normal. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, it's a bit of a difference here. It's not really very normal in the UK. We don't really say sir and ma'am. Well, we basically never say ma'am. I guess madam. But madam is like really antiquated.
subjective.
And the other thing is, I don't think it's got anything to do with trans either. I don't think it's got anything to do with like gender nonconformity. I think we've just kind of evolved past that, you know. American boomers probably complain if you don't call them Sarah Ma'am. That is possible, yeah. Listen, I don't know the culture really. I've been to the US, but I don't want to act like an expert or whatever.
I don't know.
OMG, Tori. Like, passing is subjective?
They all say that.
Why are these people's minds blown by that incredibly obvious and objectively true take? Passing is subjective. What is ridiculous about that? There is no objective standard for what a man looks like and what a woman looks like. There are like averages. You know, in general, a female person will grow breasts. And fashionably, they're more likely to wear certain clothes and like grow their hair out and stuff. Wear like makeup, wear jewelry, stuff like that. And men not so much. So there are lots of like, you could certainly draw up like the stereotypical man and the stereotypical woman. But that's different for everyone. You know? I have no idea why this is like mind-blowing.
They all say that, and it's just an excuse. Like, you don't put...
Oh, okay, so it's not an excuse. It's just an excuse. Oh, it's just an excuse because you don't try hard enough. Oh my god. Being semi-passing is a phase most trans people go through too. I mean, I would say, especially trans women, being semi-passing is like the most that most of us can hope for, quite honestly. You either have to be rich or very genetically fortunate. And I'm actually quite skeptical how much puberty blockers help people pass beyond the voice. And granted, the voice is like kind of important, but I don't know. Some of us get used to just kind of not speaking as much, just in case.
Put effort in, you're lazy, and you just gonna look like that. I mean,
how does that invalidate the idea that passing is subjective? You can say that they're being lazy, sure. They literally admitted they don't put much effort in. So it's kind of a moot point because you're just repeating what they said. But why does that invalidate what they said? What they said is true. How are we at the stage where we're putting on videos where people say objectively true things so that we can cackle at them? I can't believe they just said that, dude. What it's like, no, that like, what is happening here? This is like snark brain, okay? This is snark brain. This is what I'm going to watch is bad because it's by someone that I consider bad. So everything they say has to be bad. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Oh, man.
I didn't get to where I am by just making videos about how people can't perceive me as the right gender.
Totally.
Sorry, as the right they.
They. And I kind of like it when they...
So that was completely vapid, absolutely nothing of substance. Wow, well done. So glad that this person is telling me what to think about that video we just watched.
Call me sweetie. Yeah, what? Yeah, that's just because they don't want to get like thrown out of the establishment.
They're like really desperate for something to say about
for calling you sir because it's transphobic. So now people are just like, what do I say?
Like,
yeah, friend. When I just do that. Hey, friend. You know what I mean? Like, because you just, I just like, I don't want to make a big fucking deal out of it.
There's a whole thing with energy.
I mean, yeah, that's normal.
Too, and clearly this man.
Good point.
With long hair and a not flattering top.
Every 3 seconds, oh my god, so cringe. Yeah. That's what I mean. All they need to do is like virtue signal about rape every 5 seconds like clockwork, and they'll be well on their way to having 30 average subscribers, 30 average viewers every stream or some shit. Wow.
Up. Like it's just a t-shirt from Walmart. Like with Big Mac stains on it.
Ew. Secret sauce or whatever that shit is from the fillet of fish sandwich.
From the toilet bowl.
Sorry, what are they even talking about now?
Walmart.
Good point.
With
because it's transphobic. So now people are just like, what do I say?
Like,
yeah, friend. When I just do that. Hey, friend. You know what I mean? Like, because you just, just like, I don't.
Who is the hit piece about Alexis Blake or written by them? We're going to get onto it shortly, but it's this video here. We're calling Alexis Blake the British Blair White, which to me sounds utterly delusional on the face of it. But I guess we're going to find out. Apparently the most fence-sitting person on the entirety of YouTube is dangerous, or their content is dangerous. It's fucking funny. I haven't watched it yet though, so we'll see. We'll see.
I want to make a big fucking deal out of it.
There's a whole thing with energy too, and clearly this man.
Yeah, energy, just appealing to the vaguest of the vague at this point. Wow, because energy doesn't change over time or anything. Useless mean girl bullshit. Yep, very much. I feel like I'm calling out a lot of useless mean girl bullshit at the moment, but hey, I don't know. It's something we'll get past one day.
Good point.
With long hair and a not flattering top, like it's just a t-shirt from Walmart. Like,
Femiel's talking points are an instant timeout. Just saying. I won't like ban you when you come back, but just think about it.
With Big Mac.
We already crossed off the fucking retards that follow Firebat around everywhere. I've said my piece about that. That's all I'm going to say now. I'm moving on. I'm talking about Buck Angel now, and I'm going to be talking about whoever this person is.
Stains on it.
Ew. Secret sauce or whatever that shit is from the fillet of fish sandwich.
From the toilet bowl.
Okay, I zoned out again. Like, what the fuck are we talking about now? Let's compare this person to the most gross shit we can. Wow. Amazing content. You can see why this guy has like over 200,000 subscribers, right?
He looks like a toilet bowl licker, for sure. For sure. That's going to be our new...
I was going to say...
He looks like a toilet bowl licker. Oh, this guy's dumb. Okay, this guy's like a poo-poo head. He's like dumb and a poo-poo head. Like, wow. Wow, Buck.
That's right. Toilet bowl licker. That's right. Totally.
Oh, but I'm so tired of the argument about how passing isn't important and you shouldn't have to pass. Like,
that's not what this person was talking about, bro.
What?
Yeah, you should. For you, not anybody. Tired of the argument.
Totally.
Oh, but I'm so tired of the argument about how passing isn't important and you.
Well, whether passing is important or not, I missed the toilet segment. Yeah. I just wanted to watch this bit because I skimmed over and they were saying some like really fucking ridiculous stuff about this.
But I'm so tired of the argument about why passing isn't important, and you
like bizarrely enough, and I guess these people just don't understand what things are, what it means for things to be subjective. Whether passing is important enough is also very subjective. If you're a male person and you want to be perceived as a woman, then yes, passing is important. If you're a male person and you identify as a trans woman or non-binary... Oh, are they talking about someone else now? I don't fucking know. These people are hard to fucking follow. But yeah, like, if you're like a trans... If you're a male person and you identify as like trans or non-binary or whatever, and being regarded as a woman by all of society isn't necessarily your goal, maybe you don't care as much about passing. It doesn't actually matter all that much. I mean, you'd question why someone would transition if not to be perceived as the other sex. And I haven't really heard any particularly satisfying answers other than just that's what they want to do. And I mean, you know, whatever, sure. I'm not, you know, do what you want at that point, obviously, even if it's illogical.
You shouldn't have to pass. Like,
what?
Yeah, you should.
I mean, you shouldn't have to pass is a bit more of a stupid thing to say. I don't know why you would tell someone you shouldn't have to pass. Like, depending on what you want, you probably do actually have to pass. Weird how Buck is always flipping out on people 40 plus years younger. Yep, that's because these people find people worse than them in some way and point at them and say, look how much better I am than that person. That's the whole point of this kind of content. So yeah, he's going to pick on like kids and like younger people and people who aren't all there in the head. That's just the name of the game.
Yeah.
For you, not anybody else. For
That's
you,
right.
you should want to do that. But no, clearly we don't. We want to just sit in the car and call ourselves non-binary.
That's right.
There.
Well, if they're non-binary, maybe they don't care about passing. Like, they can do that. If they started whining, if they started flipping out, like the way this person was talking about how they get misgendered, they seem calm about it. They seem like their idea about it is, I need to get less bothered by this. To me, that looked positive. I watched that TikTok and it's like, yeah, this person seems like they're not all there. Yeah, they seem a bit, you know, they don't really resemble a woman to me or whatever. I don't know what they're going for specifically because they call themselves non-binary. So it's like, well, it could be anything then, sure. Have fun, whatever. But like...
But no, clearly we don't. We want to just sit in the car and call ourselves non-binary.
Like, what was actually wrong with anything they said? If they're not like being unreasonable. We're pretending that they are. And like all of these people know that the people that watch, none of them care. None of them are listening and being like, a lot of the shit you're saying is actually retarded and makes no sense. I watched the thing just uninterrupted and it just makes no fucking sense. And you say a bunch of stuff that is like factually inaccurate. No, people will just believe everything they say and not check whether it makes any fucking sense next to the video they're being presented with. It's really bizarre. I'm learning a lot about human nature at the moment. A lot of things have been like recontextualized to me recently. And a lot of these like channels, they just kind of play off of people mistaking them for being someone authoritative. Which in Buck Angel's case is mostly just because he was trans before a lot of other people were trans, you know? They don't understand queer people. No one understands queer people. Queer people are a fucking mystery. My understanding of queer is you're queer if you call yourself queer, which is fine, but we need to not make trans that because that's meaningless. Queer and non-binary want to be meaningless and just about identity. They can do that. Like, look at this. Dude at 3220, not giving an effort to pass as a woman, but still gets mad if people misgender him. When was he mad? When was he mad? It's so strange. It's so strange. When was he mad?
That's right. And have man boobs. Those are man boobs, by the way. Men can have boobs. It's called gynecomastia, and it's a real...
I think the most annoying thing as well is, I think people did the same thing with me. People that watched me did the same thing. that I'm now criticizing a lot of other people for. Like, my stuff used to appeal much more to, like, right-leaners. And I think some of them definitely weren't really paying that much attention to my actual arguments. It was just, I'm shitting on woke trans people. And so they'll just believe anything I say. And I could easily have just taken that to the bank. I could easily have just pretended to be way more right-wing than I am. Bearing in mind, people still think I'm right-wing anyway, so it's like, well, whatever, you know, knock yourselves out. You can... almost everyone that talks about me is wrong about me, so it's fine. I'm just used to that now. But, like, I could have just said what I know an audience is going to like, and probably be doing way better with my channel than I am now. Because that's how you do it. You don't say what you actually think. You don't put yourself out there as someone with, like, ideas that you want to be heard. You just say what people want to hear. How do I spell diaper yours? Diaper yours. Sorry, you said something else. I don't know. Someone else answer. You also really don't want to look that person up. They are fucking wretched.
Thing. And so that's not hormone boobs. Those are man boobs. And so he's trying to pretend like they're actually, like, you know, trans boobs.
When did he... Where is he getting this from? When did this person try to pretend that they've got, like, trans boobs instead of just being a bit fat? Like, am I losing my mind? Why are these two people gaslighting me? Like,
Let me preface this by saying I need to stop responding to people calling me sir in public. Old habits die hard, but I don't know. It's kind of funny sometimes. Let me preface this by saying I don't put a lot of effort into passing. I don't really care. Like, I like how I look. I like how I present. I'm non.
So where do we say these are my trans HRT boobs that I definitely have?
Like, being misgendered isn't that big of a deal anyway. But it gets kind of confusing sometimes because I was just in a store and the cashier said, "Yeah, sir." And the guy next to me says, "Me?" And she says, "No, I was talking to him." And he, like, looks at me, and I look at him, and I look at her, and we're all kind of looking at each other. And I could tell the dude next to me is like, "Oh, wait, that's a man?" Like, there was just this awkward moment, you know? Like, I guess it's weird, you know, passing is really subjective, and different people perceive me in different ways, and I don't know, it's just weird. I think if I didn't respond at all, maybe she would have, instead of saying, "No, I was talking to him," maybe she would have switched up to "ma'am." I don't really know. And while we're on it, sometimes people will even skip sir and ma'am altogether and just call me, like, sweetie or love or something. I kind of like that. It's, I don't know.
OMG.
Okay, so absolutely nothing. So where's he getting it from then? These people just make things up about people. You, like, literally watch the content. Here's the thing. You can't really do react content where you're just going to make up things about the person you just watched. Or ideally, you shouldn't be able to do that because you've just played the content. And when you say things that are blatantly untrue about what you just played, it's obvious. You know, it's obvious that that person never pretended that they have, like, HRT boobs or whatever. And I think that they're still talking about the same person. Like, it's the same section. If they're this bad at, like, organizing their content, that's their fucking problem. But, like, so where was... Hang on, let me just find... Will it come up if I search man boobs? What they said? Oh. Man.
For the poor.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, this is how trans women, real trans women react to being misgendered. Like, just kind of handling it. If they talk about it, it's like, well, maybe there's some work on my end that I need to do. That's literally what that person did. What more do you want from these people at a certain point? I don't fucking get it. Where was it? So yeah, in an ideal world, they shouldn't be able to do what they're doing, where they just show stuff and then say complete nonsense that really doesn't match up at all to what we just watched. Unfortunately, in the world we live in, because people see these as like authorities and people look up to these kinds of people, they get away with it. And I find that really annoying and really disgusting. I don't think you should be able to get away with just making things up about people in an ideal world. I think it is a moral failing on your part if that's how you talk about people. I'm sorry, I do. And it's so blatant. How do you get away with this shit? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Boobs, by the way. Men can have boobs. It's called gynecomastia, and it's a real thing. And so that's not hormone boobs. Those are man boobs.
So this has absolutely nothing to do with what we watched. What the fuck is he talking about?
And so he's trying to pretend like they're actually like, you know, trans boobs.
But then, I don't know, when people say this kind of shit, you ask them, oh, I just get a general sense that he generally thinks that he generally has HRT general boobs. And it's like, okay, wow, you're worthless.
They're not titty skittles. They're not.
Nice.
That person seems to have other issues outside of being trans. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. They pick on, like, speds. They pick on people that aren't all there. Much younger people that aren't all there, people that are a good amount of IQ points lower, and it's obvious about them. That's these people's bread and butter. Look at this person. I'm better than this person. I have to dive through the fucking gutters of the internet looking for the worst of the worst so that I find someone that I am actually better than. That's what this shit is. Subjectively, the trans woman with buck doesn't pass and is fake AF. Well, yeah, some people see it that way. Because passing is subjective. Like, these people are actually just idiots.
Nice, good.
But maybe they're not idiots. Maybe they're just dishonest. And if you're going to be dishonest and, like, misrepresent people, all you have to do is find some bullshit excuse as to why it makes perfect sense why you'd arrive at that conclusion. But in this case, they're just straight up butchering this. Like, it's just so obvious that they don't know what they're talking about.
Good reference to an older video from Tory Tuesday. If you haven't checked that out, check it out.
Go watch Titty Skittles.
Yeah, they are A-logging. A-logging actually means you are similar to someone that you hate on. Because you want to, instead of being compared to them and treated the same way as them, you hate on them so that other people who also hate on them will be cool, will think you're cool. You know, you join in with the bullies that bully someone that is similar to you, even though it's hypocritical on your part. That's what A-logging is. And that's what these people do, 100%.
This is the best.
Oh my god! Like, and what was he expecting? What was he expecting? When they're like, "Sir," or whatever, and not answering. Were you expecting, ma'am?
He's like, "Are you talking to me?" And the dude in line is like, "Someone's talking to you, sir." Oh, that's a man. Bullshit. I don't believe them. Any other person in line ever thought that was a woman ever.
Well, if they would have said, "Ma'am, would he been happy or would he expected?" Excuse me, they
totally. Oh, that's right. They're non-binary.
Right.
I think they're just saying that because they're never going to pass, and passing is subjective.
No effort into it.
Tori transitioned whilst being a kindergarten teacher. I mean, I don't have a problem with, like, trans people being teachers, in essence. I'm not fucking Billboard Steve. I don't know. If they're not like... If they're not filling any kids' heads up with shit they shouldn't be, it doesn't really matter. If they're just doing their job, then that's fine. Gatekeeping is bullying at this point. Well, gatekeeping doesn't have to be bullying. Some level of gatekeeping is necessary. I think some of these people engage in way too much gatekeeping. I think a lot of people demonize gatekeeping as being this evil thing that anyone that has a more gatekeepy kind of vision of what trans should be is like Satan incarnate. And we've seen how that panned out because, like, you have the whole 2Q and transmed kind of thing. And ironically, what they've done is gatekeep people with beliefs about gatekeeping out of trans conversations, which you truly can't make up. But, like, these people, like, take it way too far, I think. And it's like they just point at anything different to them and assume that they must be, like, the other kind of trans that is the bad kind of trans. And I think that is, like, lame as fuck.
Yes, exactly.
It's subjective.
It's for
I love it.
People only. You can only pass if you're privileged.
No, that's right. Some people can't
Right.
I think they're just saying that because they're never going to pass, and passing is subjective.
No effort into it. Yes, exactly.
It's subjective.
It's for
I love it.
People only. You can only pass.
No, we just get to like the general. Once we've exhausted our reactions to the video, which aren't even reactions to the video because most of it makes no sense in that context, we just go to the generalized things. Oh yeah, isn't it bad when people talk about passing privilege? Oh, you mean the extreme form of gatekeeping? That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I get a bit primed sometimes because I think that for some people, like any kind of gatekeeping gets like demonized when actually, to me, it's necessary. Like what we don't want is trans just meaning anyone that calls himself trans. And unfortunately, we're at that juncture and it's not helpful. And it means that people with very, very different experiences all get lumped in under trans. And it means transgender and transsexual, which are two different things and stuff. And that kind of stuff isn't helpful. But yeah, people take it too far very easily. I'm sure there's people that say, oh, I don't voice train enough, so I'm not trans, you know? And that kind of shit is like ridiculous. Like I could gatekeep trans. I could say, well, if you don't naturally look like a woman, then you're not trans. You had to like get a bunch of plastic surgery. Anyone can do that. Anyone can make themselves look like a fucking Barbie doll. Like, why should I consider you trans or whatever? Like, you can gatekeep like anything, and usually it's like, I don't know. You gatekeep enough that the term makes sense, and then you shouldn't really need to beyond that, I think. But like, yeah, you know, demonizing it is annoying. Overindulging in it is also annoying. There's a sweet spot. There's always a sweet spot in the middle. It's bizarre.
If you're privileged.
No, that's right. Some people can't afford to pass. I'm like,
that's true though. Some people can't afford to pass. So then what? You still have those feelings, but you can't afford to do. That was literally fucking me. Like I've talked about this. That's literally me. I couldn't afford to pass anymore, and I probably never will. I can't afford like FFS. I've had like surgery. I have taken HRT for like fucking 10 years. I'm about as far as I'm getting. So it's like, well, then what? Like, these are the real things that these people just kind of take the piss out of, which actually a lot of trans people experience. And a lot of people hit a wall over, I think. Like I did, you know? It's like music, only the posh ones win. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's so fucking annoying, these people.
Bitch, the poorest of the poor.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not changing your voice. Voice training is hard. And the effort for what you get out of it, when you might just sound like ContraPoints at the end of the day. What does she call it? The tranny squawk or whatever. Yeah, I do actually get why most trans women don't voice train. I think some of them probably should at least try a little bit to not sound like the most baritone motherfucker ever, but, you know.
Wait.
You look at this girl's other pictures, she doesn't pass. She can only pass on camera, kind of. Yeah, it's true. The other, like, you never see these people, like, just out and about. Like, even someone like me, I pass better when I'm, like, here by myself. Because you don't see what I look like next to actual women. Like, if you see me next to my partner, my head is, like, so much bigger than hers. Because she's quite small. She's, like, a good 6 inches shorter than me. And just physically smaller. It's like, my wrists don't look big or anything, right? I guess they look kind of big. But my partner's wrists are, like, fucking almost half the size of mine. Like, tiny. So I'm just like, way bigger physically. And I'm way physically bigger than a lot of women, you know? And if you see me around other women, you're going to start realizing there's something different about this one, you know? But if you're just sat in your room with like filters on and like all your FFS and your makeup done, I was going to say perfectly, but I keep seeing the eyebrows and I'm like, nope. But it is easy to sit like this and lecture other people about passing, truthfully. I don't know what this person looks like around actual women. I have no idea.
And that's right. You can get hormones for free. You can go to Planned Parenthood. They'll pay for everything. Like, you're full bullshit. The old school trannies had to walk on the street and prostitute in order to get their hormones, and they would shoot tire.
My partner is a total elf. I'll tell her. I think she'd take that well. Makes you imagine a bunch of teenage boys in school roasting the poor kids who can't afford to look smacks. Well, there is an element of that to these people. It's all about just finding someone worse than you and pointing at them. Passing is overrated. It depends what you're going for. If you want to be regarded as a woman 100% of the time and you want people to think you're a woman, you do have to pass. You're really not going to make everyone think that you are what you identify as. But if someone wants to transition and that's not their goal, and they're okay with just kind of doing what they want to do and people call you what you want, then passing doesn't matter, I guess. And that's fine. Like, sure, I don't know. I mean, it's a bit... I think there is something too that there's like a unique experience being one sex and trying to pass as the other. I think that is quite a unique experience. But at the same time, like, everyone's transition is going to look differently.
You know that fix-a-flat shit?
Fix-a-flat, yeah.
They use...
Have I seen Blair amongst women? I can't say I have. The problem is Blair has gone so overboard with like the plastic surgery that like I don't even know what she's going for anymore.
Fix-a-flat, by the way, everybody. If you didn't know that, old school transsexuals, they didn't have the money to get surgeries or it wasn't available.
Actually, you know what? The more I'm looking at this woman's makeup, the more I'm really not digging it. Shit. I thought it was just the eyebrows. Hang on. Listen, if these people are happy like roasting other people based on how well they pass, then they can deal with a few looks-based jibes. That's fine. But like these eyelashes are kind of like spidery looking. It's kind of like we've got like spider legs coming up. It's a bit like that fucking unique mascara with like the fibers. There's all these pictures of people like using it. And they've got like fucking spider legs coming out of their fucking eyes. You're like 6'2", you have a passable face, you'll never pass. Yeah, well, I mean, you know. The other thing is, if you'll never pass fully, you take the lesser or more, or you detransition, you know. Like, I'll only pass so well. I'm like 5'10", I'm quite tall. I'm quite big boned even though I'm skinny, you know. It just is if people see me as like an androgynous man a lot of the time, they can do that. I'm just one of those that doesn't have a penis, and that is going to confound some people. But yeah, like the lashes are pretty awful. I don't know that the eyeliner is particularly matching. Yeah, not blown away. Not blown away.
The way, everybody, if you didn't know that, old school transsexuals, they didn't have the money to get surgeries or it wasn't available. They were using silicone and fix-a-flat in their... Yep. I saw them actually do it once. I was there, and they were like making their hips look.
Did you ever go to pumping parties?
Yes.
Oh.
Listen, the one thing I will say, like, people can normally tell what sex other people are. And that is most likely an evolutionary thing. If you know what you can and can't mate with, then you're going to be able to have kids, you know? And believe it or not, reproduction actually fucking matters, despite what all the fucking Butlerites want to tell you. Is it Butlerites? I don't know. Whatever shit. The only thing that's different about humans is that you get humans that go out of their way to mask what their sex is. So sometimes you can't tell, and that is fine, you know. I'm always going to occasionally get someone's sex wrong. Trans men confuse me more often than you think, because of like the beard and the voice and stuff. It is quite a powerful illusion.
Oh my gosh.
It's actually insane.
It's insane.
Yeah, we should have a whole video on that, everybody. I think if you were into us to do a video on...
Ooh, do a whole video and I'll watch it and I'll point out how you talk utter bollocks and get fucking views for it. And get a fucking parasocialist fuck audience hanging on your every word. And there's some effect going on where even though these people are talking utter bollocks and it is patently untrue what they're saying, a bunch of people are just going to hang on their every word anyway and just agree with all of it. And it's like, but the part I watched was like moronic. And it's very obvious why it's moronic because you showed the context that you're responding to. So I don't know, this effect is something I think I need to like dig into because it's a problem everywhere. It's a problem on the right. It's a problem on the left. It's a problem in TERF spaces, a problem in TRA spaces. It's very much a problem in fucking shitter drama spaces. It's like terrifying. And you definitely stop wondering why people like fucking Trump and people like that rise to prominence. But so many people who are like anti-Trump take advantage of the same shit, you know? Anyway, is there anything else here? These people are so stupid, man. Is there anything else here?
Those, I think it's going to blow your mind. I think you need to know what transsexuals actually had to go through. When you hear these whiny little bitches today about.
Oh yeah, Buck is definitely a short king for sure. I could, if I ran into Buck Angel in the street, I could definitely look straight forward and not be able to see him.
I can't. Like, nah, you don't even know what it means to suffer.
Like, literally.
You don't even know what it means to suffer. Oh, you watch the Daviana thing. That Daviana person is concerning in many ways. Like, there's all these like court records. They put themselves out there as like, oh, I'm this like rational transsexual. I'm this rational transsexual. Yeah, I know I'm a man, all this kind of shit. And then they have all these court records of like what a terrible and like neglectful parent they were. And like borderline abusive partner to their ex-wife and shit. It's just, you do like no digging. Anytime someone comes along, hey, look how rational I am. You do like no digging, and like, actually this person sucks just as bad. Actually this person is like fucking weird. It takes nothing. And I mean, I hope it's clear. I don't go around, I'm not a rational fucking transsexual. I'm not a rational person in general. I'm like mentally ill as fuck. I'm just honest about it. I just don't pretend to be otherwise, so I can be better than other people on the internet. Wait, what did Buck just say?
I think it's going to blow your mind. I think you need to know what transsexuals actually had to go through. When you hear these whiny little bitches.
Yeah. Wait, he's calling other people whiny and then being like, oh, well, you don't know what it's like to suffer. Isn't that kind of whiny in itself?
Today about, I can't. Like, nah, you don't even know what it means to suffer.
Like, literally.
Yeah, it says the rich man who made his money in like fucking porn, doing like niche porn. Like, okay, man. Rich fucking celebrity that gets to sit in front of a camera and talk bollocks for like fucking 42 minutes with your friend, not even having to do anything half the time because you got a co-host and other things playing. Like, yeah, okay, tell people what suffering is like, Buck Angel. Tell people what suffering is like. Go ahead. Wow, amazing.
Literally, especially in America.
That was confusing because he was talking like him and the ex-wife and child were all fine with each other. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some kind of settlement that's been had, and maybe they've kind of buried whatever happened after that for the sake of the kid, and he's still able to see his kid or something like that. But it still happened, you know? It still is out there. And it's the same, like, middle-aged, like, AGP stereotype where they've all got kids that they don't see and, like, all this other shit. I don't know. It's just, like, miss me with that, to be honest. It's just, like, miss me with that. Rational IDW types. What's IDW? I'm being stupid. Oh, intellectual dark web? I don't know much about that. But yeah. Most of the criticism you can make of like retards like this, you can apply it to a lot of people. The kind of human nature, the kind of patterns are really very observable just by watching like any amount of content about any one politicized issue. And it irritates me when people push like horseshoe theory as something that's real. Because actually what these people are doing is pretending to be moderate and saying that the extremes are the same. When actually, no, it's just that human nature is human nature and we all operate on similar kind of wavelengths because we're all humans. That's really what it is. Actually, there is no horseshoe. It's just kind of folded upwards or something. And everyone's really quite similar to everyone else and just pretends otherwise. Wasn't Daviana watching hardcore porn with their kids sitting next to them on the sofa? I can't remember specifically, but it would not surprise me. There was a lot of weird shit in these leaks. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, Sargon, JP, Dave Rubin, Weinstein. Yeah. I gotta say, I've never been a fan of any of those people. I think there was a brief window where Sargon said some stuff that I guess I kind of agreed with. that was about it. I don't know. I got a little more right wing when I started doing my channel. I kind of corrected back again. And everyone still thinks I'm right wing anyway, so it is what it is. Yeah, is there anything? There's probably nothing else worth watching. We understand. We understand the snark brain. We understand that these people are morons, I guess. There we go. There we go. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget, you can join the channel on YouTube. You can vote green. Fair enough. I don't like the Green Party myself. I think their economics seem pretty suspect. I think hinging a lot of your hopes on taxing the rich is not going to work out super well. I also think that open borders policy is quite possibly going to spark an actual fucking civil war. Like, it's out of control. I'm not anti-immigration myself, but whatever the case is, people are pissed off, you know? And some kind of control is probably necessary, I guess. There you go. I'm a massive rightoid. I think that controlled immigration is better than open borders or no immigration. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Picking on the kids, Buck is an old bully. Yeah, a lot of them around. A lot of them around. I don't know. I'm sure plenty of people can find old content of mine and be like, oh, well, you bully people too. Maybe I have bullied the odd person. And if it's pointed out to me, is every chance that I would say, yeah, you know what, I think I went too far with that. I think, like, I don't know, I still really want to go through, like, some of my old content that I just don't really probably agree with anymore. I still get the odd fucking comment from, like, wokeoid fucking shitters. Like, oh, you're still, like, a pick-me, like, a year ago. I'm like, yeah, a year ago. Mate, look at something from, like, a month ago, and I'm probably updating constantly. So to base all your opinions on something I said fucking 1 or 2 months ago even might be a fool's errand. You know? But whatever. I can't fix stupid, and I don't intend to. They're also pissed off about a lot of things. We need more young workers. Yeah, I agree. We have a birth rate issue. If the locals are not having enough kids, then we're going to need to bring other people in. Otherwise, we're having more people leave the tax-paying fucking population. We have more people leaving that and going on to benefits where tax goes to than we have people bringing in tax through work or whatever. So if there's not enough kids replacing the aging population, then we need to bring in immigrants. It is that simple. It is that simple. I gave Hendrix crap. I did not bully Hendrix. Hendrix bullies other people and whines about other people bullying him. And it's this like Twitter perpetual cycle of, oh, well, they were mean to me, so I was mean to them, and then they were mean to me, and then I was mean to them. Watching that Dead Domain video very much confirmed that he is like just kind of a fucking loser, unfortunately. And maybe he's changed as well. Maybe he doesn't do that shit anymore. If so, that's fine. Listen, that's what I do. Here's my impression of that person based on what I know at a certain point in time. Maybe it's different. I'm not saying that I know that this is the case. You know what I mean? You can say that, believe it or not. Malcolm, I'm sorry. Anyway. So yeah, we're going to watch this. This is going to be the rest of the stream, to be honest with you. I don't want to be here for fucking ages. Make sure you like the stream. So someone has made an almost 90-minute long hit piece on Alexis Blake. Alexis Blake, as in like probably the most normie, centrist, fence-sitting trans person on YouTube. We know who Alexis Blake is. We know and love her. To be honest, I don't watch her much anymore because I kind of know what I'm gonna get. I think generally when she covers something like Lily Tino, she's probably going to be better at it than most people. And I think she does kind of give a good example of someone who is much more normie and hasn't been radicalized on the internet and just kind of thinks what they think. You know what I mean? He's worse than ever before. Oh, okay, well, fair enough, whatever. I mean, listen, he can come in and defend himself if he wants, but I'm not very compelled by people like him, to be honest. It's all just Twitter drama is their life. Like, that's boring to me. But yeah, Alexis Blake. So I do find Alexis Blake very much a fence sitter. I don't mind that necessarily. She's made some videos that I like. She's made some videos that I thought were kind of shit. Her Lily Tino 10 is better than most people's, I'll give her. But yeah, so you would expect that if someone makes a hit piece on Alexis Blake, that that's what they'd go for. That this person hedges their bets. They... How do I put this? Hang on. Yeah, they kind of hedge their bets. They don't really like expressing, or she doesn't really like expressing her opinions without that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Which, like, you can just say what you believe to be true sometimes, and it's okay to do that. You know, don't, like, fucking slander people, I guess. Be careful with that. But in general, it's okay. It's okay to have an actual take once in a while. That's the kind of thing you'd expect. But instead, this person is calling Alexis Blake the British Blair White. Like, I don't know much about Alexis's politics. I'm not aware that this person is, like, right-wing. I doubt they're, like, very far left, but I would imagine they are, like, centrist and or liberal, you know. If they're conservative, then moderate conservative at best. I don't really know her politics super well, so that's I'm guessing maybe she is, like, secretly far right and I just don't know about this. She's just very, like, measured. Surprised Alexis hasn't made anything on the Firebat situation. I'm not surprised because Alexis is, like, above that shit, quite frankly. Far above that shit. As am I. I shouldn't have got involved in it in the first place. It was stupid. I say that. I still think that the videos I've kept up, I think, are actually decent. The streams I did where I was just watching a bunch of his shit were terrible. And I removed loads of stuff because I'm getting targeted by rightoids. That's the other thing people don't understand. I get targeted by the right even more than the left. The fucking right does not like me. This whole, they won't spare you. Oh, these people will backstab you the first chance they get. Mate, I literally know. Mate, I literally have experienced that over and over. The thing is, I've experienced it from both sides over and over. So when people on the left say that about me, I'm like, well, that's fucking you too. Why the fuck are you telling me about these people? That's you too, bitch. Anyway. So yeah, I don't know how this person is Blair White. They're not a conspiracy theorist. They're not a Christian as far as I know. If she is a Christian, again, she's a lot more kind of quiet about it. She has very normie opinions, very normie politics. But this person thinks she takes the Blair White comparison as a compliment. Well, that's fair enough, but the way this person means it, they mean that this person is like a far-right fascist. And I don't necessarily have a problem with calling Blair White a far-right fascist, even if I probably wouldn't say that myself, because calling anything a fascist nowadays is just cringe. You just get into a stupid fucking argument that I'm not interested in. But we're going to find out why Alexis Blake's content is dangerous, okay? So all of this we're looking at here, all of this that we're looking at here, this is dangerous. This is dangerous, okay? It's actually dangerous content. This person fence sitting and giving, like, normie ass takes and not really rocking the boat, like, fucking ever. And if they even slightly rock the boat, being like, it's just my opinion though, it's just my opinion. Caveating everything. That person's dangerous, apparently. Their content is dangerous. Absolutely fucking bizarre. But anyway, we're going to watch the video. I'm interested. I will probably end up just defending Alexis, to be honest, but I don't know what this person's going to say. My impression is it's going to be over-radicalized, fucking, you know, TRA nonsense, but I guess we'll see. And I have reacted to this person before. They complained about the Supreme Court ruling, and I didn't care then. I still don't care now, because basically nothing has happened as a result of the Supreme Court ruling. So, hey. Oh, also Liam found this. Like, Liam tends to respond to a lot of stuff. Like, he's protective. That's sweet in a way, you know? Liam being Alexis's husband. And, I don't know. A lot of it boils down to, you watched some stuff and made a bunch of, like, you know, you made a bunch of leaps in logic to say some pretty weird shit about someone that I know that you don't. Again, it always comes back to that, doesn't it? It always comes back. I don't know this person. I'm going to make crazy fucking claims about their character, which, saying that they engage in certain thought processes, by the way, and saying that someone engages in certain kind of behaviors, that is by extension commenting on their character. if I go around saying that person rapes kids, I am making a comment on their character, even though what I'm really talking about is their behavior. Because what does it say about a person that rapes kids? It says that they are probably about the worst of the worst, you know? That's a character statement. Anyway, enough educating retards. Let's watch the video.
There's a creator who has popped up on my feed from time to time, and I've noticed a couple of odd takes, so I thought I'd do a little digging. And honestly, what I found was quite shocking.
And she said, in my opinion, it's not transphobic to not want to date a trans person, just my opinion. Yeah, it does irritate me a bit. The constant is my opinion. Again, there's always a happy medium. On the one hand, you've got people like Alexis that over sugarcoat everything and constantly, it's my opinion. Oh, don't come for me, it's just my opinion. You've got people like that on one side, and you've got people on the other side that just state all of their opinions as incontrovertible facts. I hate both kinds of people. I mean, I don't hate Alexis, to be clear. I find that irritating. But I hate both tendencies. I find both tendencies extremely annoying. I find the latter worse. I think it's way worse. I think it's far worse to treat all your opinions as facts and state them as facts and then run away to it's just my opinion when challenged. Like, at that point, you're a coward. And I have far more of a problem with people that do that. But both tendencies are annoying. I watched your video on Edge of the Matrix, very informative, even though I'm generally agree with him. I don't like his methods, he's acting in good faith. Oh, thank you so much, Benji. Benji Spike, thank you for watching. Yeah, I mean, I have broad agreements with Steve as well. But the more I watched him, it's like, I don't know. I've come to the same conclusion as lots of people that he is just kind of transphobic and kind of awful. But I actually do the legwork to understand why it is that he is those things. And if I come to the same conclusion but I actually put the work in, that's fine. I don't know. I don't like to just judge people. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, even if it's to a fault. Even if it means I let fucking terrible people fucking walk all over me. But hey.
She's a British content creator. Let's just say we have a lot in common. She also has a husband. She's a YouTuber as well. There's a lot to say that we have in common, okay? However, what we don't have...
What's this giggling? Stop.
There's a lot to say that we have in common, okay? However, what we...
Okay, every other sentence I'm going to be like... and let's see how long it takes before it gets annoying, okay?
we don't have in common are our political views. Alexis Blake is a self-defined centralist who likes...
Centralist? Does she call herself a centralist? I hope she didn't call herself a centralist. That is like Aurelos right there. Calling oneself a centralist.
To listen to...
By the way, Blair White is not a centrist, believe it or not. Blair White really isn't a centrist.
all sides of the conversation.
I can see how someone could agree with both points of this.
So today we're going to be taking a look at some of those takes, and we're going to make up our own minds as to what we think about them.
This just proves that you can have different opinions to people on certain things, but having that conversation is so much more valuable, and I think a lot more is accomplished from that than when certain people have tried to drag me down because one of my opinions is different to theirs.
Now, I will say...
Actual take. Listen, sometimes Alexis actually grows a pair, and I actually like some of what she says. I honestly think this is one of the better trans creators out there. It's a very, very fucking low bar. Makes it sound like a root on the underground.
People have tried to drag me down because one of my opinions is different to theirs.
Now, I will say that this is probably going to look a lot longer than my normal videos, and so the style is probably going to also be quite different.
Yeah, we needed over an hour. Like, if you make a video like this and it's like this long, like just get like, I'm sorry, man.
I want to be careful. I want to be...
Blair White is far right by British standards and pretty right by American standards. Yeah, I get that. Do I like Alexis more than Marcus? I have agreements and disagreements with both. I really don't like Blair White very much. I don't think Marcus is as bad. He does kind of hint at having much more conservative leanings than he expresses. like I think he's right about some stuff, and I think he's like very off base with others. Like he did a video about Elon Musk's ex, Ashley St. Clair, and it was like the dumbest shit I've ever seen. So he's not immune, but Marcus isn't like the worst of them, I guess. I don't know. Oh, his Lily Tino stuff sucks as well. It's just that Lily Tino is not actually trans, because if you're really trans, you don't do anything weird. Like that's just nonsense, man. What are you saying anyway?
Educated in my responses. I don't want to be cruel.
You know what? Fuck it. Maybe I do like Alexis more than Marcus. Maybe that is actually true.
Okay, there is an element of Alexis Blake's content that to me is borderline dangerous.
This is just fucking retarded. It doesn't matter what you say. Like what's the implication here? That this chronic fence sitter is making dangerous content. Like we're gonna get into how so, I guess. But when you're telling someone that their content is dangerous, you mean that harm is coming from their content being made. So like how is harm coming to people? Presumably what you have to do is like sit and actually watch the video for any harm to occur. So you actually do have to sit and watch a Alexis Blake video. And then what harm? What, it might offend someone? Anything might offend anyone. That's not harm, really. That's just people having different opinions. It's a very, very tall claim, and I guess maybe it makes sense that this video is quite long, because you're going to have to really go some way to proving that this person's content is borderline dangerous. But it's just ridiculous. I mean, the word dangerous, words like dangerous, safe, those kind of things are like meaningless now. But let's see what this person says, I guess. This is an extremely poor first impression, but I don't know.
At the very least, could push people further down the far-right pipeline than they...
What? This is far-right pipeline content? This is a gateway to the far-right? Remember when they said that about Sargon of Akkad? Sargon of Akkad turned out actually to be far-right. Is this person far-right? Is this person in 3 years going to be talking about the Great Replacement? Or like advocating for fucking Restore Britain? I just don't buy it. I just don't think that's true. And like the alt-right pipeline shit is such a dated talking point by now. I've always been such a good mimic of people. I can do accents. Like I could probably mimic anyone decently well, as long as their voice is in my range and as long as I can listen and like repeat it back a few times. If I sat and listened to Marcus a bit, I could come up with a better impression than what I did. That was just my generic European accent.
Vision by clicking on a couple of her videos. So bear with me. Let's have a conversation, as Alexis herself says she likes to do.
Mate, if you wanted a conversation, you would have reached out to her. This isn't a conversation. This is you, like, talking utter bollocks, most likely. Again, we haven't seen yet. We'll see.
Like always, if you disagree with some of the things I said in this video, that's great. That's normal. It's healthy. It's human. Let's have a conversation in the comments below.
Ooh, much far right. Very wow. It's fascist when you hear someone saying, well, we can all agree to disagree and stuff. That's fascism. That's the first step towards becoming a fascist. Absolutely.
Trigger warning, transphobia, misogyny, internalized transphobia, internalized misogyny.
I fucking internalized transphobia. Are you a professional fucking trans gaslighter on the internet if you aren't constantly telling people that they're having internalized transphobia, internalized misogyny?
Trigger warning, transphobia, misogyny, internalized transphobia, internalized misogyny.
Oh no, they just can't spell. Fair enough.
Fascism, racism.
Racism? Okay, trigger warning for racism when we're talking about Alexis Blake. Jesus Christ, man. Okay. Yeah, I know. It's always fine for these people to tell others what to think or how they think. Sorry, and I experience that all the time. People tell me how I think all the time, and it's annoying, and it's cringe, and I don't know why anyone would listen to someone that does that, but people do. That's fair enough. But like, usually it's just a way of telling someone without actually dealing with their arguments or dealing with what they actually think. It's just a way of hand-waving stuff. Oh no, actually you hate yourself because you're trans, even though trans is not a intrinsic characteristic. What's with the giggle? It's because this person knows they're being deceitful. Actually, no, I don't know that. I haven't really seen the video yet. It's giving all of the impressions that this person is gonna say some absolutely crazy shit. Probably got inebriated to deal with that.
Let's take a look at some of her centralist takes to start.
There's some parts of it I'm not so proud of, and some bits not as connected with. Like, you know, when you see like the activists were like, ah.
Centralist takes.
Yeah, that's real. I feel that too. I've dealt with some fucking extremely toxic people from those like activist circles, and those kinds of people are like quite culty in some ways. Some of those people literally cannot handle the slightest difference of opinion. How are you going to talk about someone being a pipeline to fascism when on your side it's like, well, you have to have this, that, and the other opinions, or you're like excised, you're out of the club and shit like that? Isn't that worse?
Now, what do I mean by that is
The activists were like, ah.
centralist takes. Now, what do I mean by that is not left-leaning, not right-leaning, but kind of an independent thinking. Basically,
Yeah, that's called centrism, bro. Centrism. Centrism. Not centralism. Centralism is not a thing. Wait, if it's a thing, it's something very different. Jesus Christ.
Personal opinions.
Well, if a trans person has bangs covering their heads, they have a very masculine forehead. That's what that means. I also have a very masculine forehead. I just can't be arsed hiding it because having a fringe doesn't actually look good on me.
And nothing too one-sided. And
I'll be honest, I don't think this person looks bad, to be honest. They pass okay. I'm probably saying they, but I don't mind she-herring this person. Like, if you actually look a bit like what you're going for, then I don't mind.
We can find any patterns from the get-go, but for now...
Yeah, these people, I don't know about this person. What I generally find is that these people believe in something called fishhook theory, which is even more retarded than whatever the other one was. Fuck. Horseshoe theory. Fishhook theory is like the even more retarded cousin of horseshoe theory, because it allows whichever side is saying the fishhook goes the other way to pretend that they're the singular sane ones, and the centrists and the people on the other side are all insane. That's what fishhook theory is. So let's say that I'm a right winger and I'm talking about fishhook theory. I'll take it from the right. Here's the right. And fishhook theory is like going to the middle, and then the far left loops around. So the far left is basically the same as the centrists. And then left wingers do the other thing, except instead the centrists are the same as the far right. When that just does not exist. That is like retarded to say. What really happens is you get a lot of people who call themselves centrists who pretend to be centrists when actually they're actually quite far right. Like, there was a really amazing epic video that perfectly demonstrates this by the Panic Bimbos, or the Panic Button, or whatever they're called. I can't remember. This person like calls herself a centrist, and then she made this video about why she voted for Trump, literally talking about, well, Kamala has like this and this and this and this, like, wrong with her. I just like couldn't think of anything bad about Trump, you know? I just couldn't think anything bad about Trump. I'm a centrist, by the way. That's the kind of thing that is why fishhook theory exists. And it's complete nonsense. That person isn't a centrist. They're actually just a right-winger pretending to be more moderate than they are. People pretend to be more moderate than they are all the time. That's very normal. I don't know if I still call myself like a centrist. I used to. I go with liberal a bit more now because I think it kind of expresses that I am actually somewhat left-leaning. But if I'm to call myself a centrist, I think what is most important about being a centrist is knowing when to break with the moderate position. Sometimes a thing is important, and you can't just say, well, I understand both sides. It's okay if that is your take sometimes, if that's the most sensible take. But I think the most important thing you can do as a centrist is know when to break with that. What is not centrism is pretending otherwise, and actually being one side or the other, and just pretending that you're more moderate than you are. Can't remember which video it was. It was really shit. It was really dumb. It's probably from a while ago because it was about Trump getting elected. That is fake centrism. I don't know what the fuck this person's going to say, but I guess we'll find out.
I'm going to try and be as fair as I can. Alexis Blake reacting to Blair White, who is a popular overtly right-wing trans women in the US. And Blair White is actually reacting to another creator who's more...
Rose Montoya. Does this person know that Rose Montoya was like accused of SA against like 5 different trans men? I don't know what came of this. I'm not saying this person is like actually... Listen, this isn't Firebat Snark. We don't just hear one accusation, boom, that person's a rapist. We don't do that. However, there are allegations from more than one different trans person. Apparently specifically like trans men. This person got her tits out of the White House. Very cringe, very lame. Don't know why you need to do that. There was a bunch of allegations about this person. And I bet this person, because Rose Montoya is like a radical. She's like a left trans radical type. So I wonder if this person like sums any of this up. It's fair enough to say Blair is like nuts and point out some of the ways in which she is nuts. This person also has some like really dodgy shit around them. Yeah, accused of SA, Spotify for creators. Survivor stories of allegations against Rose Montoya. It was trans men. Jacob Diamond. So I don't know what is true and what isn't, to be clear. Oh, this is by Aaron Kimberly. I know who this is. I saw like one video by him, but it seemed interesting. What if the person admitted to it on their own behalf? I would still be interested in like the broader context. If they're like very mentally retarded and admitted to it, but also didn't admit to it and also said that everything they said previously was wrong. And if that person has a history of like untruthful or delusional statements, then I'm not taking anything they say as fact, even if they admitted it. Do you know what I mean? Everyone treats Firebat like, because he admitted it once, that's the time where he was absolutely 100% being truthful. That doesn't really make any sense to me. And if he ends up suing anyone for calling him a rapist over and over where there's no proof, then that is their fucking problem. That is their fault. Cybersmith absolutely demolished these people on this point, and he's a legend, quite frankly. Big up, Cybersmith. Anyway. So this Jacob Diamond person, trans man whose account of repeated sexual assault by a trans woman partner unsettles the dominant grammar of gender, power, sexual violence. I'm just going to skim this. I don't want to spend forever on this. Bear with me. Like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat, etc. Anyway, Matt Montoya in 2018 whilst homeless, blah, blah, blah. Series of sexual violations. There's one out of like several people that apparently accuse this person, by the way. Most serious assault. If this is true, this is like fucked. If this is true, this is fucking nasty, okay? This is fucking nasty. All these people that are obsessed with rape when it's someone that they can shit on endlessly. You talking about Rose Montoya? What's the update on all this? I haven't heard anything in a while. If you're a trans man creator, this is close to home, surely. I don't know, man. But yeah, like, if someone sexually assaulted someone right after their fucking, like, first phalloplasty surgery, that's nuts, bro. That's nuts. I've had, like, bottom surgery. I can't imagine what it would be like being sexually assaulted after just having bottom surgery. I don't know what fucking phalloplasties are like. I can only imagine it is horrific. It would be a pretty horrific experience. Initiated sex, anyway. Describes being physically immobilized, emotionally devastated during what should be a meaningful stage of transition. Yeah, so there's a lot of allegations around this person. That's just one person, I think, though. I'm sure there were others. One trans man took it to TikTok. Yeah, I've seen some. I think I've seen like a couple of different accounts. But we get the message. The thing is, there were 5 trans guys. They all accused this person of sexual assault. And that's this person here. So let's see if this person caveats any of this with, well, this person is actually probably a worse person than Blair White if we're going to believe these trans men that have come forward about her. Because Blair White has no allegations of being a rapist, just so we're clear. Nor does Alexis Blake.
I would say more progressive, more on the left. So this should be a perfect example of us seeing how centralist Alexis is.
You may remember last time we
I'm gonna actually like eat my own face off if this person doesn't stop saying centralist.
did this. There was a woke trans
Seeing how centralist Alexis is.
You may remember last time we did this, there was a woke trans activist who made a TikTok about me saying I'm a horrible representation of trans people.
Blair White is another one of those ultra privileged trans people.
Yeah, if it's true what this person is saying, they have no business calling Blair White a bad person. I don't like Blair White. I don't like her content. I think she says some really ridiculous shit. Her Twitter presence is fucking embarrassing, even by most people's Twitter presence standards. As someone whose Twitter presence also was embarrassing, and that's why I got rid of it. You still have no business if what people are saying is true. I'm sorry.
Representation of trans people.
Blair White is another one of those ultra privileged trans people that I will never understand because she hasn't struggled like
this person looks privileged as fuck as well, but okay. And didn't Blair White come up from like nothing? She's been famous for a long time. Sure as fuck doesn't want for anything now. Has the easiest fucking life. Just getting stoned, making shitty fucking TikTok reacts, smacking her lips every 2 seconds and, you know, pretending that she cares about the Epstein files and then just going back to fucking sucking Trump off again. However,
most of us trans people have struggled, and so she just doesn't fully understand.
How do you know what this person has like struggled with or not? Does this matriarchy type person listen to this and interrogate any of it? Or just, yeah, it's about Blair and I don't like Blair, therefore it must be true. Wow, wow, wow.
Has a lot of really problematic views, and why I think she's worse than Caitlyn Jenner is because she spreads misinformation, like literally fake news, but she
has done that, I will say.
You know, just has like really strong opinions that are very transphobic, that are very problematic, that are very racist, that are...
Oh no, opinions. Has Blair said anything racist? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not trying to defend fucking Blair White. Was Blair in the files? I don't think so.
Are very ableist and that are very classist, and I...
Anyone know who JP Gary Epi is? Part of his online career was funded by Jeffrey Epstein. That's a completely different story though.
Think that she's the worst representation of what a trans person can be.
And you may also recognize that very same TikToker as the trans woman who was banned from the White House for stripping. So, you know, I'm not going to say that's God.
That's also another thing. This person went topless at the White House. Is that good trans representation? Is that good trans representation? Do we want a trans person goes to the White House? Do we want them making a scene like this? Is that good?
I'm not going to say that's karma, but what I am going to say...
What I will say is, like someone like this, it doesn't really matter in terms of representation that much. In terms of like, people are going to hate trans people, whatever, in some cases. But at the same time, that doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. That doesn't mean you might as well act like the biggest fucking spaz you possibly can. Because who cares anyway? You can still behave like a civilized human being.
As I paid for a voodoo priestess to make something really...
And by the way, if you're willing to flash people, flashing is usually where it starts, okay? Again, I'm not saying this person is a rapist or a sexual assaulter, because I don't know it for sure, it's allegations. But when you go around flashing people, that generally indicates that you're probably going to go on to like stronger methods of sexual assaults.
Bad happened to you.
So first and foremost, let's just talk about what the progressive TikToker said. She just critiqued Blair White for a number of valid reasons. Her racism...
Okay, everything this person said is completely true. Just wow. No interrogation whatsoever. Do we get any more context about Rose Montoya? I don't think we do. I'd be amazed. Listen, I'll keep watching. I'd be amazed if this person criticizes Rose Montoya or brings up the allegations.
Her internalized transfer.
No, we're not watching Reactception. I'm watching this person's video. This person has included clips in their video. Sometimes that's reacting. This isn't Reactception. Reactception is... There's like 3 or 4 different fucking screens on screen, and each one takes fucking turns talking. That is not what's happening here, but okay.
Phobia and a number of valid reasons. Her racism, her internalized transphobia, and nothing, just to react on the
No evidence, but okay.
reaction, but like Blair White didn't deny any of those things. And the two of them even react.
Just because someone doesn't deny something, that doesn't mean it's true. Sometimes there's no point in denying something because people are just going to think it anyway. And I say that as someone that doesn't like Blair White. Is she racist? Maybe. I need to be shown some evidence of that. Most of what I've seen of her content, I just find it kind of vapid. And like, picking on low-hanging fruit by like reacting to fucking TikToks. Knowing that she's got like a parasocial audience that will just hang on her every word. Okay, well if people are just going to like me whatever I do, I'll just get stoned as fuck and watch some retard on TikTok. And do a fucking 2 ad reads in a fucking 10-minute video. Wow, amazing. That's got nothing to do with me calling her racist. I know she's racist. How much I care if she's racist, to be honest. It's every chance, but like, I don't know, man.
Acting physically, there was no like head shaking. There was no like, no, that's not me. Just kind of me admission by not saying anything.
Yeah,
So
even Deakins doesn't think fucking Blair's racist. There you go. This isn't evidence. What are you talking about? This is how you like gaslight people. You just find anything that confirms your worldview and run with it till the cows come home. Again, this rings a lot of bells. I've experienced this kind of thing a lot. It's actually very toxic.
physically, there was no like head shaking. There was no like, no, that's not me. Just
even giggling while we're talking. Like, yeah, she probably is like fucking blazed or something. Is a trans woman. But like, Jesus Christ, man.
kind of me admission by not saying anything.
No, she's taking the piss. She hears it all the time and it's like, okay, man, okay, I'm racist. Okay, wow, amazing. Okay, wow. She's taking the piss because she doesn't care.
So let's see what Alexa says.
I think I've actually seen that TikToker before online. I don't know where, but the face is very familiar. But I think that's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I know I shouldn't, like, she's just some of the things, like, where her...
You can find things funny even if you don't agree with them. Wow, amazing. This person is a terrible person for that. Absolutely. Wow, amazing. Fascist pipeline, 100%. There we go.
brain goes with it. I just don't know how she comes up with it. I don't know. I just find it quite funny. But yeah, that's not a great look, is it? Being naked at the White House. Why would you do that?
Yeah, there we go. Didn't mention this, did you? Matriarchy type. Didn't mention this, did you? That she flashed people at the White House? Didn't mention the allegations of sexual assault towards trans men?
What kind of like political... I don't understand that.
So again, no commenting at all on anything Blair White actually said. In fact...
Okay. Oh my god. I think woke content nowadays is just gaslighting people into your position by any means necessary. It's like the most borderline slander, but technically not slander shit. Just anything you can do. Oh, they didn't comment on Blair White, therefore it must be evidence of them being a fascist pipeline.
Blair White just mentioned about how that particular trans creator took off her top at the White House, which, yes, was very stupid. That...
Okay, wow. Now you should read about the other stuff that this person's accused of.
Two wrongs don't make a right, though. We all get taught that at very young ages.
What's the bigger wrong? Flashing people or saying something about someone? What's Blair's wrong here? What's Blair's wrong here?
So we don't actually get to hear her opinion on Blair White's racism, transphobia.
Okay, listen. If this was the gist of the video, what this person just said right here, if this is the gist of the video, which I happen to know it won't be, this actually would be kind of based. We don't really get to hear Alexis' opinion. Yeah, Alexis fence sits. Sometimes you listen and I'm like, I'm not really sure what your opinion is, because you're like couching shit so much and you're like so afraid of rocking the boat. That part I agree with. But this person isn't dangerous and they're not a fucking alt-right pipeline fucking entry point.
Or anything like that. Okay, so let's try another one.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that's the whole... Okay, wow, there we go. That's the whole thing about Rose Montoya. Don't worry about the allegations. Don't worry about the trans men that might well have gone through like horrible things at this person's expense. Yeah, wow, amazing. Amazing.
I'm a idiot.
You know, I've been saying this, can cool people...
You know, all these people that like care so much about rape all the time, when it's lol cows that do it. I wonder how many of them talked about Rose Montoya. But Rose Montoya is a bit more on your level, so you're not going to. Rose Montoya is too able to fight back You're not going to guaranteed win, you know, to pick on Rose Montoya for being an alleged rapist. Far in excess of what your fucking lolcow friends are fucking accused of. That wouldn't be the equivalent of kicking the shit out of a toddler on the internet. So, hey, there you go.
Please take back colored hair, because every time I see someone with green hair and Blair White in the tags, I just know it's going to be negative. Like, I should not be able to just tell via your hair color that you're a non-binary communist
Very obvious. I mean, listen, whatever.
who snorts their antidepressants, but I can.
Oh shit, I forgot to, hang on. Thank you, Billy. Hang on. There we go. Sorry about that.
And that's an issue.
The TikTok was annoying. That's obvious. It's just someone just doing their own thing, shouting, swearing, whatever. But the response, like, and the stereotype that is being created for non-binary people to have
This is a criticism of Blair White.
green, blue hair, and then she just clicks straight onto that. Do I agree? Like, there seemingly is a lot of
This is a stereotype. It's uncontrovertible. You know? This was a cis woman, it wouldn't be defendable. Well, it's not very defensible as a trans woman. Even this person who seems quite politically captured is able to say it's a stupid thing to do, you know? Which is better than nothing. I'm not gonna say it suddenly doesn't matter because I have a bad impression of this person, you know?
non-binary people with brightly coloured hair, so that it's not necessarily a stereotype. I think it's something that we do see, but then some of the things, just like the antidepressants and things, I'm a bit like, oh.
And it's here that we get our first absolutely centralist take. She doesn't deny anything that
Centralist.
Blair White says. In fact, she very much agrees with the stereotype.
What? She said that a stereotype exists. Are you seriously gonna say that there isn't a stereotype of women with like short blue hair and a fucking nose ring saying like fucking weird fucking leftoid shit and being like way too overwoke to the point where they're actually just an even bigger asshole than the people they hate?
Type that non-binary people have a lot of blue hair, but then she does to some extent say that maybe Blair White does go too far with what she says.
Okay, so if someone crashes out on a live, they deserve to be A-logged. Okay. It's fine to be a wretched cyberbully as long as the person you're cyberbullying is A, worse than you, B, crashed out on the internet. Okay, sure. It's completely moral what those people are doing. I've changed my mind. Thank you.
No critique of whether what she's saying is fair or true or valid or insulting or transphobic or anything. Just maybe she goes too far with what she does say.
Yeah, she's a fence sitter. Wow. Again, if this is the main criticism, then sure, fair enough.
But hey, we're in the easy round. Let's not be too hard on her. Let's take a look at some of her recent stuff, because I will be honest.
But you still, like, we're still doing, like, we're caveating it. Okay, I know this is not much. Nah, I'm sorry, man. You included it in the video for a reason. The evidence here is, like, nothing.
One of the reasons why we're here is that her recent stuff is much more centralist at its heart. Therein lies the danger, but hey, we're skipping ahead a bit. Let's look at this next video.
Dylan recently announced on social media.
It even says centralist in the fucking... Oh, it's painful. Listen. It's, like, so irritating. But maybe this person also thinks it's centralist. I don't know, man. Why are you telling people what to think if you don't... Like, why are you telling people what to think about, like, politics, especially, if you don't know what fucking centrism is?
That
we're skipping ahead a bit.
Oh, hi Kitty Cat, I hope you're good.
Let's look at this next video.
Dylan recently announced on social media that she's reprising the role of Anne Boleyn in said
Calling Dylan Mulvaney a she? Okay.
Musical from February the 16th on Broadway in New York, and this has sparked some controversy on...
Listen, I'm a massive transphobe, apparently. What do I think of Dylan Mulvaney playing Anne Boleyn? I couldn't give a shit.
Social media, with some people saying
they should do an all-trans cast. Everyone should be fucking trans. All the men should be trans men. All the women should be trans women. I wouldn't give a shit. I don't care. All this stuff about, like, people doing fucking acting roles and stuff. I just don't give a shit.
super for it and some people super against it.
So here we have Alexis discussing Dylan Mulvaney being the role of Anne.
Yeah, see, Billy, what you should be doing is telling all the retards that fucking watch him obsessively to find something actually entertaining to make instead of shitty content.
Boleyn. Now, this is old news, so I'm not...
Oh, I can't say that because that means I'm jealous of them and I'm just mad that they're covering the same thing I did once, which is definitely true because general vibes make it so, you know.
Discussing Dylan Mulvaney being the role of Anne Boleyn. Now, this is old...
What, Firebat, sorry, told you to fuck off when you, like, engage in, like, snark channels and you hang out in like Femios' chat. Wow, I'm surprised. I'm very surprised by that.
News, so I'm not going to cover exactly what happened, but listen.
Bud Light. See, listen, the Bud Light controversy was fucking retarded. I don't think Bud Light probably should have put a trans person on the can. I think it probably was only going to have that response. But the response itself, I thought, was like really insane. Like it's a fucking annoying idiot on fucking TikTok on your can of beer. It's the same beer. It's fine. You're not gonna die. You're not gonna catch the trans from drinking a fucking Bud Light with Dylan Mulvaney's annoying fucking face on it. Like the temper tantrums that the fucking right throws over shit like that is like nuts. It's a bit like when people are like flushing like Gillette razors and stuff down the toilet because Gillette did some kind of wokeoid advert.
Broadway in New York, and this has sparked some controversy on social media with some people super for it and some people super against it.
So here we have Alexis discussing Dylan Mulvaney being the role of Anne Boleyn. Now, this is old news, so I'm not going to cover exactly what happened, but listen to Alexis's excuse for why it's okay that Dylan play Anne Boleyn.
Excuse for why it's okay. Mate, I'm starting to be worried about this person. What do you mean excuse for why it's okay?
Mulvaney, a talented twink in 2026, is going to be playing Anne Boleyn, one of the most important and influential women from English history.
Yeah, believe it or not, if you're being polite to someone, but it's obvious you come from a community that fucking hates that person, they're not going to see it as politeness. They're going to see you as, like, going after them. That's just how it is.
Whose femaleness was utterly...
The Gillette advert was probably stupid as fuck. But, like, filming yourself throwing a razor in the toilet and flushing it because they made an advert you didn't like is, like, pretty lame.
And completely endogenous to her role in history. She couldn't have been any of the things that she was if she'd just been a dude. There's no...
Oh, no, it's historically inaccurate that in a play someone is male instead of female. Okay, wow. Wow. What do they do in Shakespearean times? Weren't all the women roles played by men? Like, okay. Go after Shakespeare, I guess. I don't know why anyone cares about this. I'm sorry, I just don't.
I am now without words.
My problem with this person who's talking about Dylan is I try to understand where she's coming from about the role and Anne Boleyn obviously being a biological woman throughout history. But I just want to re-emphasize again, this isn't a musical based on historical fact. There is
Yeah, imagine what a musical or a play or whatever about Anne Boleyn would have been like that came out roughly in the time when Anne Boleyn would have been alive. Wouldn't have been a fucking biological woman playing the role, trust me.
undertones of transphobia in this video. I'm really sorry to say. If you agree with the video, that's your opinion. I might just have a different one. Calling Dylan a twink, which is a skinny, young, feminine gay man, and then calling Dylan a dude. I just don't... You lose me.
Okay, so they're not trying to be historically accurate. That's the first take.
When you argue that way, when you argue your point and you go to that sort of narrative,
People are too mean about trans people. Very fascist pipeline take. Wow.
Out and I can't fully understand. In the whole thing of trans women not being able to play a biological woman, it's not an accurate storytelling. It's not history. It's glazing over history with a feminist point of view with some fabulous...
We're kind of steel manning the other side.
Pop songs in it. I don't have an issue personally with it.
Now, for you wise people in the audience there, you will have noticed that it's not actually an argument of trans women can play female characters, get over yourself. Just like we've had a large amount of men playing trans women. That people...
Wow, Alexis Blake has a different thought pattern and comes to different conclusions to you. Why isn't she just saying what I'm saying? Why isn't she just saying what I'm saying? Everyone should just make content about people the same way that I should. That's a thought process that people have. Oh wait, this person literally does. Ain't no one gonna call them on it though. That's reserved for people like me.
Will just play the role they want to play. Unless it's specifically a minority or an oppressed group that don't have as much representation, which I'm sorry, cis women is not trans women. Let people just play the role they want to play. Unless it's specifically a minority or an oppressed group that don't have as much representation, which I'm sorry, cis women is not one of. Anne Boleyn being played, just like we've had a large amount of men playing trans women. Let people...
Oh, Anne Boleyn, not like Anne Boleyn, as in like Anne Boleyn Reid, like Anne Boleyn, as in like Henry VIII's second wife. So her name's Anne, not like Amber Lynn. It does sound similar. I get it.
Is that it's not actually an argument of trans women can play female characters, get over yourself. Just like we've had a large amount of men playing trans women, that people just play the role they want to play. Unless it's specifically a minority or an oppressed group that don't have as much representation.
So women are an oppressed group, or they are an oppressed group, but they don't have enough representation. Okay. Painting out one's lips. I don't know. It looks awful, but...
Which I'm sorry, cis women is not one of. Anne Boleyn being played by a trans woman is actually more representation for the trans community, and it gives trans women...
I actually despise this argument so much. It does just sound like trans narcissism at that point. I'm sorry, it does. I don't care about representation. I don't really care about any of this. Like, if some casting director decides they want a male person to play a female role, I'm not outraged at that because it doesn't fucking matter. Like, that's the casting person's decision. Go complain to them, or vote with your feet, vote with your wallet, don't go see the play. Like, wow, amazing. Put on your own feminist fucking version of it, where everyone is a biological woman, even the men. You know, like, sure, bro. But I hate the representation thing. Oh, well, it's good when we take up other people's representation because we need it more. Like, this is pathetic. And like, why are you shaming Alexis for not coming to this take? It's bizarre. What are we doing here?
Actors and people in that industry far more chance to play a role that they wouldn't usually get a chance of. Get over yourselves. No. Alexis's
Actors,
take...
like, we're talking about a fucking celebrity as well. Dylan Mulvaney got this role because they're a fucking celebrity. And it's like a talking point. It's like a selling point, you know what I mean? Wait, Billy has coitus with Firebat? Whoa, new law just dropped. I'm sorry. I shouldn't engage in that kind of shit. I'm sorry. I don't know. I've taken so much shit in that fucking area that when someone else gets it, it's funny to me. I'm sorry.
Actually, it's fine because it's not a historically accurate representation of Anne Boleyn.
That's an okay argument to make. It doesn't have to be historically accurate, so it's fine if a trans person plays it. If it's really going for historical accuracy, then it doesn't make much sense to have a male person playing a female role, unless you're making something which is made as it would have been made back in the day when women couldn't play women couldn't play their own roles or any roles. If it's going for historical accuracy, as in this person is female, so they're played by a woman, then yeah, it wouldn't make much sense. So it's a perfectly valid point to say, well, it's fine that a trans person is playing this role because it's not trying to be historically accurate. It's a perfectly fine point. No idea what this person's problem is.
Which, again, isn't quite a right-wing...
Yeah, oppressed celebrity. How often is it a normal-ass trans person's getting a role like this? No, it's fucking TikTok fucking celebrities. It's like very, very famous people already. And we're talking about like marginalized groups and like oppression. What the fuck oppression does fucking Dylan Mulvaney deal with that every other fucking annoying as fuck influencer, trans or not, experiences? Anyone that's anyone gets fucking death threats and like harassment from people and takes all kind of shit about this, that, or the other thing about them. So what oppression is Dylan Mulvaney like pointing us the way out of by being cast as a fucking woman? Like, wow, bro.
Talking point of, which again, isn't quite a right-wing talking point of kill all trans women, but it's not quite left either of, hey.
Well, she's not quite saying kill all trans people. Do you hear my trans sister in Christ? Do you hear yourself? And this goes on. Like, if this video gets better, then this person is giving a horrendous first impression. That's all I'll say. Horrendous first impression.
Hey, let them play what they want to do. Let trans women do what they want to do. They're people too. It's nice and delicate.
I'll be honest, I haven't watched Jammy Dodger in so long. Like, I can't with people like that. I actually was trying not to like shit on TRAs so much. The problem is, every time I start shitting on the right and TERFs, the TRAs actually come along and try and shit on me even more. And it's like, oh shit, okay, wow. Now I've got these people dealing with me. Now I've got these people telling me I'm a rightoid whilst I am literally getting fucking cancelled by the right. So then the other side annoys me, and then the other side annoys me because I'm not TERF enough, and then the other side annoys me because I'm not trans enough or trans fucking radical activist enough. It just goes on and on and on because people are idiots.
In the centre. I would even go as far as to say it's appeasing to anyone that leans on the right.
That's fucking retarded. No, it's just a point that makes logical sense. Doesn't have to be that deep, I'm sorry.
Doesn't want to see a trans person playing a female role. And it's more of an appeasement of, it's okay, it's not meant to be historically accurate. Don't worry about it, okay? It won't happen much. Shh, don't worry.
Also, another...
Yeah, retarded fucking point. What Alexis said was fine. What you said as well, what this person said is also fine when it's like, trans people can play women if they want. Yeah, sure. If a casting person sees a trans person and casts them for that role, then sure, fine, whatever. Don't really care. Doesn't make much sense in certain instances, but it also doesn't really fucking matter, believe it or not.
Big point I want to point out. If Dylan was purely only casting it because she's trans and her name gets everyone talking, if that was the only reason, I would have a problem with it, because that's not a talented performer getting input into something what people work years for, years and years training in singing, dancing and acting.
I think I get what she's saying here. There's no fucking meritocracy though. I bet in acting, that's like the absolute last place you would expect to see meritocracy. Probably if a trans person is getting a role for being, like, Dylan Mulvaney probably did get the role for being famous to a certain extent. Let's be fucking real. Let's be real. You're not casting Dylan Mulvaney as anything unless you want people's heads to turn. Like, you're not, you know that you're gonna annoy people. You know that you're gonna get a response if you bring up fucking Dylan Mulvaney to play a part. It doesn't matter what part it is. That's just gonna happen.
Acting to get to these roles, and most people will never get to Broadway, but Dylan is a musical theatre trained person. She was on Broadway before transition in the touring musical Book of Mormon, so she has had that experience. I would imagine she went through a full casting process just like everyone else. I understand why people might have doubts about it, but with all the facts of knowing that it's not a historical musical, it's a trans woman who is going to bring bums to seats, which is what they ultimately want. It's a trans woman who is...
Yeah, capitalism, baby. Wow.
...trained in musical theatre. Those sorts of points aligned for me. That's why I'm sort of like, okay, fair.
But what we do have is...
Philosophy Jew is being hired because he's trans. Maybe. I mean, I tend to think it's more because they have, like, a certain pull. But yeah, like... Can you hear that? Like the most angry removal of rubbish I've ever heard in my life. Wow. Do you mind, sir? Do you mind? I just assume that person's trans. Was Dylan Mulvaney one of the producers? Might have been. I don't know. Yeah, no. I saw the clips of, I think, was it Django Unchained? I don't think I can play this. I can probably do a still. Philosophy Tube was in that Star Wars thing where it was like the power of one, the power of two, the power of many, and it was fucking embarrassing. But they were in like Django Unchained, weren't they? Hang on. Oh, Django Unchained is something else. Okay, well, I don't know anything about TV or movies. I don't know why I ever talk about them. What was it? They do this really like horrendous face like all the time. I don't much like looking at this person, if I'm honest. I'm sure wasn't there a scene where this person, I'm saying nothing. Wasn't there a scene where she's like in a bedroom with someone? And she just keeps doing these like incredible fucking faces. There's some like hardcore mewing, I guess, going on. There's always this like clenched like look. Why does she keep doing this? Hang on. But like the clenched jaw thing. This is just like a feature, I guess. I just see this person like always looking like this. Look how clenched they are here. Like fucking hell. Do something else with your face. Is it acting when you just look constipated? Is that what acting is? Can you do a constipated? That Dylan Mulvaney could do a constipated face. That's why Dylan Mulvaney got the Anne Boleyn part. It's got nothing to do with trans or wokeism or whatever else. They probably had tons of female characters, tons of female like potential actors and shit like that. But none of them could look like they were constipated. None of them could mew anywhere near as hard as this person. None of them could do the face. I think it was something else. Every time I go to a different pause, it's just like. You get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Jesus Christ. I don't want to play it because I'll get copyrighted probably. I don't know, maybe they're on like MDMA or something. Their jaw is just like clenching hard. They're desperately trying to stop from gurning because it'll be obvious. It's just, I'm sorry, I'm not calling them ugly. I'm not saying they look like mannish. They just do this weird ass fucking face. I'm sure their face doesn't, like, occasionally it looks normal. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if I paused a philosophy tube video, it'd be the exact same shit. That's not so bad. Whoa. Yep, I don't know, man. Anyway, we're watching something.
Is an example of meritocracy. Her example is that, well, with Dylan Mulvaney, she is actually in the industry. She's very good at what she does. So it makes sense that she is cast in this role. It's fair, if anything, because she...
Does this person not agree that if you cast someone specifically because they're trans and no other reason, that that's not really a good thing? Why would you want trans representation that is that kind of forced? Why wouldn't you want it to be like someone who actually knows what they're doing, like as an actor? I don't think meritocracy really exists. That doesn't mean that it's not necessarily an ideal we should strive for, you know what I mean?
Has probably gone through the same audition process as others, etc., etc. Remember that when...
Wait, was Dylan one of the... Let me see. Someone said that Dylan Mulvaney was one of the producers. Six the musical, okay. Actually gonna jump on Alexis Blake, but give Dylan Mulvaney a pass. When you write a hit piece about someone, basically everything the person you're talking about does is bad. And everyone tangentially related is fine. But I mean, I don't know. Dylan Mulvaney hate is usually like gratuitous as fuck. Sorry, I say that word wrong sometimes. Gratuitous as fuck. How would I find out? Hang on. Yeah, so far, almost everything that we've seen here so far has been this person and Alexis Blake arriving to the same conclusion in two different ways. And this person is upset that Alexis Blake isn't arriving at this conclusion the same way this person is. Or isn't stating the conclusion the same way this person would, which is lame as fuck. But it's a TRA hit piece on someone who doesn't deserve it. Of course it sucks. How the fuck? It doesn't appear that Dylan Mulvaney helped produce this. I do think she was just a cast member. Hang on. Whoever said this is taking ages and you might just be wrong. You got IMDb. What is this person credited as? Coming? No. Oh, is this just TV? It's not like stage as well. Oh, I don't fucking know. I don't think this person was a producer. I think they were casted. Obviously, yes, they were casted because it'll turn heads. Wow. I don't think it's a good thing to cast someone purely... excuse me. I don't think it's good to cast someone as a role purely because that person is trans. I do think that is bullshit. I don't know why someone like this would be down with it. I don't want to be patronized. I wouldn't want someone to give me an opportunity that I'm not suited for, or that there are much better people than me for, just because I'm trans, you know. That would make me think that I'm not actually, they don't actually think I'm any good. They're just going for like woke points. They're just going for like, well, we're platforming trans people. We're, you know, we're providing trans representation. I don't like that at all. I don't like that.
We get to the topic of trans women in sports and being...
Okay, this person is going to be cooked as fuck. So far, this video has been dog shit. Now we're getting into trans women in women's sports. Wow, amazing.
Good at something. Being innately good at something, perhaps some may argue. Let's see where she stands with that particular conversation.
For anyone transitioning from...
Oh, it's Daviana. Wow, or you were talking about this person earlier.
Male to female.
They've manifested.
Male to male, whatever. Number one, must be 18 years or older.
First and foremost, I think it's down to the parents. At the end of the day, they're the parents of that child.
You must absolutely do everything in your power to use a...
Hard for you to use she, her. That's fair enough. I don't pronoun police here. I don't really care what pronouns people give other people. I think less people should care in general. I get why some people do. I think people that do care tend to take it too far. It's not a hate crime to misgender someone. And if it is, then that's a silly rule that should be changed.
One stall bathroom. Number 6, to use a one...
of that child.
You must absolutely do everything.
And like, they just mentioned sports. And now we get a completely irrelevant clip. Like, this person is not good at putting these things together. No offense.
Everything in your power to use a one stall bathroom.
Wait, when was this from? When was this video from this Daviana? This Daviana person got loads of shit from that fuck, what's her name? Known heretic, Amy Souza, that's the one. Who I don't like either. She's like gigaturf fucking whatever. This person got loads of shit for using like women's toilets. When were they advocating for like single stall use? Dunno.
Number 6, you cannot play in sports in the gender that you want to be. Ever. Period.
With men's sports, it's not so bad. If we're just talking about trans women, then I guess that's okay. I don't think trans women should compete with women. If there is any specific sport where, like, you can't really show that there's an advantage, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. In any sport, and there are a lot of sports where males have advantages over females, and you can't really prove that HRT use, etc., mitigates their advantage enough that they can fairly compete, and they won't just potentially wipe the floor with people. I just don't think it's a good idea. And it's optically fucking terrible.
The one stall thing, I'm going to disagree. It's not always possible. In the sport thing, again, I've always said, and I'm still in the same mindset, that a trans woman competing in a physical sport is unfair on biological women because we have an unfair advantage once.
This is a perfectly fine take. This is a very, very normie take, in fact. Normal people think this. Normal people that will never slip down the fucking alt-right, fascist, whatever pipeline have these thoughts every day. This is normal as fuck. I'm sorry.
We've gone through the full male puberty. So if it's like running, swimming, something like that. If it's chess or something like that, I don't see as much of an issue there because that's not as much to do with physical strength.
And if you try harder to look the gender you want to be, you won't get misgendered.
Ooh,
it's not. Listen. There's a lot more to it than that. This person tries very hard. They don't pass at all to me. This person looks like a full-time drag queen, okay? This person gives male but I don't, how do I even describe this? Like a very male impression of femininity, you know? I think sometimes trying too hard actually makes it worse, especially when it comes to like what clothes you wear. Sometimes just wearing stuff that's like subtle or like, you know, very, very normy and drab or whatever is actually way better for passing than making an effort and wearing a fucking cocktail dress to go down to Sainsbury's at 11 a.m. or whatever shit.
To look the gender you want to be, you won't get misgendered.
Oh, we can all do like makeup, hair and clothes, fair enough. That's not too expensive. But surgery-wise and people's natural biology and how we're born, sometimes passing isn't a possibility for everyone.
Yeah, your mileage varies heavily. Like Alexis is just right here. And we're off the sports and we're still, I don't know.
Again, I think it's just a bit more nuanced.
She says, as ever the central list, that she can understand that some trans women would have a physical advantage against cisgendered women, so she can't get behind them in contact sports. However, when it comes to games like chess, which I think it was the FIDE did actually ban trans women from playing chess a couple of years ago, I covered it on this channel, she can't get behind that. And see, this is the issue with being a centralist, isn't it, Alexis? You didn't get to choose, did you? You didn't get to say, hey, stop there, actually. I think it's unfair from this point onwards. No, the decisions were made outside of your control, weren't they?
Yes, why were these decisions made? Is it possible there was an overreaction because some of the TRA shit that was pushed around trans women and women's sports was unconscionable? Were these decisions made and were they overcorrecting because of just obviously preposterous shit like fucking Leah Thomas? Or that fucking Rachel McKinnon, or whatever the fuck her name is now.
And earlier in the video, we literally discussed when you said about...
Oh, we get nothing about that. We get nothing about why it is that this kind of thing is happening. There might be some overextension. Most of these, like, sports bodies are turning their backs on trans women in women's sports. Because it just looks ridiculous. And there's no good evidence that they can be implemented fairly and safely. I disagree with like the chess thing, but I think that's kind of a natural product of allowing shit like Leah Thomas, you know? That's just how it is. Have I tried to get in contact with Alexis for a collab? I never have, no. I never really know what I'd talk about, which is a bit silly, I guess. Alexis was in my chat once because I talked about, it was either Blair or Marcus that was talking about her. So I talked about that ages ago and Alexis was in chat. And like annoyingly, like some people were like giving her shit, which I thought was a bit unfair. I don't like people dogpiling other people in chat as much as possible. So that kind of sucked. But she was in my chat. I genuinely have nothing against Alexis. I like some things about her. I dislike other things about her, or her content specifically. I don't know her as a person.
About Dylan Mulvaney being...
I mean, I would talk to her. Like, Alexis is someone I think I could actually have a fucking conversation with. Someone like this. I don't know how the fuck I would talk to this person. Because it's the same shit on repeat that I've heard to death, that I rejected like years ago. And hearing it on repeat even more hasn't made me unreject it because it's still stupid. Sorry.
Cast as Anne Boleyn was fair because she's good at her job.
What did Alexis say? What, in my chat? I can't really remember. She was fine. People were being like a dick to her for no reason, and that was really annoying.
Well, why is the same not for Leah Thomas?
Yeah, the Supreme Court ruling short. Like, people... I'm sorry, man. I disagreed with her Supreme Court ruling short. But so many people were like, oh, she's showing her true colours and all this kind of shit. Like, I don't know. People overreacted. I understand. You know, you live your life as a woman, you pass. You can keep the illusion up and shit like that more than I could. And something is taken away from you, even if it's something petty and something symbolic, like... You know, maybe I won't be able to be my partner's husband, which I'm pretty sure the GRC still allows. Because the GRC hasn't been repealed, or the GRA rather. So, I don't know. I disagreed with her short, but I think people overreacted and inferred way too much. What the problem Alexis has is the same problem I have. When you're in the center... Anytime you step even slightly one side, you get a bunch of shit from a bunch of people. Like, trying to do shit like this on a centrist level is kind of hard mode in a way. Because you get shit from both sides. and you get castigated for the slightest movement one way or the other. Whereas if you're far right, the far right people are going to agree with you and the far left people are going to hate you. And it's just like that. If you're far left, the same the other way around, you know? So someone like this, they have like the audience kind of baked in. It's going to be fellow over-radicalized, you know, nonsense believers that happen to be trans or happen to be trans allied or whatever. People that are like liberal onwards probably don't fuck with this shit and probably don't watch this shit, let's be real. Except me, but I'm dissecting it. Thanks for my coverage and being fair. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I honestly, listen, I have no issue with Alexis. I disagree with some of her shit. I have some issues with her content. But compared to a lot of trans content creators, she's actually not bad.
Why doesn't the same count? Decisions were made outside of your control, weren't they? And earlier in the video, we literally discussed when you said about Dylan Mulvaney being cast as Anne Boleyn was fair because she's good at her job. Well, why is the same not for Leah Thomas?
What? Did you notice she has to like stop smiling abruptly? You know this is like the stupidest thing that you've said, like ever. And I'm sure that's going to be overwritten like 20 more times, but like, Jesus Christ. So, Dylan Mulvaney gets a role as a woman because they're good at their job. Well, that is up to anyone casting director or whatever. Whoever is in charge of casting plays. Whoever is in charge of casting plays, they get the ultimate authority on who does what. So if they want to get a man to play a woman, or if they want to get a trans woman to play a woman, or whatever shit, they can do that. There's no like unfairness because someone else might just put on another play where they'll have a woman do it. Anyone can put on a play as long as they've got like funding and shit. With sport, it's not up to any one casting director. It's just, well, I mean, it's like fucking, it was in school, wasn't it? It's school. The boys are in one side, the girls are in the other. And the school is deciding that a boy can be in the girls. Do I find it offensive when people say a trans woman is simply a man with extreme body modification? I don't find it offensive. I don't entirely agree. I think that man and woman have become a little more subjective in some ways, but if someone wants to think that, they can. I don't try and like police how people choose to interpret trans because it's very subjective. It's different for different people. I hope that answers.
Why doesn't the same count?
What is this grin? You know this is stupid. You know this is fucking stupid. Like, how do you even compare the two? How do you even compare the two? Why does Dylan Mulvaney being good enough to be a fucking Broadway actor mean that fucking massive fucking boys should now go in with the girls because they've been on HRT for like half a year or whatever the fuck it was? Which by the way, like, the studies I've seen suggest that HRT, even after 3 years, it doesn't generally completely mitigate your strength advantage as a trans woman. And like, the standard for the NCAA at that time, I think, was 1 year. So how much that person's potential advantage was mitigated is like very, very questionable. And this person, like, her times were not showing signs of being like way, way slower to the same extent you would expect between a boy and a girl. Leah Thomas was like rank fucking 200 and something, God knows what, in the men's, and then shot up to rank 1 in one of the races. But you know, none of that counts because she came joint 5th with fucking Riley Gaines or whatever shit. I don't even like Riley Gaines. This is just so fucking dumb. What are you talking about? This has got nothing to do, this has got nothing to do with the fact that males have strength advantages over females.
Well, why is the same not for Leah Thomas? Why doesn't the same count for trans women that have been doing sport their whole lives? They transitioned and now they're still doing the same job.
Because they're in with the women and they have an advantage. And one day, if we just let that go on, fucking unquestioned, you will just start getting trans women that just obliterate women's records. That already happened with like weightlifting and shit. You've had people go into weightlifting who are male and absolutely fucking dominate the competition. You had that male, like long jumper or whatever that beat the next best competition by like 8 meters or 8 feet or something. That's going to keep happening and keep happening more and more and more. That's going to make more and more people not like what this trans shit is all about. Is that what you want? Because that's not what I want. I actually, believe it or not, have the best interest in mind of trans people. And that means that we need to take the L on certain things like trans sports. Because it's a strength fucking issue. But nothing to do with a casting director wanting to be trendy and cool and having a trans person on there who will turn heads. Ain't no one putting Leah Thomas in the women's category in swimming because she's a TikTok famous fucking trans person who's going to turn heads. No, they're just trying to be woke and they think that trans women should be integrated in all ways as women, which just doesn't work. There are certain ways in which it doesn't work. And just looking at it, it's preposterous. Yeah, A.B. Hernandez, that's the one. That's going to keep happening. The more you let it happen, just because it's not much of an issue now, the more you let it happen, the more it will become an issue. And it just doesn't make sense on the face of it. And we're fucking over women for something that shouldn't matter. People always say, oh, there was literally like 10 fucking trans athletes and they banned them. What's the point in banning 10 trans athletes? What's the point of allowing 10 trans athletes? You're not fucking over many people, right, if you ban them? So that works both ways. And just because there's not very many of them, it doesn't mean it's an issue. It just means that the issue is less likely to manifest. So let's keep adding more and more and more and more trans women into women's sports. The issue of male domination of female sports is just more likely to manifest. And there's reasons as to why it might happen, because males are stronger in a lot of ways. And some of those ways are not changeable with HRT. And a lot of the studies that so-called prove that that trans women can compete fairly with women, like there was that one from Brazil, none of them measure like performance in actual sports. They measure like strength tests and like aerobic tests. Some of them didn't measure any of that and were still included. There was this thing here, and then shit rags like fucking them.us. Shit rags like fucking them.us will take it and run with it. This study did not show at all. This study did not at all show that trans women athletes have no physical advantage. It's just not true. It's just not true. It found certain results, but they don't show this. And it was like terribly normalized from what I remember. I have read through this study. It's been a short minute. It's not very good. And it was probably done by activists because one of them was running around literally saying this kind of thing. So it was obviously, there was obviously a level of bias there, you know? So yeah, it was analysis. It wasn't even their own like unique, original. It wasn't their own original work. It was a meta study. They couldn't state the cohorts were comparable. If you mean the same one, I can't remember too much. I know it was extremely poorly like normalized. So people will cite the size, that there's thousands of people. But some of these people are in studies that don't even measure any kind of aerobic exercise or strength. And almost none of these people are elite athletes, or any of them even. I don't think any of them were elite athletes. It was normal people, and in some cases like sedentary people. You do have to look at how elite athletes will compare. You have to look at the best of the best. Like, it doesn't actually fucking matter to me very much if some fucking trans woman shows up to a track and field meeting that's for women, and all the women there don't give a shit, and it's just some casual thing, and they just do some runs and it's all fine. I don't care about that. But it's got to be like top down. It's got to be about, well, what's it like for like the elite athletes? And if it doesn't work for elite athletes, maybe it works further down. But we don't really know how it works for elite athletes. And that's how we will know. Based on the best of the best, that's how we will know what kind of advantages trans women have. And there's just basically no evidence. There's not even no evidence. There's just no like fucking, there's been no studies on that. So we just don't know. We just have no idea. We still don't really know the extent of how trans women exist currently, what kind of advantages they have. So at the moment, it just seems preposterous to let them compete with women, especially in like physical sports. Shit like chess, I don't really care that much. Maybe 10 or so had any form of fitness assessment. Most of that was self-assessed. Yeah, exactly. It's very easy to give a broad overview and just generalize and generalize and generalize. Well, generally, if I'm looking at this, it looks like trans women have no advantage. That's like retard fucking logic, okay? You have to look at the actual fucking details, and people just don't. Them.us probably aren't going to fucking cite the limitations of the study. Okay. Oh no, this is what one of the researchers said. And like, yeah, there are hardly any trans women competing. That is a factor, of course. I can't remember what this is. If I look at this, I'm 99% sure that what these people are saying about it is not accurate. I don't think that's true at all.
Why does suddenly that become a disadvantage? Who's to say that Dylan Mulvaney being so good?
Okay, so we're talking about sport by talking about something else.
In the arts and dance and singing isn't actually a disadvantage, and that she has too much of an advantage against her cisgendered counterparts at playing Anne Boleyn because she's too sporty. Her lung capacity is just too large that she can dance longer than cisgendered women, so it's actually unfair.
Dude, no one says this and no one thinks this. Sport is not the same as acting.
If trans women can't play chess, why should they be able to dance on stage with other cisgender women? Hey, they could.
This is really fucking retarded. I think what this person is trying to do, and I fucking hate this by the way, is this idea, well, we can't concede on trans women in women's sports, otherwise they'll come after other things. They'll stop letting trans people be in plays or something. That's never gonna fucking happen. And if it did happen, they don't need to get rid of trans women in women's sports first. There isn't a list they have to go down. If Donald Trump wants to do that shit, he just does that shit. If the US Supreme Court or any fucking where else, or fucking reform when they get in or whatever shit, wants to make these kind of bans on trans people, they can't work their way through a list where it's like, well, we have to cross off sports first, we have to cross off this and that and the other, and then we can go for trans women in plays. That just doesn't exist. If they want to ban Dylan Mulvaney from being in a play for a woman, they'll just do it. Doesn't matter what the fucking sports situation is. Like, it's a retarded fucking argument. Nothing is hinging. Like, first off, you're saying that women have to be okay being the sacrificial lambs, women athletes. They have to be the sacrificial lambs to make sure that trans people aren't further discriminated against. That's a terrible fucking message. That's terrible messaging. But like, second off, it just doesn't make sense. There's no order they go in. They just do it if they do it.
Could be an injury. There could be an accident. You see where I'm going with it?
Yes, I agree. That's retarded and it's got nothing to do with the argument. I bet this person says nothing else about this. I bet they move on to the next point.
None of it makes sense because it's pure bigotry. And
No, none of it makes sense because that's stupid. That's like the biggest fucking straw man ever.
Should be able to understand that and call it out. Every single one of them is a right-wing talking point.
It doesn't. Oh, I hate this as well. You can't say any right-wing talking. Well, you can't say anything that a right-winger might say, or you're pushing right-wing talking points. Maybe the right are correct on that. Maybe to most normal people, it's kind of somewhere between the right and the left, or it's sometimes the right and sometimes the left. That is correct. Wow, amazing. Much pipeline, very wow. Congratulations.
Is not necessarily backed by science. I will give it to Alexis.
You don't know anything about science.
A lot of these points, she's saying, hey, it's more nuanced than that. It's more difficult than that. Ever the centrist. Well done, Alexis.
Oh, now we know the word centrist. Well done. Well done. It's only 13 minutes in.
However, a few things do stand out to me.
You absolutely positively must be mentally okay with no.
We've moved off of the trans sports thing and they have not weighed in on sports like at all. They just compared it to acting. That's their argument. Well, if you apply this to acting, it's bad, so you can't apply it to sports either. That's stupid. That's really, really stupid. How did this person watch this back and think, yeah, no, I think this is a good video. I think this is a good video and I'm going to put it out there. Listen, we say about we say about like how do I put this? We say about people that just play to their audience, and we'll just say wherever their audience will eat up, wherever their side of the aisle will eat up, and it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. There is some of this going on here. It's more difficult for these people to do because I think truthfully, like the right does kind of dominate YouTube. And so anti-trans shit kind of also does dominate YouTube. It's harder to make trans positive content, I think, and get that kind of response. But the problem is, like, there's still like delusional takes in here. There's still people. Oh, Soul Bunny is here. Fucking Soul Bunny. Listen, you know Alexis Blake is one to fuck when Soul Bunny is like sassing her in the comments. Do you remember Soul Bunny? This person here, this person's content, this is where intersectional feminism goes to die, okay? This is where that shit goes to die. This is like, I mean, I don't know. This shit was like popular to make fun of like ages ago. It's like appalling content. I like, Jesus Christ, what? There was some Asian lady that was on this that was like fucking crazy as well. Or was that a different video? I know. I can't remember what was even funny about this shit, man. It was just so terrible.
I'm not going to question what could have happened there either. I'm looking at...
It's all the kind of don't question black trans women. Well, I'm this amount of intersectionalities, so I can be a terrible person and it's okay. If you're white and trans, you have to kiss my feet, that kind of shit. The video with fucking Benny, whatever. Fucking loser that debated Charlie Kirk once. They had a retard off. With Charlie Kirk as the capitalist and this person as the communist. That was funny. Possibly the best piece of content that Charlie Kirk ever put out.
Oh yeah, that means 10 million. Percent.
How many people died in the...
And we really have to look at management of famines, but capitalists have mismanaged famines all the time.
Hold on a second. What is a kulak?
Potato famine.
What's a kulak?
What do you think a kulak is?
I know what a kulak is. You tell me. You're the Marxist.
No, I want to know what you think.
A kulak is someone that owned a certain piece of land that was not allowed to own that same piece of land because of Lenin and Stalin's government. And if they owned more than it, what happened to them?
And do you know what? Okay, let's...
No, just answer the question. I'm curious.
What did happen to them?
They went to a gulag. Do you believe those exist?
Yeah, 100% gulag.
How many people died in the gulag?
Do you know what a gulag is?
No, just like more or less. I just want to know.
Do you know what a gulag is?
Yeah, a forced labor camp, or it could be a forced death camp.
You mean like the forced labor camps we have in the United States of America, which, by the way, the United States has more people...
Yeah, it's called jobs. Okay.
...people under forced labor than any other country.
Where?
In our federal...
When's the laugh? I just want the laugh. This person has like the weirdest laugh of all time. Where was it?
Why don't we talk about...
Yeah, so we're not here. I'm happy to do a whole defense of the greatest man of the 20th century, Churchill. I'm not going to actually do that right now. So was Alex...
So gay, by the way. Oh wait, no, I'm not allowed to say bad things about Charlie Kirk.
Alexander Solzhenitsyn a liar?
I don't know who that is.
You're kidding me. You're a Marxist that you do not know who Alexander Solzhenitsyn is. He wrote a book called The Gulag Archipelago, which was a first-person account. He actually was in a gulag.
Come on.
There it is. This person just does this laugh throughout this entire video. It's like, we got the dumbest capitalist and we got the dumbest communist together in a room. Let's just get them to go at it. It's like painful. It's like actually painful. But yeah. Anyway, if Soul Bunny is propping you up, then you probably fucked it up. At the same time, people are like popping off way too much. Nasty, hate-filled bigot and liar. I don't think this person's a bigot. I don't know if I think they are a liar. I think that they are extremely misinformed in a lot of ways. Like a lot of trans people, unfortunately. And people need to fucking speak truth. But the problem is, when you do speak truth, they call you the British Blair White. Which I've had plenty of times myself, even though I fucking hate ICE, and I am not a right-winger. Have a good one, kitty cat.
Knowing and accepting the fact that you will always be the biological gender you were born. Period, end of story.
You'll always be the sex you were born. I don't know. Words, semantics, I don't know. I don't actually like this Daviana person.
Sorry.
I think what she's saying here is you'll always be the biological sex that you're born as, which is very factually true. Gender is how society perceives as our
Yeah, I don't think you can change sex meaningfully. I think for me to think that a sex change was like meaningful, you'd have to be able to take on like the other reproductive role. Like you were born as what you were. Your cells are what they are. It doesn't mean that your sex has to be the only important quality of you. If you pass as a woman enough, no one's gonna refer to you by your sex. But it still exists, you know. You wouldn't be trans if you weren't the wrong sex to be a woman or whatever shit, however you want to put it.
biological sex is how we come into this world. And I am very aware, under no illusions, I'm always going to be a biological male, yes. But the gender that I present as in the way that society sees me now is as a woman, but that makes me a trans woman.
Cannot and will.
Absolutely, perfectly fine take. No idea why this is in this video. This is just, look how sensible Alexis is. Look how much of a retard I am in comparison.
Not get upset when you get.
You can change sex characteristics. Maybe, I guess. You can change sex characteristics.
Get misgendered, because if you get misgendered, quote unquote, and we all know what that means, you're technically not being misgendered.
It really depends what you mean by sex characteristics, I guess. I had my penis taken off. I had my penis inverted, you know. I've certainly nullified my sex. It being like my reproductive role. But I can't take the other one on. I'll never have like ovaries and like a woman shit.
Because you can only be one gender, and if people call you the gender that you were born when you're trying to present the other gender, they technically didn't misgender you.
To say you cannot get upset, I'm not sure if I fully agree there. To pop off and scream at someone if they accidentally misgender you when they don't know that you're trans and are transitioning, I think, yeah, that's too...
Oh, radicals hate these kind of takes. Radical dipshits hate these kind of takes. Hey, maybe you shouldn't spurg the fuck out because someone called you a pronoun you didn't want that they're not going to guess because you don't pass. Can't say this around radicals. Fucking hell, man. You know what the trick is? You're like female or whatever. You become non-binary and therefore trans, even though you still present as female. And then your sole trait about being... Your sole trait when it comes to being so-called trans is spurging the fuck out when people don't call you they, them, even though you just still look like a woman. That's how you do it. That's how you be a radical trans thought leader. You can change hormonal and aesthetic sex characteristics, secondary. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Accidentally misgender you when they don't know that you're trans and are transitioning, I think, yeah, that's too far. And I've always sort of thought that. But I think it's a little bit more nuanced.
If you do get upset about it, realize that that's your problem. They're not transphobic.
They might be transphobic. And what's this clipping as well? We stopped Daviana in the middle of a sentence. This video's about Alexis. I don't know. Listen, matriarchy type. I can help you with this shit. Your videos could be so much more watchable if you just cut the clips correctly, so it's not like an hour and 23 minutes long. I'll help you for free, I don't mind. I'm not actually not talking about Luxander. Luxander's a detransitioner. Some detransitioners seem to think, some desisters think that they're still trans because they thought they were a trans man or trans woman. And then desisted. What desisted means is that you didn't go on any kind of like, you know, treatment. You're not a detransitioner because you didn't physically transition in any way. So you're a desister. You're just desisted in your belief about yourself. I've come across desisters that think that they are still trans because they are a desister. Like, that's the level of retardation you get with people that really wish they could be trans, but they're not man enough to go through with it or whatever.
She doesn't actually understand that a lot of what is being said is very much a right-wing talking point. And that's the danger.
Oh, fucking kill me, man. Actually kill me. This is painful.
If we don't understand...
What's the danger in someone saying something that a fucking right-winger might have said? Hitler drank water, retard.
What's being fed by the right?
Yeah, Alexander still identifies as trans. I don't think that person is trans. They can be non-binary, they can be a fucking detransitioner, that isn't trans. Those things aren't trans. Trans means transsexual, fuck it, don't care. This person is trans. Clearly they are a male person, but they present as female, and they look okay. The lips are fucking horrendous. Probably a fair amount of like filtering going on, but they probably look okay. They've got like tits and shit. They made some kind of effort to actually have people see them as the other sex. Like, that's more what it is about me, you know? If technologically possible to change sex from the ground up, would the way we should view the subject change significantly? I think it would change in the fact that if someone has gone through that process to physically change sex, then yeah, I'd probably cop to. They probably are the other sex at that point. But I mean, to some people, it's always going to be what you're born as. It's obviously something that, like, religious people especially would, like, balk at. Depending on how much you care what they think, obviously.
What is a conservative and right-leaning point compared to its left-leaning counterpart, then how can we truly be centralist in this?
That's so stupid. That's so stupid, man. A centrist is not someone who takes the middle point on every single issue. That's not what a centrist is. A centrist is someone who generally does that, but probably still has leanings. It's just that they tend to have leanings in both directions. If they're sometimes centrist and sometimes left, they're probably like left-leaning, you know what I mean? They're probably like a liberal or something. If they're center-right, then they're center-right, you know what I mean? But this is just nonsense.
Won't we just be gobbling up what they say and just end things on, well, hey, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it? But it's more nuanced than that. I think actually if you want to be a centralist, you should understand both sides of...
How is this person lecturing someone about being a centrist when A, they don't know what the word is, and B, they clearly are not one?
The argument, so that you can understand where someone's talking point is. Are they leaning on the right? Are they far right? How can you truly...
Who cares?
You know you're in the centre if you don't...
Who cares whether it's a right-leaning or left-leaning fucking point? Is it correct or not? Why are we so obsessed with labelling things as left and right? Why not just think about what's correct? What's actually right here? See, Alexis is a normie. So, like, just the most normal things that Alexis says just blows this person's mind. It's bizarre.
No, you're left and right. Oh, I ate with that.
Jesus Christ. I actually want to puke. I don't know if I want to carry on watching after that. I actually don't. I actually want to be sick. Oh, nasty.
Sex is very much undeniable. Yes, we're all born in a certain way and there are physical elements to that. Gender is a social construct as we know it. Within biology, elements to that.
So if gender is a social construct, that means that your gender identity isn't innate. But this is suggesting that it is innate. If gender is a social construct, then it refers to how you are seen, how you present, how you are received, that kind of stuff. Because you can play on gender in order to be perceived as the other sex. That's the whole point of being trans. For anyone that actually cares about like passing or being referred to as the other side, which is you changing gender. That is the gender transition, is to be known in society as a woman. And obviously there's two ways of doing that. You either pass or you try and brute force your way and say, I'm a woman, you have to call me a woman. Which we've tried and doesn't work, quite frankly. I think we need to get rid of that. Gender is not how a person identifies themselves. Gender identity, you can identify with masculine or feminine things, and that can influence like how you think of yourself. And you can put a label on it, and that would be your gender identity. But that is just coining a label about yourself. It's not innate. It's very much a social construct. It's very much something you have to like think about. It's not something that's just embedded in the brain and everything is like, everything that you prefer and everything you like and all that kind of shit is filtered through it. That is nonsense. There's no evidence that that exists. So this is a complete mess. Is it socially constructed if it's about how a person identifies themselves? I guess it could be. But it's, you know, it's your gender at that point is like internalizing societal constructs and shit like that. Because social constructs cannot be innate. So as long as this person will cop to that gender is not innate, your sex is innate, your gender is not. And at best, you either think you are something else or you want to be something else. And so you take on like gender traits, and that's fine. But you're also not being very like NB inclusive, I guess. Because like, I mean, I don't know. Some like non-binary transitions, I honestly have no idea what's even happening there. Like, we don't present in a way that suggests anything. We just want to be called a thing. I don't know. Like, the label isn't that important to me. The thing that the label describes is much more important. So I just don't care much about gender identity. But hey, listen, this could make sense, I guess. I don't like this personally. I don't think this really is that important a factor of gender, but hey.
Gender is a social construct as we know it. Within biology and science, there is obviously a large majority of people born female.
The thing is, actually, gender can't be like essentialized to your identity, because you get people that gender themselves. Like, think of a butch lesbian. They identify as female, but in a large way, they gender themselves as male. They wear men's clothes, they wear haircuts that are typical of a man. They might get certain jobs, but they identify differently. So outwardly, their gender expression is masculine, but they identify as a woman. So then there's a lot more to gender than just what you identify as. Because you might identify as something that doesn't really match with your presentation. So I don't know. I think the theory needs a bit of work here.
Or male, using generalized terms here. But you cannot deny that people with a mix of chromosomes, intersex, exist. Those people exist. Now, it might just be 1 in a few hundred or whatever.
Did you say a mix of chromosomes? I mean, I guess technically that does exist. That's like chimerism. That's like super fucking rare. That's like shit that goes wrong that shouldn't happen, but does in like a small number of people.
But you cannot deny that people with a mix of chromosomes, intersex, exist. Those people exist. Now, it might just be 1 in a few hundred or whatever, but they exist as
1 in a few hundred? Which intersex condition is 1 in a few hundred? Bearing in mind, if someone says to you 1.7% of people are intersex, I think that's bullshit. I don't think something like Klinefelter's, something like Turner syndrome, stuff like that, I don't think those kind of things should qualify as intersex. They just have different chromosomes, but they're still observably male or female. To me, intersex should refer to people who have like genuinely ambiguous like genitalia, where it is like actually kind of hard to tell what sex they are. If you can tell what sex they are, they're not intersex because they're just male or female, you know? So we're not talking like 1 in hundreds. We're talking 1 in thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000s, millions maybe. If you're talking about people that possibly could take on both sex roles, you're talking about ones in billions. There's been a handful of like colloquially cited cases with no real proof. Yeah, PCOS. PCOS is not intersex. PCOS is having a certain disorder where you have more testosterone because of cysts on your ovaries. And so you get some of the effects you might expect, like facial hair.
As an anomaly, physically. That is science that you cannot deny. You can say there is a generalization of...
I'm going to ban TRAs from saying science, by the way. You're not allowed to say science anymore. Make your videos without saying science, I dare you. Go, go, go.
Boy and girl, male or female, I would agree with you. But you cannot deny the existence of at least one anomaly. However,
anomalies exist. Maybe a few of those anomalies do kind of break the sex binary. So the takeaway there is, well, the sex binary is 99.9 whatever % accurate. That's pretty good. If there's a better model out there that actually makes fucking sense, then let's hear it, but there hasn't been. I've never been presented with a bimodal model that makes any sense. I had someone insisting they were going to in my Discord, but instead they just kept talking shite and never got to it. And I got bored answering their stupid questions. So I guess they don't have that much faith in their shit. Oh, apparently Dylan Mulvaney has no production credit for that Broadway thing. Wow, thank you.
Back to the social constructs of gender, we don't really hear that same anomaly accounted for, do we? How many baby showers have you gone to where it's a boy, it's a girl, or it's an intersex person that is a very much a person in society?
Can you ever like tell? Like, surely baby showers, like gender reveals or stuff, that's when you know the gender of the baby. When the fuck would you ever like identify an intersex condition in the womb? Aren't they normally identified like in puberty? Where they don't develop like let's say you have someone with 5-ARD, like possibly what Iman Khalif has, because I don't know, there's no proof that I know of. Let's say that Iman Khalif has 5-ARD. She was raised as a girl. She was assigned female at birth because they look between the legs and they see what looks like a vagina, even though actually there's just, there's that there. There's where the urethra comes out or whatever, wherever you piss from. And then there's like 2 undescended testes, but they're not going to know they're there. They're going to see like what's between your legs. When they're going to notice that most likely is when they start developing, and they start developing facial hair and their voice drops and shit like that. You realize that actually this person's different. I'm pretty sure that's more often how it happens. I don't know how often like intersex conditions are like found in the womb. I can find out, I guess. May be evident in life, at birth, childhood, later in adult life, or whatever. So I guess where it says at birth, this says ambiguous genitalia can often be detected during ultrasound. That is potentially a thing. So I guess some people possibly. But like, the thing is, wouldn't it be fucking weird? Wouldn't it be like weird as shit to have like a intersex baby shower, like fucking gender reveal, whatever the word is? Wouldn't that be fucking weird? Hey everyone, my kid's got a condition that's probably not going to be very fun to deal with. Look at me. Do we have like Down syndrome like reveals? I don't know, man,
But a gender that's not often accounted for. And you could argue they're meant to be very much a person in society, but a gender that's not often accounted for.
Intersex isn't a gender, by the way.
And you could argue they're meant to wear the yellow-coloured baby clothes, but hey, we're splitting straws here. Now, the reason I bring this up is not to hold Alexis Blake to an accountability that is pretty much unknown by most people, but it's to say that if you don't understand that difference, maybe we don't be talking about it.
What? What was this even in relation to?
We come into this world. Gender is how society...
Oh, so because she says, like, you're either a boy or a girl. If it's like 99.9 whatever % of the time, it's okay to say, well, you're either a boy or a girl. Like, there's an asterisk that goes with it. Technically, she's not being entirely correct because of these tiny amount of people. But it's okay to leave that part out of the narrative and speak generally when you talk about this. This is like a nothing point. You're telling someone not to talk because they don't factor in intersex every single time they talk about the sex binary. That's preposterous. That's stupid.
Cannot deny. You can say, and you could argue this up. It's not.
This is the most I'm right by technicality shit that I've ever heard.
But it's to say that if you don't understand that difference, maybe we don't be talking about it.
You don't understand what the word centrism is. Maybe don't talk about centrism. You don't understand centrism in general and think that a centrist has to be in the middle on every single thing. Then maybe don't be talking about centrism. I'm doing it too. Wow.
Because I tell you who also don't understand that difference, or don't want to understand that difference, more importantly, TERFs on the right.
Oh no, not TERFs on the right.
J.K. Rowling, for start.
Not J.K. Rowling. If only you could just not use Twitter and ignore her fucking insane ramblings.
When faced with the understanding that some people have different chromosomes than what they perceive themselves to have by the...
Chromosomes doesn't fucking matter. Most of the time when someone has different chromosomes, they're still that sex. And what it means there is... Like, this is how you actually use this talking point. What it means is, you can't really... If you're getting deep into the nitty-gritty of what sex is, you can't really at a certain point say... Male is XY, female is XX, because it's more complicated than that. A male might be XXY. A female might be X or XY. And there are conditions that they've coined for those kind of things. But those people are still unambiguously male or female. So this person is, like, wasting this talking point.
With the understanding that some people have different chromosomes than what they perceive themselves to have by the...
And it's the kind of pedantic shit that's just like, okay, sure, that exists, but... I'm talking in generally. You've got males and females. Yes, there's like outliers. Okay, sure. What do you want me to say? This is worthless. This is absolutely worthless.
Biological gender they were born under, they deny that fact. They say, oh, that doesn't count. They throw that under the rug. And if you're going to be
But why does it matter for anyone? Why does it matter for what Alexis said? You have to show why it matters to bring this up. Someone has to be saying something like, well, 100% of the time you're either male or female. Maybe that's not entirely true. Maybe there are people that confound that. But does it matter to bring that talking point up? Does it matter every single time someone appeals to the sex binary? No. There's like 3 people in the world that are actually, they've got both sets and they both work. Like, just why?
Centralist that can listen to both sides of the argument and add nuance. It's more nuanced. Maybe you should be able to give that nuance, the correlation of systems.
This person is just like being condescending. Why are there so many fucking condescending trannies on the internet? I can't talk, I guess, but like, Jesus Christ, man. There are other things we can do than just condescend to people constantly. We don't have to talk to everyone like they're fucking children. Especially when we actually have like no points. That's the worst. I actually don't mind condescension. I watch fucking Queeman. I don't mind condescension. I mind condescension when it's coming from someone that has no clue what they're fucking talking about. I hate when it's unearned. That's what I fucking hate. So this person's really not demonstrated that they have earned the right to be condescending. It's like listening to fucking goddammit dickhead fucking talking about me, what I watched last night. Where it's like super condescending, but everything he's saying is just like garbage, just like nonsense. Just like the kind of thing that you have to have a tiny mind in order to think someone else would be thinking. You know what I mean? Oh, that person's mind must be tiny like mine, because that's what I intuit from shit that's got nothing to do with that, you know? Like, earn the right to be condescending. Or don't do it. It doesn't work otherwise.
Gender people that by definition...
I slipped and disliked the video, by the way. It's been 17 minutes and it's fucking shit so far. I don't care.
It means someone that was born in the same gender that they define as. Biological sex and gender match. But we have trans people where their biological sex and gender don't match.
Not really what trans is. You can interpret it that way. It doesn't really make very much sense.
So they do various steps that they can or choose to align themselves, align their gender and biological sex. Or
no, they have a sex that they have, and they're taking on opposite gender traits. There is no aligning because there is no innate gender. You already know there's no innate gender because you said gender is a social construct. So what's to align? You're not aligning with your gender. You are aligning with gender. You are aligning with what culture says as a man and culture says as a woman. That's what I do. I'm not aligning my gender with my sex. My sex is male. I take on feminine traits because I want to be regarded as female. Those aren't my feminine traits. That's what society deems masculine or feminine. And like my preferences go along more with the feminine, which is why I transitioned. So in a way, it's kind of saying the same thing in different ways, but we're appealing to this like innate gender when we've already said it's socially constructed. It can't be both.
Or we have an umbrella of colours in between. Funny that, maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's potentially a few terms we could use for people that don't fall into these two categories.
Yes, bring them up when they're relevant though. Don't just bring it up every time someone appeals to male and female. Maybe it just doesn't matter in this instance.
Maybe if they don't live on the binary scale of male or female, that there's somewhere they should be happily represented. Oh yes, there is non-binary folk. I can't help.
What? What does non-binary have to do with intersex? What are we talking about? Non-binary is just calling yourself non-binary. I'm sorry, that is all there is to it. That's fine, but that's not trans. Trans is not just calling yourself a thing.
Potentially a few terms we could use for people that don't fall into these two categories. Maybe if they don't live on the binary...
Yeah, we already have the word intersex.
...scale of male or female, that there's somewhere...
If someone doesn't exist on the binary scale of male to female, then they probably have like tailored medical care, because someone's going to have to know what is going on with this person at some point. The hope is they have like tailored medical care and that they're able to live the best life they can. I guess what sex they're classified as doesn't fucking super matter. That doesn't mean that therefore nobody's sex matters, because most people are just unambiguously male or female. I still have no idea why we're even talking about intersex. I think they just have the list of talking points okay, this I can relate that talking point to. This I can relate that talking point to. I don't have anything for this, so I'll just accuse them of using right-wing talking points because, you know, Hitler didn't drink water or some shit. Or Hitler didn't drink whatever shit this person's drinking. I don't know. The IOC just banned trans women from the Olympics. I thought they already did, to be honest. Is it like formal now? Oh, yeah. Yeah, based. Trans women shouldn't be in women's events. I don't think that it's fair. I don't think it looks good. I think it just inspires much more hatred towards us. But it's weird how... So these people might see someone like Alexis Blake and make some kind of judgment that she kind of makes people a bit more transphobic in some ways. The existence of trans women that insist on competing with women also makes people more transphobic, but we don't care about that for some reason.
Where they should be happily represented. Oh yes, there is non-binary folk. I can't help but feel that it's an active choice to not...
Oh, hi, Glitchy Charizard. Hope you're good. Are you okay? Oh. I'll make you food when you get home. I'm sorry for keeping you up, by the way.
Understand those things as well. Again, I can't feel that it's an active choice to not understand those things as well.
This is really stupid. We don't even know. Maybe Alexis Blake understands intersex perfectly, and it just wasn't relevant to what she was saying. But we needed minutes on end. Jesus Christ, that is painful. How is there only 18 minutes gone? How is there over an hour of this video? How is there over an hour of this video left? I'm actually, like, fuck me, dude. What I might have to do is, like, skip. So we'll call Alexis Blake a TERF. That'll be because Alexis Blake kind of gives credence to both sides. It's almost like a centrist might do that. What am I cooking for dinner tonight? I don't actually know. I might make sausage pasta. But I don't know yet. Probably something quick. Wait, we're back on Dylan Mulvaney? Okay, I'm not doing this whole thing in one go, so maybe I'll just skip to all of these. This easy round, this is extremely long, and every argument that I've seen here is dog shit. This is a terrible video so far. If I skip to like further chapters, does it like ramp up? Does it get more and more like good? You forgot it was about Alexis Blake. Yeah. Alexis Blake is like irrelevant. They just wanna spout off all their TRA talking points. 100%. Let's skip through to chapter 3, because I don't care about TERF talk. You're probably just mislabeling someone as a TERF. That happens all the time. TRAs are morons when they come to what they do and don't ascribe as a TERF. That's why Alec Gunter called me a TERF in his video, in the title, and all of his stupid fucking trans followers went off on me because they were primed to. Because that's what a lot of content creators do, is prime their audiences. And then when you call them out on it, they just whine about how it's their opinion and shit. Or generally, I generally get the general aspect, that impression that generally you generally are like that kind of thing.
Oh, I mean, that's just cruel. It's just cruel.
I'm gonna guess that whatever this cruelty was is the equivalent of not letting your child have their 10th chocolate bar of the day or something.
Have you ever encountered internalized homophobia, biphobia, transphobia within yourself?
Yes.
I struggle for what internalized transphobia even means. Maybe there is a version of it that makes sense out there. I get internalized homophobia. I think you get gay people that don't like the fact that they're attracted to the other sex. I can imagine not liking yourself because you have feminine tendencies as a man, or vice versa. But that's not internalized transphobia, because that isn't being trans. That's gender nonconforming. So that would be internalized fucking GNC phobia. I don't know what the term for that is. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'm not completely poo-pooing the idea that internalized transphobia doesn't exist, but it's a very tenuous concept. Believing in AGP, yeah, that's probably it. Like, AGP and shit like that actually just works for some trans women. And then sometimes you get trans men that like shit on the whole AGP thing. It's not for you. It's got nothing to do with you. Shut the fuck up. Some trans people identify with AGP and HSTS. Some trans people see themselves in it. I see myself in it a bit. I think I have like kind of slight AGP tendencies. I don't know if I think it's a particularly good way of like sorting trans people, but I think there are some things that Blanchard picked up on that are true. And you do see it in some trans women, especially the kind of crossy types. Oh, I'll see you later. Yeah, especially some of the crossy types, especially some of the older ones. It's difficult to not see some of the AGP tendencies. I think it exists. I don't think it should be like essentialized as like, oh, you have a fetish that you get off on seeing yourself as a woman. I think that's like really reductive. The problem is though, all these like TRA types, because they push down AGP so much, the fucking rightoids and the TERFs notice this and they're like, shit, what is this thing that these people really don't want us to know about? Let's dig it up and call everyone that fucking even thinks about being trans an AGP. Again, it's on the fucking trans activists. It's on the trans activists. That's why that shit is prominent. It's on the trans activists. If you constantly talk about how something is like debunked and wrong and not real when you're a trans person, it just makes people wonder what that thing is, you know? Agree to disagree about gender. I'll have to have a look at some point. I might have seen them before.
Further evidence for this point, I want to look at where Alexis Blake reacts to Dylan Mulvaney.
Wait, and the other thing is, well, we don't know which one she means. Hang on.
Phobia, transphobia within yourself.
Yes.
But is she even talking about internalized transphobia? This was a homosexual male that transitioned. It's possible that internalized homophobia is what she's talking about.
Further evidence for this point, I want to look at where Alexis Blake reacts to Dylan Mulvaney.
All right, so we will get an explanation of internalized transphobia, I hope. Let's see if it's any good. Jesus Christ, give me something, please. Your video sucks so far. Jesus fucking Christ.
Not my cup of tea, bit too much of a pop banger for me. It's giving the Legally Blonde song at the beginning.
Please don't say pop banger. No one says pop banger anymore, and if they do, then they shouldn't.
You know, like, perfect day. And I can't unhear it, so whenever I hear that song, I'm just like...
This video is almost an hour and a half long. You really need this in here.
Anyway.
I'm so funny. I just made a joke.
Side note, let's come back. Let's bring it back. Yeah, bring it back.
No more side notes. Just get on with it.
Whatever Dylan does reflects on all trans women at this point. That's how famous she is now.
I'm not a big fan of this. I don't know if this means internalized transphobia, though. I think it just means caring too much that retards will generalize your people.
Alexis Blake is calling out Dylan Mulvaney for being a stereotype of women. Even uses such a right-wing TERF word, which is like women face or something.
It's not even what she's doing that's offending me, like the whole lingerie.
To be fair, Charlie mostly drinks cider and soju, and sometimes other stuff, spirit. What was I doing? Yeah, some of Dylan Mulvaney's stuff is like very borderline. Actually, no, it'll be on YouTube. There'll be a compilation on YouTube. I hate woman face. I think woman face in general is a really silly concept. I don't think that it doesn't exist. Oh, someone posted this in my thing, some trans man lawyer. Might have a look. Hang on. I don't like Billboard Chris very much, but I'll save this anyway. Like some of it, I do get that it's jokes, and I'm not actually super offended. I'm not a woman anyway. Yeah, TikTok compilation. Let's just see what kind of shit they were saying, because this person doesn't seem inclined to question anything about what Dylan Mulvaney is doing and saying. And bear in mind, they are male. They are as male as me. They are as male as Alexis Blake, as far as I know. So maybe you just don't really understand where some women are coming from with this.
Day one of being a girl, and I have already cried 3 times. I wrote a...
Like, you see, that is a stereotype. That is a crazy fucking stereotype. Do I like the taste of any alcohol? I like the taste of beer, but I don't drink beer anymore. I don't really like the taste of alcohol. I don't really drink alcohol anymore.
Scathing email that I...
Wait, no. I got drunk last night. I got drunk last night. So I did. If you know, you know.
Did not send. I ordered dresses online that I couldn't afford. And then when someone asked me how I was, I said, I'm fine.
I don't find this offensive, and I don't do like the woman face thing. If someone calls this specifically like woman face, I get where they're coming from, you know?
When I wasn't fine. So. How'd I do, ladies? Good? Day 2 of being a woman, I am at the Rose Bowl flea market.
I'm not offended, I'm just cringing, I promise.
With my best friend, and we are wearing matching dresses, and I'm here to buy some femme gorge lady clothes. Let's see what I find. My current style is all over the place, but I just know I like to look fun.
Yeah, with alcohol, I don't like the effect unless I get enough of the effect for it to be fun. And I can't drink enough because of my hormone tablets. I can't drink enough to get to the fun part. So I just get kind of slightly tipsy, and then I start feeling sick. Looks like Mr. Bean. No comment.
Hanging with the girlies. Woohoo! This is giving Heidi. This is giving Carrie Bradshaw. Almost bought this Audrey portrait. I just love her. She's everything I want to be. Almost bought.
Yeah, very surprising.
This, I just didn't know what to put under it. But let's see what I actually did buy. I bought this vintage dress that I just loved the collar. I loved the leg slit.
Yeah, this is just crossy shit. I don't care about this.
I bought a little crystal necklace. I mean, Monday on herself, we are drinking martinis at 2:55 on a Monday on Sunset Boulevard, and then we're going makeup shopping. We love it. Cheers. Cookies.
How come I don't like Billboard Chris? I think Billboard Chris massively hides his power level. What I mean by that is like he's quite cagey about his politics and about his beliefs, but you get kind of hints of it. So he will say things in his videos, Billboard Chris. He will say things like, there's no right or wrong way to be a boy or a girl. You know, every boy or girl is valid how they are because they're just born female or male, and their personality is their personality, which I agree with. I think that's a very good message. I think that's perfectly true. However, he also like tweeted about like, you know, male cheerleaders dancing like girls and stuff and shaming it and stuff and complaining about a male cheerleader being on his TV screen. If he seriously thinks that men and women can do whatever they want, it's just that their sex is what it is and it can't change, why would he care about male fucking dancers, you know? And he knocks around with like Heritage Foundation types and what are they called? Alliance Defending Freedom. It's quite tenuous stuff, and I don't know a huge amount about what he's really about. But I find him suspicious in some ways, I guess. I don't think he's about like the gender nonconformity thing, which I think is essential. If you want to reduce the number of trans people, I think the best way of doing that is to normalize gender nonconformity. And I do think that you still should allow people to transition if they still want to.
Yeah.
The bimbos are bimboing.
It's 100%. You need it. You live it.
Is this like a public area? Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess usually gay men know how to talk. If he's been like queening around, he probably knows.
Heels. It's a lot to keep up with. The clothes, the high heels.
So yeah, he heavily leans on stereotypes. I don't really care about this kind of shit. I don't really give a fuck very much. I can see why some women look at this and they don't like it. I can see why women might find this regressive, especially when not only is he doing all this like weird stereotype shit, like for a joke, which, you know, it's jokes, whatever. But he's like also claiming like womanhood. I do see why this bothers some people.
Being silly and all camp and everything.
Like if you agree with women that that's offensive, that's not internalized transphobia. So I hope there's more to it than that.
It's not that bothers me. What bothers me?
They stop, there's kids around. If there are kids watching my content, I'd rather they stopped, quite frankly. No kids here. This isn't Goddammit Malcolm. This isn't Femios. We don't have fucking children making up our audience.
Is that we're at a critical time. I genuinely believe for the trans community, we're going towards trans rights being reversed. I really do believe that. She has been accused of mocking women, playing women face, insulting biological women, being narcissistic, misogynistic, all the different insults. And it's a lot of insults. She hasn't learnt from that, and she's continuing to play into that narrative to reinforce all of that. And that's what...
I guess the point is here, like, she's still doing the stuff that people are hating on her for. Like, I would imagine that Dylan probably isn't that bothered about the hate they're getting, because it probably comes with a lot of benefits, that being they're rich and famous and successful. They get to be in Broadway things. I'm not super down with Alexis's point, but I wouldn't use this. I wouldn't use this in evidence that this person is, like, internally transphobic. They just don't like Dylan Mulvaney very much. Dylan Mulvaney is annoying and, like, divisive. That's like, understandable, right?
Bothers me.
Now, this is an innately internalized
Okay, so to me, it's like not, and to this person, it innately is. Okay, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Come on.
transphobic point, and has absolutely been taken from the right. This is a turf talking point. This is a trans exclusionary.
It's always about the talking points. Hitler drank water. Look up Hitler drank water, okay? Sometimes people that are bad have, like, sensible positions on things. Sometimes the most fascist person in the fucking world might agree with you that coffee tastes nice or something like that. This is really fucking bad.
Radical feminist talking point. This is saying that trans women are just pretending to be what they've perceived a woman to be.
That's not what she's saying. What she's saying is that Dylan Mulvaney is leaning on stereotypes. We just watched it. Do you seriously want to say that that is not the case? That is unequivocally, or unequivocally, I don't know what the fucking word is. You know what I mean? That is very much the case. Dylan Mulvaney did lean on stereotypes. That's what the whole thing was all about. It was a joke. I don't know how bothered I am by the joke. I mostly just find it fucking cringe. But it's like, you have to be dishonest. You have to be dishonest to think that that's what's being said here.
This is a trans exclusionary radical feminist talking point.
TRA is just gaslighting people to get their point across again. Wow, never seen that before. Never seen that before. Why can't you just make arguments?
This is saying that trans women are just pretending to be...
This is essentializing as well, by the way. Stop essentializing people. Are you on the right? Stop essentializing people. Are you on the left? Stop essentializing people. You might think that you're good at essentializing people. You might think that you're good at looking at something and boiling it down to an essence and being able to describe something very quickly in a short and sharp way that is, like, wide and broad and complicated. You probably suck at doing that because almost everyone does. Stop doing it, please. I fucking beg you.
Be what they've perceived a woman to be.
It's not like getting some self-awareness.
Yeah, retarded as fuck take. Doesn't understand what we're saying here.
Learning from your actions and maybe singing a song and not prancing around in lingerie. And I get people are going to say to me, well, she's just having a good time and being herself, and that's fair enough. But when being yourself has implications for the whole trans community, I think that's when you need to accept.
I disagree with this, by the way. If someone wants to go on fucking TikTok and act like a fucking loser, ultimately that's up to them. It is kind of on the people that generalize trans people to not generalize trans people. I don't really agree with this take. I don't think this is internal transphobia, though. I think this is caring a bit too much about optics, where you're saying that people shouldn't do shit like make jokes on TikTok. I just think that's a bit silly.
That's and look in the mirror at your behavior.
So let's link this back to what we talked about gender being a social construct. Every single person is playing the...
Okay, the thing that you completely contradicted by saying that people have a gender.
The role of the gender that they perceive a social construct. Every single person is playing the role of the gender that they perceive it to be.
Nope, wrong, not true at all, not true at all, that is not true at all. Some people perform gender. Not everyone does. I don't think everyone performs gender. I think the people that perform gender, typically, there's probably way more examples, but the biggest ones that I can generally think of are trans people. I think that performing gender is kind of how you cross gender boundaries. You deliberately take on, like, traits of women when you're a male in order to be seen as a woman. I would say that gender performance theory does work there. I think it also works with, like, insecure men and insecure women, where, I don't know, you're a male and you're with your mates, and they all want to do, like, manly shit. They all want to fucking dare each other to, like, punch each other in the face and shit like that because it's masculine, it's manly. And if you don't want to do that, then you're a fucking pussy. You're a feminized, feminine male. You know what I mean? So you don't want to get punched in the face and you don't want to punch someone else in the face, but you do it anyway because you think that makes you more masculine and you'll fit in with your masculine friends. That kind of thing, I think, is performing gender. You're doing things that you don't want to do, or you're doing things that aren't typical because you want that end result. I don't think just normal ass women just fucking wearing a fucking t-shirt and jeans every day and not bothering wearing makeup and stuff. I don't think those women are performing gender, really. I think these kind of theories hold some weight and are useful in some instances, but when we start applying it to everyone, it just doesn't work. It's a bit like gender identity. I don't think every person in the world has a gender identity. I don't think most people have a gender identity. I think it's a concept that some people take on, and it makes sense for them in terms of their expression of what it means to be trans, and that's fair enough, whatever. You want to say, well, I feel like I have a gender identity. Like, it's not a factual statement. You can't say, this is my gender identity objectively, because there is no objective gender. But like, it doesn't work when we start broadening it to everyone. Like, fair enough, you read some Judith Butler and you think you're a genius now. You have to be able to apply those concepts to things where it makes sense to. When you just start saying, I've read this book and this is literally everyone in the world, like, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. And this person is wrong.
If you lived on Mars and you didn't know that girls allegedly like pink and boys like blue, you would have no idea that that were the case.
Okay, so any woman that's not wearing pink and isn't doing anything overtly stereotypically feminine, beyond like normal ass shit that applies to both sexes, like hair length and stuff, where you can really do what you want in that regard. Surely not everyone is performing gender then.
You not to be taught it.
And some people, I don't think, perform gender when they do indulge in like gender stereotypes. Not when they're just doing it because it's a preference. They're just acting on their preferences. I don't think acting on your preferences is the same as performing gender. I think there can be a performance of gender. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. It can be a bad thing. The insecure male example or something. But it just doesn't work to apply it to everyone,
It's physically impossible to just psychically know.
Well, it's not about whether the behavior is manly. It's about whether you perceive that you doing something you don't want to do will make you more masculine if you do it and fit in with your friends. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about with like insecure men performing gender. You can sub in another behavior. All your mates want to play football. You don't want to play football, but you play football with them anyway because you don't want to be the sissy. You don't want to be the girly one that just wants to stand around and like talk or like play with dolls or whatever shit. That kind of thing.
Know that a girl is meant to do all of the things in Dylan Mulvaney's song. We as a society group people in certain ways. With terms of gender, we group them as boy and girl, usually from birth, and then, man and woman, usually. With that, we get certain behaviours that are attached to them. Even cisgender women are doing the same thing.
They can do the same thing. They're not automatically always doing the same thing. Everything is not a performance. You can perform things. That doesn't mean that every instance of something is a performance. Every time I play the guitar, I'm not performing.
The freedom to do that is what I would say is the main point of them.
If I played my guitar right now, I guess it would be a performance because I am, I have an audience.
To allow a woman to do whatever she wants. Adhere to certain gender stereotypes if she wants to and not if she doesn't want to.
Yeah, agree. That's a good ideal. I think we should strive for that.
In effect,
like surely gender shouldn't be a performance, maybe? I don't know.
You're saying basically do whatever you want. You have autonomy of yourself. Dylan Mulvaney is doing the same.
Again,
Yes, but they're taking it in a direction that some people are uncomfortable with because it seems like they're taking the piss out of women and then using that caricature to say that they are a woman. I don't really agree with the point, but I understand it. If you don't understand the point, why are you doing this? Like, oh my God, Jesus Christ. There's so much left. It's taking like ages, man. Taking ages.
All these things that Dylan's just singing about, I'm sure, of course, women do. And I do some of them, I'm sure, as well. So that's not, again, what my problem is. But my problem is that...
Okay, literally explaining it this time. Third time lucky. Let's see if this person has anything between the ears.
In Dylan's TikTok, she's been seen running around in heels and running from bugs and playing into all the negative stereotypes that...
Okay, not great examples, but yes, playing into, like, stereotypes.
I think men have created and caricatures that men have created for women. It's almost misogynistic, in my opinion.
Oh, Dylan's a girl. Sorry, I forgot. He's trans age. I'm sorry. I should say she for Dylan because I'm woke now. My TRA arc is my TRA arc. I'm fucking it up by insisting that this person is actually stupid and has no idea what they're talking about. Fuck's sake.
You can do something stereotypically female on purpose. I mean, for me to be...
Yes, and some people might have a problem with that because they see that as essentializing what it means to be a woman as something stereotypical. Some women don't like that. You need to interrogate that, not, well, it's not always like that.
Explaining this to a transgender woman to me is just also so on purpose. I mean, for me to be explaining this to a transgender woman to me is
unearned condescension. Once again, very, very trans. You can tell someone's trans, even if you couldn't tell that this person was trans, which I can tell. They still look good. I'm not saying otherwise. You can look trans and still look good. But even if you couldn't tell this person was trans, as soon as the unearned, like the woke scold plus unearned condescension, that's when you know. That's when you know. That's how you out yourself.
It's just also so ironic because that's exactly what we're all doing. Alexis Blake has long hair, wears makeup, wears wonderful clothes.
Am I snarking you in the audience? I have a very good mind to actually remove the word snark from my vocabulary because I realize I actually fucking hate it. But yeah, probably. I'm probably being mean to at least some of you at any given time, just so you're aware.
It's stunningly beautiful, absolutely, because she's adhering to Western beauty standards. So to call out Dylan Mulvaney...
This is a bit silly. It's the excessive way that Dylan does it. Like, at least actually watch the Days of Girlhood thing. Maybe find a woman that's a bit more normie than you. And get her to explain what she thinks about it, you know? Find a sort of turfy woman who's not, like, unreasonable with it. Because those people exist, believe it or not. It's a bit like TRAs. You get TRAs that aren't unreasonable with it. They just have certain beliefs. That's fine. Find one of those people. Get their kind of impression. Because it's going to be the same kind of thing that Alexis is talking about, only they're probably going to put it a lot better. And then take that down.
For being too stereotypically female to me is, if not jealousy, then just internalized misogyny and...
That doesn't make... Can a male person have internalized misogyny? Isn't it just misogyny if you're male? I'm not sure about that, bro. It's a bit like, how can a straight person have internalized homophobia? Is there anyone here that is more well-versed in internalized isms than I am? How does a male person get internalized misogyny? Because male people can experience misogyny, absolutely. Straight people can experience homophobia. But how can you be internalized of an ism that doesn't pertain to your demographic? I don't think that makes much sense.
Stunningly beautiful, absolutely, because she's adhering to Western beauty standards.
I mean, that's not why she looks good.
So to call out...
Like, if she's adhering to Western beauty standards, is that on purpose or... I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Dylan Mulvaney for being too stereotypically female.
And it's not stereotypically female, it's like the way that the stereotypes are played up. It's like some people find their content offensive.
To me, is if not jealousy, then just internalized misogyny and internalized transphobia.
Okay, demonstrate that.
So I always
say... Oh
say...
no, it's the next clip. That's that. What was that argument? What was the argument there? What was the argument? What? What is this person saying?
Are women. It's almost misogynistic, in my opinion.
You can do something stereotypically female on purpose. I mean, for me to be explaining this to a transgender woman to me is just also so ironic because that's exactly what we're all doing. Alexis Blake has long hair, wears makeup, wears wonderful clothes, is stunningly beautiful, absolutely, because she's adhering to Western beauty standards. So to call out...
Mate, you're doing a hypocrisy argument, so call her a hypocrite. Why are you saying that this is internalized transphobia? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Dylan Mulvaney for being too stereotypical.
Like spaghetti. It's like very cheap, bad spaghetti, if so. Do you know how you can tell like how good pasta is? There's two main things. I mean, you can look at like protein on the packet and stuff like that. The main things you look for is like how pale in color it is, because the paler the better. And like if it's rough or not, you want it to be rough. When it's like bright yellow like this, it's probably pretty poor quality. I mean, I don't mind the hair. It's a bit kind of, the gradient is a bit strange. It would look better if it's just one color, but hey, I don't know. It gets a bit brassy as it grows out, or as it gets to the top. I don't know. It's not amazing, but whatever.
Typically female to me is, if not jealousy, then just internalized misogyny and internalized transphobia.
I actually don't know what this person is saying with that.
So I always say that I tread very lightly in the world of being a woman because I don't want...
Yeah, she tries not to like jump on stereotypes like, oh, I just found a bug and I'm scared now. Or like, I've cried 3 times today since I was a girl. Like, those are different things to just wearing certain kinds of clothes. And just wearing certain kind of clothes, if it was just about Dylan Mulvaney's presentation, then yeah, it'd be pretty fucking retarded to call it woman face, in my opinion. It's the shit that they say and the shit that they push out there in tandem with calling himself a woman. Like, this video sucks. I'm sorry.
Want to offend or upset or not necessarily tread on people's toes, but I want to be as respectful as possible.
A reason we often, as a trans community, see other trans people punching down, as I'm going to call it, and not giving someone who hasn't finished, in quotes, their transition the space to be happy in their skin is because we see a lot of ourselves in them. And
this is pop psychology. What are we talking about now?
Or upset or not necessarily tread on people's toes, but I want to be as respectful as possible.
A reason we often, as a trans community, see other trans people punching down, as I'm going to call it, and...
Also, how the fuck does Alexis Blake punch down on Dylan Mulvaney? Maybe if Alexis has been trans for longer, you could make that case. I think that's pretty fucking retarded, though.
Not giving someone who hasn't finished, in quotes, their transition the space to be happy in their skin.
This has absolutely nothing to do with what Alexis was saying about Dylan, but okay.
It's because we see a lot of ourselves in them, and we...
It's not necessarily true at all. In fact, it certainly isn't true about Alexis, because Alexis was talking about like the weird TikToks he was doing. I don't know how Alexis is seeing herself in Dylan Mulvaney doing the girls' days of girlhood shit.
See their lack of willingness to blend in with, you know,
not Alexis' criticism either.
An issue that will affect us innately. Trying to put my head...
Not what she's saying.
...in Alexis Blake's mindset for a second.
Okay, so you're trying to mind read. Okay, wow. TRA on the internet that just mind reads other people and concludes completely wrongly. Never seen that before, ever. I wait all the fucking time. Wow.
But if people can stand out and people cause attention, then there are more people that argue for that to not happen. People on the right, people...
Yes, when it's like embarrassing, when it's like offensive to some people. Like,
say, hey, just conform, gender conforming, be...
Still not what Alexis is saying.
Heteronormative.
You can know who you are and still...
I feel like I am having a stroke trying to make this video make sense.
Still not like it.
No, I've never felt like that.
Be heteronormative.
You can know who you are and still not like it.
No, I've never felt like that.
You've never once ever not liked being gay or
whatever I am. No, I've always, from the earliest memories I have of being alive, I always knew I am the way I am, and I was very comfortable with it. I never had internalized homophobia. I didn't dislike who I was.
I think that's beautiful, and I love that for you, but that was not the case for me.
Right, all right. Well, it's not a competition.
An example being how Alexis Blake discusses Lily Tino's discussion of the womb transplant. I did a video myself about womb transplants.
They did a video about womb transplants. I mean, the bar is on the floor, because the only one I remember is fucking Poppy and Xena. And it is a preposterous fucking concept when applied to trans people. I don't know why we need womb transplants for trans people, I'm sorry. Is it this? Motherhood options. Well, you can't mother a child because you're the wrong sex to do that. Yeah, I'm sure it was dumb as fuck. Whatever.
Years ago, the technology has been in question and the trans community has been aware of what that could mean for trans women for a long time now. It's nothing new. Is Lily Tino doing it in a rage-bait, clicky way? Yes, of course she is. That's all she does.
In the past 10 years, 50 babies have been born from a uterus transplant.
From biological women. That's the thing. A uterus transplant on a trans woman has never been done successfully. One of the earliest cases of one of the first trans women to medically transition, I can't remember her name right now, sorry.
Lily Alp. Oh, it says on the screen.
What was her name? No, it's gone. It's what the film The Danish Girl is based on. She had a uterine transplant and died because the body rejected it.
Alexis specifically mentioned herself about the person that The Danish Girl was based on. The surgery to get a quality of life as a woman that we are...
You didn't know that... Like, just say Lily Alba. Whatever.
...are now didn't exist. The surgery to get a quality of life as a woman that we are now didn't exist 100 years ago in our culture. But it does now for us, and it makes our lives better, and it's something that many of us opt into. Not everyone. We don't have to. Fair enough. That conversation's to the side for a second.
Yeah, I just noticed, like, that right here. Can you see right at the top? It's like looking at a negative of Cloudy or Winkleman. Well, listen, you're being gender affirming, I guess. No, there's a specific bit of her hair that is like really starting to bug me now. Hang on. You see, like the top of the fringe. There's just like this circle, just like this patch, where it's just like bright yellow instead of blonde, and then it goes down much further. The blonde goes down much further on this side than that side. This is like poor work. I hope this person didn't pay for this. Like, beyond paying for like the hair dye or whatever, I hope they didn't pay for like someone to actually do the dye job, because that is shocking if so.
Why would we take away the potential for womb transplants to be on that list down the line? Why are we pulling out?
But what's the point? Why can't women just have the babies? Why do we need to go to all those lengths? More than that, what is going to happen when a trans woman has the first baby? What if there's shit that you don't account for? That because of their male anatomy, it affects how the baby comes out, and maybe it comes out deformed or it comes out with some kind of health issue. Like, there's a lot of like ethical concerns to cross off before we can just start shoving wombs in fucking men and having them have babies. I'm sorry, there just is. Like, it's like fucking Frankenstein level shit. It's just weird. Like, I don't know, Matt. Just father a child. Freeze your sperm. I don't know. Like, if they make fucking wombs for trans people one day, then they do that, sure, whatever. I don't care particularly. I don't think it's something that we should be pursuing. I think there's probably more important things. It's already happened. What, a trans person having a womb transplant? A woman has had a baby after having a woman's uterus transplanted into them. Yeah, surely you wouldn't be the mother. Surely you wouldn't be the mother of that child. Because you'd need eggs. So wouldn't the eggs come from the same person as well? So you're still not the parent? So you're not having your own, like, biological child. Like, you might as well, like, I don't want to say surrogate, because that's very controversial. But, like, you might as well, like, adopt. Or something like that, you know? At that point. Or have someone else impregnate your partner if you're into women, I don't know.
Up the ladder. Hell, I would get a womb transplant if it was safe and I could have the child safely without the same amount of risk as a cis woman at least. I would get that done tomorrow. We wouldn't have the surgeries and the potential to transition in the ways we can now if it weren't for medical intervention.
I think inverting someone's penis, where there's a lot of similarities in the basic anatomy, is a bit easier than a womb transplant into a male. Just because we were able to do the kind of shit we're currently able to do, that doesn't mean that this is potentially an option. I really do think it's a waste of time, personally. If it happens anyway, then sure, you know, whatever, but yeah, no, not for me. I think this whole thing is pretty preposterous. I don't know why we need womb transplants in males.
Intervention the progression of technology, and for societal understanding to what...
Well, it's not just for the person pregnant. What effect is it being grown in a womb in like a male person? How will that affect the baby? There's a lot of shit we won't know until we actually do it. What if that child comes out like deformed in some way? We've created a life that has like a terrible quality of life now. Potentially because of that. It's what we don't know, you know? And like, should we just create loads of babies, living beings, in all kinds of like potentially fucked up states for the sake of allowing trans women to pretend that they're giving birth to their own baby when actually it's probably someone else's? And you have to do it by C-section because your hips aren't going to be wide enough. Or they are wide enough because you're on puberty blockers, but the bone density probably got fucked up and half of them break. Your fucking pelvis snaps into or whatever shit. I don't know.
Transgender means. So to be living in the privileges of this modern time, in which you have a large arsenal of ways to change your gender to match your biological sex.
Terrible way of putting it, but sure.
I can't understand why you wouldn't want to further that advancement.
So it's...
For a lot of reasons that I just mentioned. It's just preposterous. It's preposterous in so many ways.
Less about if we can do it and more about when we can do it. Imagine a trans woman using her own DNA along with her partner's egg.
If this is even possible. Wait, along with their partner's egg? Oh, so you'd implant your partner's egg and your sperm? So you'll have your own kid. Okay. Here we go. So this is what we do instead of just doing it the normal way. So your partner has eggs and you get some of them and you put them into your future womb that you're going to have. You as a trans woman freeze your sperm in advance and then get the womb transplant and presumably, well, shit. You'd have to have a C-section at this point because you'd never really have made sperm, I wouldn't have thought, if you went through puberty blockers. And I guess if you can make sperm at a certain point, you are like getting a 12-year-old to wank off so that they can have a fucking future sample, which is very weird by itself. But whatever, okay, you've frozen your sperm, and then you get your partner's egg, instead of just using their uterus or whatever. You have your own uterus put in, and then their egg goes into your uterus instead of their own. And then you use your own sperm into yourself to fertilize your partner's egg, but that is in you. And then you've got your own baby. Like, I just don't know. There's so many extra steps that are not needed. It's just weird. What if her partner is another woman with sperm? That is true. Do I remember the baby that was engineered and born to be a donor for their brother? I don't. If you have any like names I can Google or something, I can look into it. I don't think I remember that.
To create life. Wouldn't that be incredible? Some researchers think...
Now imagining a womb transplant child being born as a female who actually is male and fathers child with testicles transplant. Yeah, I wonder, when's the functioning testicles transplant gonna happen?
Me and Liam do it.
Life. Wouldn't that be incredible? Some researchers think...
Like, would it be incredible? Maybe. It might be horrendous and unethical. It might result in something that shouldn't existing. We don't know. There's a lot we don't know. Maybe in the future it'll look more realistic. At the moment, it just looks stupid. I don't know why we are talking about this. I don't know why we are going as this. You must have been so desperate. But how can they be desperate for talking points when this video is so long? So either they had some good points and I've just somehow missed all of them. And every time I go to a new section of the video, it's the dog shit points. Or actually it's just all dog shit points and Alexis Blake is not perfect, but, you know, really not that bad. Certainly not the British Blair White. Like, the British Blair White is preposterous, sorry.
How would me and Liam do it then? Because I don't have an egg, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any eggs.
I mean, listen, Lily's talking about a very specific scenario.
Sorry.
How does the kid get nutrients while it's growing? No idea. Maybe that's just something they'll play by ear, you know. Just get a load of trannies pregnant and just see what the results are. Just get a bunch of different specimens out, and one of them's got no legs and the other is in like constant searing pain because we don't really know. We don't really know what would happen if a male gave birth, fundamentally.
Oh, again. And I would love nothing more to be able to...
His own blood cells, his own antibodies to sustain and grow the fetus. Yeah, I mean, if the male body can't get that function, I don't know. There's a lot I don't know. I'm not like a biologist. I hope I have never claimed to be one.
Carry children, but obviously I can't. I'm a trans woman. It really...
Elon Musk said, one day we can alter DNA to make a human into a butterfly. Yeah, we're about on that level.
really bugs me that she is talking so lightly about... I can't. I'm a trans woman. It really bugs me that she is talking so lightly...
I mean, not the she edit. Sometimes people get pronouns wrong. Stop being a fucking bitch.
About this topic of just getting uterus transplant and then you can have kids. I'm like, but it's a really incredibly risky, dangerous surgery.
But I am in a very similar position to Alexis Blake.
This is a really ugly dress, by the way.
I would love to be able to have biological children. I would love to be able to have children with my husband, not because that's what society wants me, but that's because what we want together. But if we can't, we will adopt. In the same way Alexis has said...
Yeah, listen, even trans people say, I really want my own kids. So then, is puberty blockers a good idea if they're going to be feeling this way?
About her and Liam, and I wish them nothing but the best. I would like to remind everyone, though...
Wow, I've been a condescending dickhead for 3/4 of an hour, but I do wish them the best. You know, I'll talk down to you, even though you probably know, like, have forgotten more than I know. But I do wish you the best, you know? I do wish you the best. Okay, bro, okay.
That the potential for a womb transplant in the future is going to mean a better quality of life for trans women and their potential kids.
Is this even necessarily true? Like, doesn't this really depend on how it works? Doesn't it really depend on what happens? Like, in terms of quality of life, perhaps the pain of childbirth will be way more than you thought you could bear. Is that quality of life? When you start experiencing some of the same effects that women can experience from giving birth, the kind of dangers inherent to giving birth, is that quality of life? I don't know. It's very easy to say, oh, this is an advancement, so necessarily it's just going to make trans people's lives better. That's really not the case. It really depends on how it manifests. What are we looking at today? We're looking at a video called Meet the British Blair White by Matriarchetype, who is not a matriarch, they're a male. And they've decided that Alexis Blake, the most fence-sitting person in the history of fence-sitters, is the new Blair White, the British Blair White. It's a really stupid video, to be honest with you. Hope you're good Caralytics.
Kids and families in the future, if that's what they want. The option...
You're two males, there is no if. There is that, yep.
Should be there for trans women and their potential kids and families in the future, if that's what they want. The option should be there for them.
Like... only if it can be done safely. What if it can't be done safely? What if someone spends a whole lot of time and resources and energy they could have been spending finding the cure to cancer or some shit, trying and failing to impregnate men? What then? There's just insistence that, oh, it can only be a good thing. That is just not true.
Just like the option for surgeries is here for us and other trans people that it wasn't once before.
Yeah, but whatever. It's not the same. Inverting a penis is very different to getting men pregnant.
Again, a trans woman stood there with a baby bump saying trans women can nearly get pregnant. Of course, that is going to go viral. It really would. If anyone did that who is trans, it would go viral because it's a very hot topic. It's very controversial. It rubs people the wrong way.
So for Lily Tino to get so much transphobic hatred because of her non-passing situation,
you never mention transphobia.
Or her...
If you get attention as a trans person, you're going to get transphobia. That's just how it is. If you want to be famous on the internet, you're going to get transphobia. It's like, you might as well say that water is wet. Why do we even entertain the trans woman pregnancy discourse? Because people like this assume that it's just progress and that there's nothing that could possibly go wrong. I don't know. This person got so woke that their brain fell out or something. This is just what like TRA shit is like now. Oh, thank you, Billy. I'll have a look at some point. I don't want to do it now. I really do want to get through a sizable amount of this video before my partner gets home, because it's long as fuck and it's painful as fuck. And I do try and be fair and give things a go. But I watched like 20 minutes and it was dumb. and I watched, yeah, Alexis Blake. So what? One of the things I skipped over was Alexis Blake talking about Lily Tino's like facial surgery and debunking this weird fucking retarded woman that was saying, "Oh, I don't think Lily Tino actually had facial surgery, guys." It's like, no, there is some evidence. It just is very subtle and probably wasn't worth the money. How is that Blair White? How is that like internalized transphobic? So the shit I missed is probably ridiculous as well. Okay.
Clickbaity situations, that hate that we see,
it's the mindset of all that can happen is it's a progress towards people being happier. When it's something like trans women having kids, that's like a bumpy as fuck road. And a road we don't know yet where it leads. It may be that male people will never be able to get womb transplants. It may be that it is just not physically possible whatsoever. If that's the case, is it a good thing if someone spends loads of time and money and resources to try and find out? No, it's not a good thing. They could have been doing something more important, more useful. Because women can already give birth. So why do we need trans women to affirm their gender? At what cost? How is it going to affect the baby? What if a male person raising the baby inside of them actually has adverse effects? So then the trans person prioritized them affirming their gender via pregnancy over their child's well-being. But we don't know so much stuff, you know? It's not just blanket, this is a good thing necessarily, because it'll affirm people's genders. That's a really dumb way of thinking about it, and unfortunately, too common with progressive trans people. There really is a lot of shit that needs like undoing, quite frankly.
It mirrors what we've had before, and that affects us personally. However, the reason that there is a segment between two communities of who wants to assimilate and who wants to be passing and who doesn't want anyone else to not be gender conforming, which is another very different.
Does anyone really think this way? I guess you get ones that do. I don't think it's a particularly large majority or a particularly large group. Like, I think assimilation is important, and I think it's something that should be strived for. It should totally be the option that if you don't want to assimilate, you don't have to, but we should still push for overall assimilation of trans people. The option should be there. If there's ways in which trans people struggle to assimilate, then I think it's good to help those people. And then if they don't want to assimilate in the first place, they don't have to. But like, people are so fucking brain dead. Trans people are so fucking brain dead on like assimilation. They think that it assumes that you have to like forego everything about yourself. When to many people, their relationships with other people and their position in society is a big part of their identity. So of course they kind of need to fucking assimilate. So it's just important for a lot of people. And the answer isn't, oh, we need to like fuck off assimilation altogether. We need trans liberation, which is a utopian nonsense fucking concept. No, what should happen is we should strive for assimilation. And then people have the choice. Okay, well, if you don't want to assimilate, then don't. I don't know. Some people can't assimilate. I'm one of those people. I kind of can't really assimilate with like my wider society, my wider community. It's just probably never going to happen because I'm mentally ill as fuck. I wish that I could more, but it's just not my life. So it's just kind of how it is. That doesn't mean I don't think it's a good thing. And if you don't want it, then you don't have to do it.
Different line, and those who don't care about conforming to gender, and that's why we have non-binary people in the trans umbrella, is because
fuck the trans umbrella. It doesn't exist. Trans means you go from one sex to the other. Non-binary means you call yourself non-binary. You can still be trans and gender non-conforming, but you're still looking to be seen as the other sex in society. That's what it should mean. Non-binary can be whatever the fuck it wants to be. It's just not the same as trans. We need to get rid of the trans umbrella. We need to stop lumping in so many completely different concepts into the same thing just because it's vaguely related to gender. Like, no more. Get rid of the trans umbrella. Fucking throw it away, burn it, whatever the fuck you need to do. It's annoying. Without recognizing they also need to accept society. Yeah, to me, it is like one big compromise. Society is just a shit ton of compromises between lots of people. That means everyone needs to compromise, and everyone should expect some compromises for them.
not everyone can. So now is where I want to talk about Western white supremacist.
Yeah, not everyone can. I can't. I still think it's a good thing. Let's talk about white supremacists. Fucking Christ, I hate people. I hate woke people. I hate woke people. I'm sorry, I just fucking do. I just fucking do. I don't hate left-leaners. I don't hate leftists. I hate woke people, specifically. I don't need everything to be about fucking white supremacy. And Alexis Blake is not a white supremacist.
Beauty standards. If I haven't lost you before, then I won't lose you now.
Like, the thing about beauty standards is some things just look better than other things. I'm sorry, that just is how it is. Like, if you survey 1,000 men on who is better looking out of Angelina Jolie and fucking Susan Boyle, I don't know, that's the first thing that came to my head. You know what basically every man is going to say. If you ask a trans woman, would you rather look like Angelina Jolie or Susan Boyle? Or even just a man? They're probably going to go with Angelina Jolie. There's just trends that way. I think Western beauty standards are a thing. Well, I think beauty standards in general are a thing, you know, whatever. But we over-egg the pudding on it, I think. We apply it to things that it doesn't need applying to. No one should be forced to any beauty standard. That's easy.
Now, so what do I mean by that? Well,
also, non-blonde woman who is white and blonde, you know. Western beauty standards. Got your nails done. You're wearing a dress. There's outfit changes. Fuck's sake, man. Yeah, we need outfit and location changes constantly. That's how you know your video is too long.
Women, some cis women have facial hair. In a lot of cultures, like in India, in Turkish cultures, it is a thing that happens. So
that doesn't mean that you can, well, you can be trans and keep your facial hair. It just suggests that you're not very serious about your transition. Suggests that you're not really trying to go from one to the other, which means that you're probably just a gender non-conforming male or gender non-conforming female, but okay.
Say that as a trans woman, you having facial hair.
Like, really what we're talking about is who gets the right to call themselves trans. I do fundamentally think that more gatekeeping is needed on the term trans, because now it means nothing. Like, someone who goes around in a dress with facial hair that calls himself Susie and thinks he's a woman, but no one else thinks they're a woman. That, you know, as to whether I think that's trans, that is like, not sure. Not sure on that one. If everyone just sees them as a man, then their transition at the very least has kind of fucking failed. And maybe it's just a different kind of thing. Maybe it's just a different concept. When you want to break gender boundaries, but you don't want to cross from one to another. Maybe that's just a different concept. Maybe that can be non-binary or genderqueer or something. But there needs to be a specific word, I think, for people that go from one to the other, that doesn't shorten to the same thing as something else that means a million different things that are mostly just calling yourself a thing. Transsexual and transgender should not both be a thing simultaneously.
Makes you not look like a woman is also sexist.
The other thing is, every time I have seen a woman with facial hair, it has never made me think, is that a woman or a man? That person looks more like a man. Whenever I've seen a woman with facial hair, I'm like, that's a woman with facial hair. I'm not talking about trans men, by the way, that's different. Like, I've seen the odd woman with like PCOS or whatever it is that caused their facial hair. They still look like women with facial hair. Like, not confusing to me that they might be a man or something.
You having facial hair makes you not look like a woman is also sexist and racist to those other women. In the same...
This is really cringe. Can we just fucking stop with intersectionality? It's done. It's not 2020 anymore. It's not 2020 anymore. Just stop. You're white. Stop bitching about racism. Let the fucking people that it affects do that. Play a clip of a black person explaining this kind of shit, if it's so important.
Vein, not all women have breasts. Breasts are famously very much different sizes. Not all women can have...
This is like so condescending as well. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this. Everyone has been reminded of this by people that look like you and sound like you. Since fucking the dawn of time, probably.
Have children. Cis women, trans women, that isn't necessarily something that every cis woman is born with the ability to do. And also I would say that
mind-blowing take.
Furthering that conversation is that women shouldn't be considered as just baby making.
I've seen the odd woman that's had like a full-on like goatee. It didn't make them look less like a woman. They just looked to me like a woman with facial hair. Like, I think the first time I saw some like old Indian lady or something with like some facial hair. I'm like, oh, you can get a woman with facial hair. Wow. Okay, sure.
Machines. In the same way that J.K. Rowling will argue that if you have XY chromosome, then you will always be male. Scientifically, that's...
At least show like a tweet or something. I don't like J.K. Rowling very much, but at least show a tweet.
Incorrect. There are several people...
Incorrect! Are we going on to intersex? This is almost as incoherent as a Ariel Scarcella video. It's actually that bad. This is just a platform to soapbox all this shit you've learned about the 0.01% of people that supposedly disprove everything we know about human biology.
People that are outside of the binary of male and female biologically. So when you say, as a trans woman, male to female, you have to have, you know, long hair.
Anyone who says this is a fucking idiot, why are we doing this? When has Alexis Blake said this? Show the clip of Alexis Blake personally saying this, and then I will care about this position. Because to me, if I hear someone say this, I'm like, okay, you're a retard. Like, oh, I'm actually in pain. I'm actually in pain. This is what happens, okay? This is why I stopped watching, like, fucking TRA shit, okay? Because it's just painful. It's just painful. And trans people are fucking bought in by this shit for some reason. I guess it's comforting. I guess it's comforting to listen to these people tell you actually it's not your fault, and all these people that don't agree with you on anything because you're a fucking freak. Actually, they're the problem. Actually, it's racist not to affirm me all the time. Actually, it's racist to think that trans women should not be the most horrendously unlikable people in all of society. Wow.
Not have any facial hair, you must wear makeup and stuff. You are adhering to Western beauty standards, and I mean Western because in other cultures it's not always the same. That correlates to forcing other people to do the same.
No, it doesn't. Saying that you think people should do that is not forcing them to. What are you talking about?
It's actually misogynistic to assume that all women have to have certain beauty standards, otherwise their femaleness, their womanness is taken away from them. And we've seen this happen to cis women because of this anti...
Hey guys, did you know that sexism is bad? There's a goddammit Malcolm stream now. Hey guys, hot take, okay? Actually, it turns out sexism is like bad. Oh my god, get to the point. Get to the fucking point. When did Alexis Blake say this? I agree, this is stupid, and it's bad, and it's kind of offensive. When did Alexis Blake say this? Why is this in your Alexis Blake hit piece?
Trans movement.
More to the point, has Blair White even ever said, you need to have long hair and makeup as a trans woman. You need to remove all of your facial hair to the nth degree. If there's a single hair poking out that you missed with your razor, oop, that's it, you're a man now. Who's saying this? Play the clip.
In sports as well, there are cisgender women that have naturally, from birth, just a higher level of testosterone in their bodies, and that means they can't compete.
Why use Iman Khalif? We don't know if Iman Khalif is a cisgender female. If they're intersex, then didn't this person say earlier that intersex was separate from male and female? Or that they shouldn't be like categorized this way? So why is Iman Khalif now a cisgender woman if she's confirmed she has an SRI gene? Painful.
Birth, just a higher level of testosterone in their bodies.
From why? Why do they have high levels of testosterone? Do they have internal testes or something? Is it right to say that they are female if they have internal testes? I don't really have a problem with calling her a woman because she's known as a woman, was raised as a woman. To me, she looks like a woman. I know other people disagree with me. I really don't see this fucking manly Adonis that everyone else sees apparently when they see this person. She looks fine to me. She actually looks kind of okay. I don't know. I like the kind of cusp of like masculine and feminine. You know, like not really butch, but not really feminine either. Kind of a bit of both. I like that kind of thing. I don't know.
And that means they can't compete against other cisgendered women because of the anti-trans movement happening.
Okay, that was just a completely batshit sentence, and I'm even less. I even less understand where the fuck we're going with this now.
And also happen predominantly in women of colour who have naturally just different biological elements. There are other cultures that do too. There is actually a number of white cis women that looked into their own chromosomes and found out they actually haven't got the same chromosomes that they thought as a woman should have. And so they just kind of stopped looking. It's far more complex.
It's only ever happened to white people? Interesting.
Than two biological sexes and nothing else.
Well, it depends how you categorize the two sexes. You can, if you try hard enough, probably sort basically everyone into two sexes. Me personally, sex is a binary with an asterisk. It is a binary in that it is the method by which we reproduce. There is one way of reproducing, sperm and egg. We have like roughly half of the population that develops towards producing eggs. Sometimes it doesn't work that way. And roughly half that develops towards producing sperm, whereas it doesn't always work that way. There's the odd person that confounds that. We are talking tiny amounts of people. So the binary is not 100% accurate, but it's still very accurate. So it's a binary with an asterisk, and if there's a better model, let's see it, but we've never seen a better model. Let's have a model for non-binary sex that isn't literally two fucking humps on a graph with no x-axis. We need better than that. That's what I'm looking for. And apparently, I don't know. When TRAs come to my Discord, occasionally they're like, yeah, I can prove it and stuff. I have a better model. But then I have to answer like a million questions first to get to it, and I don't care to. So I don't know. Apparently it's not that important. So I don't know. I still think sex is binary then. Wow.
It really is, scientifically. You can listen to that and not believe me, or you can...
Scientifically? Are you a scientist? Do you get to say that? I try and avoid making claims saying, like, scientifically, this is literally the case. You know why? Because I'm not a fucking scientist. But any old fucking random tranny on the internet can just say it is and people believe them. It's very nice, isn't it? It's very nice how people perceive what they believe to be true, and how often that is not the case. And how easy it is to fool people that you have any authority on something.
Go and do your own research. So if I can get any message across, I want it to be this. Specifically to people like Alexis Blake, trans women in the community that don't feel like they deserve to take the title of woman and that they're taking up space in cis...
I'll be honest, I don't think I deserve the title of woman. But I don't care about any of this. I just exist regardless, so it's fine.
Women's society.
What I more feel than anything is I don't actually need to take the title of woman. It's actually just not necessary to me. I'm going to get a bit of both. Some people are going to call me one anyway. I don't need it. And I question why anyone needs something like that much, you know?
Every human being...
Like, what's more important? Being able to embody a label, or just being yourself in a way that makes you as happy as you can be? To me, it's more the latter. I don't actually care too much what label people put on it. I think it's better to encourage more people to stop caring so much about the label. You're a male person. Are you a woman? It's going to depend on other people's perspectives and what they see when they see you, and what they hear when they hear you and stuff. Really, it should be about being something that you are happy being. What label is applied to it, that's like extra. That doesn't matter that much, I'm sorry. When it really is just about embodying a label, that's odd to me, you know? That's just odd to me. I don't get that.
Deserves the right to live how they want to live.
Well, I watch You're Kidding Right on Substack. Oh, was it you that sent me that? I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting this stuff. I can't bookmark it. I can bookmark it. What am I talking about? I can't save to watch later because... Yeah, I do need to... I'll write it down somewhere. I do need to look at that at some point. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If you want to message me on Discord, if you want me to cover something that I keep forgetting about, then feel free. I don't mind.
I fundamentally believe that.
So I always thought that with watching
So Alexis Blake never really said any of that kind of shit, and we just went on a huge fucking rant. For no reason.
trans women's content, you know, like when we see trans women screaming or talking about getting pregnant or breastfeeding or the outrageous stuff, I could never like understand that on like a human level. Like I could never find...
Some trans people see shit that other trans people are doing and think it's weird. You know what? It's actually okay to say that as a trans person, that you think that certain activities that other trans people engage in are weird. You're actually allowed to say that. That's fine to say. You can say that.
You know, when you find the similarities with someone, I could never do that. And maybe it's because they're AGP. I don't know.
In another one...
Okay, that was a bit weird.
...of Alexis's videos, she...
I mean, HST, she'll be an HSTS. Maybe she has AGP tendencies, I don't know. But this person's going to jump on that, I bet.
She responds to whether she believes people are trans women or autogenophiles. I don't even know.
Wait. Is that... What did she say again? Hang on. What did she say again?
Believe that.
So I always thought that with watching trans women's content, you know, like when we see trans women screaming or talking about getting pregnant or...
Watching the very cringe ends of trans content, which is just most trans content, but that's neither here nor there.
Breastfeeding or the outrageous stuff, I could never like understand that on like...
I find these people unrelatable. That's a perfectly fine thing to say.
Like a human level, like I could never find... You know, when you find the similarities with someone, I could never do that.
I don't feel like I have much in common with, like, the crazy radicals. This video is so long-winded because it's not a single argument. I think they've made some points that I could charitably consider arguments. They're just incredibly bad ones. Would have made a 15-minute video. Yeah, they could have just picked out stuff that's actually egregious. Nothing that is being said here is egregious. It's egregious if you take it in the worst way possible. And that's just like, at that point, you're just like vapidly cynical. At that point, you're looking at someone you don't see eye to eye with. And then everything they're saying, you're finding things that you can have a problem with. That's what I'm getting here. This person is like desperately trying to find ways that they can misinterpret or I don't want to say misinterpret, like interpret what Alexis Blake is saying as the worst possible version of itself, when actually what she means is a far less version of that. And maybe there's a point to which Alexis Blake or me or anyone else is not always expressing themselves like perfectly. So there's grounds for like disagreements. There's grounds for like interpreting something differently to how it was meant. But this seems to be like that on steroids. This seems too deliberate when it's this long. And it's this often that Alexis is saying something and then we're arguing a different point. It's like, it's bordering on like an Ariel Scarcella video of like confusing and all over the place. It's just petty. You said that, but you mean that. Yeah, it's fucking mind reading. Anyone can watch the general vibe of the general words that the general person's generally saying generally and intuit a bunch of shit that they think, but you might just be wrong. And if you do that a lot, you're just going to make a tit at yourself eventually. You'll get away with it when it's just some shitter that who cares if you misinterpret, who cares if you misrepresent. But like people like that, like they're always going to come across someone that they're just going to say like blatantly retarded shit about. And it's going to be noticed by more people. Like it's just a fool's errand.
And maybe it's because they're AGP. I don't know.
In another one of Alexis's videos.
Maybe because they're AGP, I don't really understand these people very well. Bearing in mind, Alexis Blake would be an HSTS. So this person, I presume, is going to object to using like Blanchard's typology. I don't care about people using Blanchard's typology. Some trans people probably see it as valuable. Some trans women read stuff like The Man Who Would Be Queen and see value in it. So when other trans people insist that all this shit is like hateful and wrong and shouldn't be allowed or whatever and push it down, you are kind of denying what is actually like quite meaningful to some trans people, you know? Narcissism of small differences. I feel like I've heard that term. Yeah, I get that. I get that. You have to really like stretch to find issues with people that you don't like but are broadly similar to you and say the same kind of shit. Definitely experienced a fair amount of that. Jesus fucking Christ. But then I don't know, the kind of people that do that to me assume that I have different beliefs to what I do. So I don't know.
Responds to whether she believes people are trans women or autogenophiles.
So this has been misrepresented. This is not what Alexis Blake said. Alexis Blake said, maybe they are a different type of trans person to what I am. Not, maybe I'm trans and they're just AGP. AGP is supposed to be an explanation for why some people become trans. There is not this dichotomy between AGP and trans. And anyone that pushes that, anyone that says, oh, you're not a real trans person, you're just an AGP, that's retarded. An AGP is just as capable of being a real trans woman as a non-AGP. I'm sure that like Marcus Dibb and like fucking Buck and shit like that, I'm sure they all push that thing where it's like, oh, Lily Tino is not a real trans woman. She just has AGP, which is not really trans. She's a fetishist cross-dressing male. Like it's stupid. It's stupid. That is about trans. There are trans women that actually see AGP and HSTS within themselves. And it makes sense to them, and that might be why they transitioned. Guess what? People transition for lots of different reasons. People happen upon this whole thing via so many different routes. Oh, it's painful. So this person once again just didn't understand. How do you do this? How do you listen back to this? I know.
Even know the term, because quite frankly, it's just a right-wing talking point to deny the
there we go.
The identity of a certain minority.
That's not what she did, though, is it? That's not what she did. You're just fucking bullshitting. I can't say lying because these people are like, oh, it's my opinion, though. Well, your opinion sucks. This is a bad opinion that you have, okay? You're misrepresenting this person because you are. It's pretty clear what she's saying to me. I don't know. I think my listening comprehension skills are pretty decent. It's just completely way off. Is there a single argument here where this person didn't just misunderstand the fuck out of what Alexis said?
It's just a right-wing talking point to deny the...
And yeah, like, AGP is a right-wing talking point. Like, oh, she didn't say that, actually, hang on. Will she say that? Will she say
identity of a certain minority of people.
The differentiation between...
Okay, listen. Let's give the tiniest amount of credit to this person. They didn't just write off AGP as a right-wing talking point. It is a right-wing talking point, but so are lots of things. Anything can be a right-wing talking point. To other trans people, it's something that, like, exists and actually, you know, kind of explains shit about them, you know?
Between AGP and trans is clear. And I think if we take a step, differentiation between AGP and trans is clear. And I think...
Okay, so now we are kind of saying they're two different things. Okay, I'm not feeling this. My understanding is that AGP is a way in which people might end up transitioning.
If we take a step back and...
You could probably say, oh, that person's a crossy, they're an AGP. They might not be trans. The way she's putting this wrong, the way she's putting this is unfortunate for sure.
Like, if you think about any of the videos you've seen online, for instance, any of the outrageous trans videos where it rubbed you the wrong way, or it made you uncomfortable, or it made you question trans people, or it gave trans women a bad name. Any of those videos, like, am I just assigning them to that group so that I can not associate with them under the trans label? Maybe. I mean,
at least critically examining her own position here. It is a pretty bad position.
No, and maybe like that's my own subconscious doing that, but part of me is kind of like, I get it, and there's nothing wrong with...
Yeah, the problem is you're just going to come across trans people that are also trans, but you don't like them and you don't find them relatable. I get that all the time, and I do feel that there's something like fundamentally different between me and them, but it might not be anything to do with being trans. It might be something completely different.
Having a fantasy or
But this is not worthy of calling this person British Blair White. Every single point by itself is like death by a thousand cuts shit. Oh, this could be interpreted in a bad way. Oh, this is kind of a bad take, but let me pretend it's like 10,000 times worse. No, it's just the kind of shit you take from someone who I think maybe needed to think this through more. before filming. Of course that kind of shit can happen, you know? There's no charitability.
Exploring your own identity in whatever way you want. I can't sit here and judge and tell anyone what to do because
Yeah, so we're not even saying they can't be trans necessarily.
Explored my life and how I wanted to present to the world. But what I would say is that if it makes other people feel uncomfortable, I think that's where a line needs to be drawn.
I'm not for any crimes or any inappropriate behaviour across the board. But that doesn't mean we get to decide who we perceive to be trans women.
No, you do. Oh my God, this is wrong. You do. Literally, Alexis Blake made a really shitty argument and this person could just deal with the shitty argument. Where it's like, okay, so I look at this person, because I don't like them, they must not be trans, because I don't like them. That doesn't make any sense, you know what I mean? They quite possibly are trans, I just don't like them for some reason. But instead, like, what are we saying?
Across the board. But that doesn't mean we get to decide who we perceive to be trans women or cis men.
Like, literally, you do. You do get to decide who you perceive as what. That is your fundamental fucking right that no one can take away from you. If I want to perceive this person as a man and not a trans woman, I am in my right to do that. How are you going to stop me? How are you going to stop me from saying out loud that I think that you're a trans woman, but actually in my head I just think you're a man? How are you going to stop me from doing that? Everyone has that right. And trying to force people out of it just pisses people off. It just makes people not like trans people more. Because we seem authoritarian. We seem like we're trying to control people's brains. Like, what is this take? What are you talking about? Here's Alexis saying something dumb. Now I'm going to say something even dumber. Congratulations.
Men that fetishize wearing dresses. If no inappropriate behaviour has taken place to people that don't consent to it, that's none of our business.
It's just crazy to me. How many...
But how people think about other people is your business? Whatever. Cool. Whatever.
Videos have we seen Lily Tino talking about pregnancy, getting uterus transplants and all these things?
On a few remaining rights. Surely we had like far less rights, like years and years ago. I would have thought that rights have mostly gone upwards, not downwards.
And I'm just sort of thinking in my head, wow, like that is so in line with this theory.
AGP is made up. Well, everything's made up, but I mean, it was coined by Blanchard. It was part of like actual research. It's been like bastardized to all hell. And often people say it to mean something much more extreme than what it was meant to mean. I try not to use it because I think it exists. I don't put too much stock in it. I don't think it applies to all that many people, you know what I mean? Yeah, stop pathologizing us while trying to control other people's thoughts. Yeah, it's so annoying. It's so annoying, man. It's so annoying. I don't want to tell anyone that they have to perceive me a certain way. I literally constantly say the opposite of that. Like, you can think of me what you want. No one is forced to see me as a woman or a trans woman or anything. Why would I want to control people? I don't know, man.
Again, it's not proven, and I don't want to say it is, but I understand where the theory comes from.
Pushing that opinion on people that we see in the public is a very dangerous behaviour to participate in.
Another
How?
The one is engaging.
Oh, just the clip plays again. Why is it dangerous to say that you think someone's an AGP? How likely is it that if you point at someone and say, I think that might be an AGP over there, that because you did that, someone is going to go up and like kick the shit out of them? It's just not very likely, is it? Like, any of these people will have walked past how many fucking guys in their life? At least one of them has probably looked at you, clocked that you're trans, and thought, hey, it's an AGP. And then they did nothing about it, because people generally aren't violent, even if they have thoughts that you don't like. How is that dangerous?
In female behaviour, so living their life as a female, trying to female behaviour, like getting their hair cut, very stereotypical things, applying makeup, going shopping, all of that sort of thing.
Alexis has shown us that there was a period of her life where she didn't pass, and it was a transition. That's why we call it such. So she knows more than anyone that...
What happens if the transition is like never ending? Is it a transition if you never finish transitioning? I don't know. The kind of transition metaphor is weird. I don't know.
It's a process.
Me and Liam met 4 years
It is a process though, sure.
ago, he met me as a man. He proposed to me as a man, and we started building a life together and planning a future together whilst I was still a man. He supported me through all of the staring and the comments from people earlier on in my transition. A lot of trans people, when they transition, their relationships can end because of it, and ours has just got stronger and better.
I can handle quite a lot. I'm a really strong person. But someone I know from before I transitioned and became me, I think they've told people, and now they're all
Shouldn't do this, by the way. It's rude.
talking about me and saying really nasty things.
So to then go on to judge people that aren't, in her eyes, passing because they don't do the things that she determines that make them...
What are we talking about? She was talking about people she finds unrelatable because they say and do like crazy shit. And that it's tempting to like write them off as something else other than trans, and even was like critically examining her own position and kind of caveating it.
Them woman enough is innately prejudiced.
No, that's innately retarded. I think this person is so stoned they forgot the argument halfway through. I think that must be what happened. Listen, just when you make content, just stay sober. Take it from me, okay? Take it from me. Take it from me and be glad you weren't watching me last night if that's what you were doing. Just stay sober. It's better. It's better. It's better.
It's saying you have to look at a certain...
Or don't stay sober. Admit that what you're doing in the instance that you're not sober is deeply fucking unserious anyway and doesn't fucking matter. I don't know.
Criteria that I perceive you to be...
This video is deeply unserious. Like, this is actually, like, terrible.
Good enough, and if you don't, I'm going to categorize you as something else. That's a very prejudiced. It's saying you have to look at a certain criteria that I perceive you to be good enough, and if you don't, I'm going to categorize you as something.
Like, she hinted towards it. She didn't really say this. She didn't really say this with her whole chest.
Something else. That's a very dangerous line to walk on, isn't it? What if
Why?
we did that with everything else? And
what if we categorized things? What if we categorize things? That's what we do?
Plot twist. That's the history we've come from and grown from. And the reason we have grown from that history of judging people based on their appearance and skin colour and race and gender is because of activists, those extreme activists that might be a bit loud and rowdy at times.
How do we know that these people are the ones that had anything to do with things improving for trans people? They sure as shit are not responsible for things improving anymore, because things have not been improving. They seem to be degrading in a lot of ways. That's the same shit that's going on. Okay, so when things get better, and there's loud, annoying, cringy activists making us look like twats, actually we need to credit those activists. They're the ones doing it. It's because of them that we have any rights at all. Otherwise I'd be dead in a ditch somewhere. But when things are getting worse, and those same activists are doing that same activity, it's got nothing to do with that. No, they're trying. They're really trying, guys. Guys, they're really trying, but there's more transphobia around because people are just more transphobic. And they're really trying, guys. But it's just like, you know, fascism is on the rise and stuff. No, activism is shit. Trans activism is shit. That's the problem. I can't substantiate that I think that progress was made for trans people despite modern trans activism. But I sure as fuck think it has some role to play in things degrading. I'm sorry. We could have all been saying, yep, you know, that Leah Thomas, that looks a bit fucking preposterous. Maybe that's just not a hill we should be dying on. But no, we couldn't do that. Maybe the trans kids thing, it's a bit irresponsible in lots of ways. Like, they probably can't decide that they want kids for the rest of their life or not. They probably can't consent to some of the major changes that they could be going through because it is a process, it is a pathway. Not just well, try one thing and see how you feel. No, most of them carry on. But no, we die on these hills anyway. We have some investment in kids transitioning and, you know, trans women potentially being like very slightly hotter when, I don't know, most childhood transition I've seen either look like little boys or they look fat, but I don't know. Most if not all big changes that benefit the trans community have been through scientific progress. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, science is not about, like, activism. It's about understanding more about humans and what we can do, our, like, potential and shit like that. That kind of shit was not done by activists. That was done by like people that are actually experts in something. I don't know what any trans activists are experts in. Anyway.
Fighting for their seat at the table. We are not guests. We are sitting at the same table.
Meaningless rhetoric.
Because we are all humans.
Transphobia and transphobia equals misogyny? Oh, I'm losing the will to live. How much of this video have I watched? And there's been like almost no good points. Even when Alexis says stuff that's kind of dumb and kind of could be taken a certain way, this person still like fluffs it half the time. I don't fucking know, dude. Skip to random point. We need to stop in a second anyway.
I've seen a few of her YouTube videos, and I know that she's a supporter of mine, and I think she's pretty cool. And so I thought,
I know, right? Blair White thinks that she's pretty cool. Blair White thinks she's pretty cool. She must be Hitler incarnate, okay? She must be Hitler incarnate. Did you know that one time I had a Twitter argument with Blair White in response to one of her retarded fucking politics things she posts? So Blair White probably doesn't like me very much. Not that she remembers this shit, probably.
you know, seeing her thumbnail, she's obviously very upset.
And we also see Blair White say that, like, I know it affects you, sorry about that, but it is going to keep cis women safe. It is important that this happens.
I actually do think this is going to help.
Bus is a fact. Oh, are you still at work? Or are you on your way now? I was hoping you'd have come back by now, because this video is doing my head in. And I'm sure you don't like fucking traveling.
Women, sometimes you have to bring things down to perspective.
To have a trans person saying, like, no, your rights being taken away is the way forward. It keeps a certain...
That's essentializing. What rights have been taken away? What rights have been taken away by the Supreme Court decision? I haven't seen anything.
Cis woman safe. That's absolutely...
Dude, I would happily argue with Blair White all fucking day. I actually have a lot of disagreements. I get left-leaning trans people who assume that we just disagree on everything. When it's like, name a topic. Okay, what do you think of Trump? Okay, I probably agree with you. What do you think of ICE? Oh, I probably agree with you. What do you think about immigration? I probably agree with you more than I agree with, like, the right, or, like, Blair White, whatever. But I don't know. People just hear different things when I speak, so I don't know.
Absolutely anti-trans rhetoric. I mean,
I'm bitching a lot. Like, shit's been happening. Shit's been fucking happening. There's a lot of delusional people out there, or a lot of people that don't understand English, even though it's their native language. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about it right now. It's fine. It's kind of fired me up, and I think today's actually been quite fun. Viewership's been decent today. Thank you all, by the way. Thank you all.
That's insane. I would expect that of Matt Walsh. She even says...
Yeah, you'd expect some essentialized version of what someone said as Matt Walsh. Okay, that's because you made up what she said. What the fuck is this?
And toes or go to...
Okay, so we have to have the section where we... Is that Soul Bunny? They brought in Soul Bunny? Did they bring in fucking Soul Bunny?
But when we actually see these trans activists like Blossom in action, in a debate, that's not how I want to be perceived.
Yeah, Blossom sucks. You're not going to seriously be like, oh yeah, Blossom is actually a really good trans activist. No, they're a fucking clown. Blossom is a fucking trans activist clown. Just like Edge of the Matrix is a gender critical clown. TERF clown. He's not even a TERF, he's a fucking conspiracy theorist fucking freako. These people are clowns. Don't legitimize these people.
When a white woman says a black woman is aggressive, it has this...
Dude, I wish it was just the right-wingers. Everyone is just delusional. Everyone is too stupid to engage with me, but insists on doing so anyway. Fuck the right, fuck the left, fuck everyone. That's how it is at the moment. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't pick a side. Because every time I'm like, okay, the right are really fucking fucked up right now. These people are doing a lot of dumb shit that is really pissing me off. The left is all like, hold my beer. And then when whoever's done holding the lav's beer so that they can be fucking retards, then the right is like, no, hold my beer. Hold my beer, okay? Hold my beer. A bunch of us are going to copyright strike you. A bunch of us are just going to falsely copyright strike you. Fuck me, dude. Anyway, that has to be up soon. I'm going to make a video about how I was fucking attempted cancelled by the fucking rightoids. And then all the fucking retard fucking TRAs will not watch it and be like, you're still Blair White. You're still a fascist trans med. Excuse me?
Tone, it's like almost like a threat. It's innately a threat.
Yeah, what I've noticed is like it's like something they pull, like just.
Mate, at least, like, what is this cam quad? Who is this? I'm guessing this is Soul Bunny. Soul Bunny is a fucking idiot, by the way.
Feeling is more than mutual.
From what we just watched, obviously Alex called
Being, okay. Well, I find a lot of things over here offensive as well.
Oh wow! Yeah, you're disgusting.
And I have to. Trust me, the feeling is more than mutual.
From what we just watched, obviously Alex.
Yeah, I'm an Uncle Ruckus. Yeah.
Alex called Blair disgusting when Blair was talking about only wanting to have trans people on the panel because it is a trans debate, and Alex is not trans. Alex is non-binary, and that's just Blair's opinion.
And in the same vein, let's talk about non-binary people. The minute we start pulling up that ladder and saying...
Let's not. I don't care about non-binary. It's not interesting to me. I'm not non-binary. I'm trans. Trans and non-binary are separate concepts. Let's not. I don't care. Sorry.
Generation of LGBT members.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Are they soft, basically? Are they dealing with things that...
Do you know what it is? Like, someone like Alexis and someone like me, we transitioned sooner. We transitioned, like, longer ago. It just did look a bit different back then. There wasn't insane waiting times on the NHS when I transitioned. I don't know when Alexis transitioned. She might have been doing it for longer than me, less time than me, I'm not sure. Certainly has had more done than me. But, like, it's very natural if you're from one kind of time space. Like, time scale, whatever. I don't fucking know. Words. It's very natural if you transitioned in this era that you see what's going on in another era and you find it weird. It's very natural if you're an older gay person that you see what the LGBT kind of stuff is about now and you find it weird. The answer is never to, like, shame those people. You can't say any of that because that's bigotry, actually. That's not helpful. If there's a better way of doing it that we are now doing, then it should be able to be easily explained. You know? But all I see when people question stuff, when people have a different perspective, it's just, well, no, you can't do that because I've decided you're trying to control everyone's thoughts, even though I'm the one trying to control everyone's thoughts. Like, by admission. Like, it doesn't work. This is a terrible video. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep saying this video sucks. And I don't think this person actually understood almost anything Alexis said, and it's almost always petty as fuck disagreements that are amplified. When Alexis is like the fucking queen of caveating the fuck out of everything they say, to the point it kind of irritates me, okay? This is the most milquetoast, like, centrist, middle of the road, don't want to offend any one person. Like, you actually have to be actively trying to find ways in which this person is, like, bad or offensive, or their content is fucking dangerous or something. It's, like, bizarre. But hey, listen, I look forward to whenever the Mary Chew hit piece is. It's got to be coming soon. It's got to be. There's already been a couple. Like, that Raiden Digital did more than one video on me, but it's just insane ramblings, you know what I mean? There's really nothing to it. I'm not going to play the video, but... And also, don't give this person shit. Leave this person alone. There's no need. I'm sure they have more than enough going on in their life. Yeah, they did this video and we watched it on stream. It's on... I did an edited segment of this. They did another, like, almost an hour-long one. It's just, like, looping on the same shit. Like, deep dive. This wasn't a deep dive. This was you walking around a car park showing off your leggings and saying the same shit on repeat. Like, very strange. So I await an actual hit piece. It's going to happen eventually. And I'm sure it'll be the same. This is something I said which meant the way that I intended it is a perfectly reasonable take. Well, I've decided that this is actually, like, latently racist and you're a fascist. It's going to be something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. This video sucks. If the parts of the video that I didn't watch were actually really good and I just happened to land on all the bad arguments, and actually all the other things that she said were actually really good, and Alexis Blake is like a fascist and dangerous and stuff, then I'll hold my hands to that. I didn't watch the full video. That's fair enough. Oh, hi G00Z. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, maybe I missed the good parts. The fact that Soul Bunny is featured near the end by itself is enough that I'm like, nah, this probably just isn't it. This probably just isn't it. If you spend all of your time hyper-focusing on some wretched freak that you've decided is Hitler, then that reflects poorly on you. If you spend your time collabing with bizarro fucking idiots like Soul Bunny, then that reflects poorly on you. Sorry about it. If you can do guilt by association at the fact that Blair White seems to like this person kinda, then I can do guilt by association that way. Either by the people you insist on fucking covering all the time, or you know, the people that you actually make content with. Do I prefer spring rolls or samosas? As long as they don't have peas or like sweet corn or anything weird in them, I like both. I don't really have a preference. Maybe spring rolls, but I don't know. Trying to keep everyone focused on me for what I suspect is pushing them to do something like that. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know. That person is a fucking freak. I don't care what they think about anything. I have them blocked on YouTube. And I don't know. Troff's community is extremely toxic, and he's just watching what he watches because they like it. And at the moment, I just have nothing to do with it. Like, I've watched Troff for like fucking ages, and that person, like, just as soon as they see me in his chat, they just start going off on me. It's like just actually bullying, you know. But it's whatever. I just won't watch his stuff then. I just won't support my friend. I just won't support Troff in his endeavors because his audience is toxic. That's fine. I don't care. Those people are retards. They're trying to say I'm the new lol cow. Okay, they can do that. They can make lol cow content off of me. Like, if that person thinks I'm the new lol cow, what they need to do is start their own stream and start making fun of me as a lol cow and see how well it takes off. It's going to be fucking shit, though. At least partly because I'm actually right about some stuff. And people are just going to watch and be like, you know what, I actually agree with this person. Because people do, believe it or not. Anyway, the real lol cows are like fucking femiols and people like that. But we already knew that. Everyone already knew that person is a lol cow. That's why it's going to come crashing down for Troff, because to Purple Parry Gaming's audience, femiols is a massive lol cow. And they want nothing to do with that person. And he's trying to meld the two. This is chalk and cheese. This is water and oil. They don't go together. And there is no agent you can add to make them go together in this instance. It's just not going to work. Yeah, I don't know. That's the whole A-log thing, isn't it? Like, you're worse than the person that you're making fun of, but you're making fun of someone who's bad. So therefore, you're good now. That's what the A-log thing is all about. And that is people like Femiols and fucking Malcolm and fucking whoever else. Those people are the real lol cows. Those people are fucking losers. Like, I'm sorry. You call me and like literally admit that you just pick on fucking speds for sport instead of using your skills as an orator or a fucking debater for like good, or at least to like pursue some like intellectual topics or something. I don't know, man. But those people are the real lol cows, and I don't talk about lol cow shit anymore. I'm over it. I'm over all that. I said my piece. I was very, very clear in what I was actually saying. And when I ask people what their problem is, they either give me nothing but more insults, or they give me general nothing about how I generally said something generally, like ages ago. Or in some shitter stream where a bunch of people were just lying about me constantly, and I probably was just fucking irritable as fuck. I probably made some slip-ups and shit like that. Me personally, if I see someone that's like in that situation, I probably don't think that that is representative of them as a person. So these people are just like kind of bad faith. They already don't like me, and there's things that confirm it. That's how they seem to operate. I don't know if that's actually true. Unlike these people, I don't state shit about how they think as fact. That's just how it comes across to me. And they're welcome to that. They're welcome to that. They can talk about me as much as they want. I am engaging no further. Because these people are freaks. I want nothing to do with them. Whatever audience crossover I have, if you want to watch someone like that and you want to watch me, that's fine. But it's just two different genres. It's a bit like how fucking turf YouTubers and Italian food YouTubers are they just occupy different spaces. You know what I mean? They just occupy different spaces. You're never going to see those things coming together. It's the same with me and those kind of people. And I fucking hate those people. If you want to watch those people, go ahead. I don't care. But I don't care about them. That means I don't need to hear about them. It means I don't need to have anything to do with them. I'll stop bitching about them eventually. I'm just making fun of these people because they've been fucking with me. Like, that's what you get. That's what you get. Hey, you can make fun of me too. Go ahead. Go ahead. Anyway, I need to stop because I'm just going to keep fucking bitching and ranting and saying shit that people are just going to dissect. Oh my god, you guys, you know what Mary Sue said this time? Oh my god.
Which 2D Zelda game?
Why did I click on that? I'm sorry, I'm clicking on random shit. My brain is like dying. You hear what Mary Sue said this time? Oh my god, Mary Sue said that we're the real lol cow. Oh my god, did you know? She's actually saying that we're like the real lol cows? Like, wow. Anyway, I don't care anymore. Go fuck yourselves. Stop listening to people in general. Yeah, some people are never going to give me a fair shake. That's fine. They don't have to. I don't care. I'd prefer that people didn't misrepresent me, but they're probably just going to continue doing so. And that's fine. I'll just talk shit about them too. I'll just express my true opinions about their shit. And that's how that goes. That's fine. I don't mind. Yeah, like TRA, like I try and hold out hope. I don't think that TRA types are like worse than others because I've experienced like the worst of like right wingers, the worst of like TERFs and shit. Well, I don't know if I even have, but like right wingers very much. So I try not to be like it's team sports. It's like these people on this side are the bad guys and we're the good guys. There's good and bad people. I live in hope that I will come across more TRA types, and I've met the odd locally that I'm not in contact with anymore. Maybe there's the odd TRA type that is amenable. Maybe even in my server there's the odd TRA type that's like amenable, and I'm open-minded to that. And maybe I just am finding the worst ones. Maybe I just am a magnet for shit. I don't know. And maybe that reflects on me as a person. I don't know. I always, I don't want to ever act like something adverse in my life might not be kind of my fault or something to do with who I am. But I mean, that's for me to work out. That's not for some fucking retard who I've never met and never spoken to tell me because they're a judgmental prick. That's not for them to say. That's for me to kind of deal with in my own way. And I don't think people understand sometimes. Like, people don't understand where I come from because I don't open up to people. Because if I open up to people, they'll just use that against me. But, like, what was I saying? They're not going to understand where I come from. That I've actually had to do far more work than most people just to be someone that is occasionally, like, capable of being a likable person to other people. People don't understand how much extra work I have had to do because I have the kind of shit wrong with me that makes me like unlikable to a lot of people, just fundamentally. And not just fundamentally, but I behave in like kind of crazy and erratic ways sometimes because of shit that I have wrong with me. These people never understand how much more work I have had to do just to be vaguely on the even playing field. To go out and like work and shit like that, which I'm not really able to do anymore. But I was at one point because I worked fucking hard. And people don't ever consider that. It's just, oh, we can just write you off for this, that, or the other reason. Okay, you're the latest in a long line. You're the latest in a fucking procession of people that are closed-minded and don't appreciate how hard some of us have to work just to be acceptable in society. And I think that's why, tangentially, whatever. That's why I, get irritable with people that are too against the idea of assimilation. Like, it's one thing to not want it for you personally, but to like advocate against it, I think is fucking insane. Because when you can't actually assimilate, or it's extremely difficult to do and it takes incredible amounts of work, when you can't do that, it's something that you probably want. And it's something that shouldn't be taken for granted if you're able to. But I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I am feeling ranty, I know. It's been the last couple of weeks, honestly, it's been ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Hopefully, when all these fucking right-wing retards don't do anything about their stupid copyright strikes, my videos come back up, I can focus on that again. I will make a video explaining that these people are fucking rank hypocrites when it comes to freedom of speech, and they are going around complaining about how they're not allowed to say this, that, and the other. But as soon as I fucking expose them, using their own content in a fair use way, as being fucking violent fucking pieces of shit, suddenly the free speech ain't fucking so hot anymore. Suddenly it ain't so hot anymore. And I'm gonna expose that shit, and probably no one's gonna fucking watch it, because no one seems to give a shit, but I don't care. I don't care if like 200 people watch it. But yeah. That's about it. Thanks for watching. I'll stop now, I promise. I'll stop bitching about these fucking retards that are far fucking beneath me, quite frankly. Yes, you. Far beneath me. Fucking clip and react to that, you fucking losers. Go ahead, retards. Clip and react to that. You are far beneath me. There you go. There you fucking go. That's your lolcow moment. Crashing out. Hell yeah. Anyway, yeah, no, that is it. I'll stop bitching. Very much. We're just getting back to like talking about politics and talking about trans shit. Talking about stuff that actually fucking matters to me. And is actually interesting to me. And that's how it is. I need to keep to it, and I will keep to it somehow. I will. Anyway, thank you for watching. I love you all. It's been fun today. I've got some shit off my chest the last couple of days, and I think it's probably for the best. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you.